at the man standing with Gar. "Michael, you say?" "Yes," Cohen grunted, turning her attentions back to the horse in her grip. "He's only just ridden in. I'm in love with his mount. Look at him. I wager he's the fastest horse I've ever laid eyes on." Corbin glanced at the stallion behind the dark-haired man, a dapple grey, tall, fine-boned, but almost immediately his eyes were drawn back to this Michael. Before he realised it, his feet were moving, taking him towards the stable-master and his companion. Storm followed a pace behind. Gar was saying something, but he trailed off as Corbin approached them. "Ban?" the stable-master said to him. Corbin just stood there, unsure of what to say or do now that he was here. He could not quite understand why he'd walked over in the first place. "Ban, you want something?" You have a fine horse," he mumbled, staring at Gar's companion. "Thank you," the newcomer said. He was tall, very tall, the sun behind framing him as a dark silhouette. There was something familiar about this man, tickling Corbin's memory like a spider crawling across his neck. They stood there regarding each other, the silence growing. "This is Michael," Gar finally said, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable. "Well met," said Michael, a hint of a smile touching his lips. Corbin just nodded. The silence grew again as they stared at each other. Michael's eyes were dark, seeming to pin him to the spot, not just looking at him, but into him, measuring him somehow. But then he smiled. "You keep unusual company." Michael looked down to Storm. The wolfman was standing pressed tight to Corbin's hip and leg, as she often did when he was anxious or troubled. Her ears were pricked up, hackles standing as she stretched her head forward, sniffing. Michael squatted down, looking the wolfman in the eyes, and offered his hand for her to smell. Her long canines, protruding at least a handspan from beneath her lip, touched his fingers, but he did not pull away. After a moment, Storm snorted and scratched at the earth, then lay at Corbin's feet. "Her name is Storm," Corbin said. "A good name." Michael rose quickly and swayed on his feet. "Your pardon," he said. "I have ridden long and hard." "Come," said Gar. "Let's stable your horse. He looks as weary as you." Gar glanced at Corbin. "Are you to Brynner's?" "Aye." "Best you be on your way, then, before I find work round the stable for you to do." "Ah," grunted Corbin, but stood where he was a little longer, that nagging memory again crawling across his skin. Chapter 52. Cohen. Cohen wiped sweat from her eyes. The air was cold, crisp, a constant, sharp wind blowing off the sea, but she had been working hard. She'd spent most of the morning and well into the afternoon breaking her colt to saddle. Gar grunted when she reported her tasks done for the day. He seemed distant. "I need hammer brought up from the paddocks," he said to Cohen. "If you leave now, you'll be back in good time for the evening meal." Cohen frowned. It was a long walk to the paddocks. If she'd known earlier, she would have asked Ban to wait, but he was long gone. She shrugged. "Go on then, girl. Be off with you," Gar said, marching away. Cohen set off for Stonegate. Part way to the bridge, she remembered she'd forgotten to harvest vegetables before the evening meal. Her mam would not be happy, so, muttering to herself, she changed direction and ran home. It was empty, not even Budai warming himself before the fire. Quickly she started gathering greens, her mind drifting to Ronan and his increasingly distracting smile. And he was always looking at her, though he tried not to let her see. She felt her own smile spreading. A noise came from the kitchen, the garden door opening. Instinctively, Cohen ducked behind a tree. She glimpsed her mam peering into the garden, then the door clicked shut again. "What am I doing?" she thought, frowning as she headed for the kitchen. But then footsteps sounded as several people entered the room, but quietly, which seemed strange. There was no greeting, only the scrape of chair legs, the sound of drinks being poured. She peeked through the crack between shutter and wall, and it took a moment for her eyes to adjust. A man was standing at one end of the table, looking almost scared. Sitting before her were Thanon, Gar, and the man who had ridden in earlier, Michael. Gwyneth drank from her cup, a tremor in her hand, and a tense silence grew. "Where is the boy?" a rich, lilting voice asked. This Michael. "At Brynner's. She is a healer," Gar said. "Her dwelling is beyond the village." "And your daughter?" "She's not here. I have checked. We are alone," Gwyneth said. "Good," grunted Michael. "Why? Why have you come?" Gwyneth finally said, breaking the quiet. "King Aquilus is dead." Cohen could not see her dad's face, but Gwyneth's mouth fell open. Gar just stared. "How?" Gwyneth gasped. "Slain. Murdered in his own chamber." Michael bowed his head. "It is a grievous loss." "Who?" said Gar. Michael rubbed his eyes. "I was told Mandros, king of Carnatan. He openly opposed Aquilus, was proud, arrogant, and he fled. But I suspect there is more to it. Asroth's hand is in this." "More to it? What do you mean?" Gwyneth asked. "I cannot say, yet. Perhaps I should have stayed longer at Geraldine, but when it happened, a terror fell upon me such as I have never known. I had to see the boy." "But you said we would not see you again until the time. The danger. What if you were followed?" Gwyneth said, her voice rising. "Peace," Michael muttered, holding a hand up. "I know your concerns. I felt them myself, but I had to see him, to know he was safe. And I have been careful. The passes through the Agalas closed soon after I travelled them, and no one can match Miogra's pace. I rode him harder than he has ever known, and I took precautions. I will not be tracked." He leaned back in his chair, his face relaxing. "The boy looks well." Gwyneth smiled at that. "He is. He's a good boy." Cohen could not believe what she heard as she eavesdropped, her legs stiff from standing still so long, trying even to breathe quietly. She felt at sea. Talk of Aquilus, Geraldine, Carnatan. Did they mean the Aquilus, the one who had called King Brennan to a council? Suddenly, though, something had become clear. For some reason, they were talking about Ban. Her Ban. "How go things with him?" Michael said. Gwyneth just nodded and smiled, glancing between Gar and Thanon. "He is special, of course. He is my boy. But ever since you came to us, told us—" She paused and grimaced. "I have watched him, tried to watch him with objective eyes. He's sharp-witted, strong, honest, for the most part, kind. And he is happy, I hope. You're not here to take him," she said suddenly. "I will not allow that." A fierceness crept into her voice. "No one is taking our boy anywhere," rumbled Thanon. His hand reached out and covered Gwyneth's. "I am not here for that," Michael said. "Though I told you, the day will come when you must leave. Go to Drasil, but not alone. With you both, and Gar, of course." "Aye, so you say," Thanon said. "In truth, it has been so long since you came to us." He sighed and rubbed a hand over his eyes. "I am only a blacksmith, and all your talk, I do not know about any of that. And it was so long ago. Until recently, I'd thought it all a bad dream, but things have been happening. Strange things." "Yes, the darkness will be upon us soon." "Aye, well, Corbin is a good lad. I'm proud of him. I could not have asked for more in a son, and I'm scared for him." Gwyneth made a sound in her throat and looked away. "We have prepared him as best we can," Thanon continued. "Taught him his letters, the histories, The benefit of hard work, truth and courage, right and wrong, I hope. And Gar has kept another pair of eyes on him, trained him, for which I'm glad. My thanks to you, Michael said. Much was asked of you. Much still is. He is my son, my blood, my heart, my joy, my breath. No one need ask anything. I will do all that I can for him. Protect him, fight for him, die for him, if need be. Michael grunted, nodding, then looked to Gar. And you? I have thought of you much over the years. Not an easy burden. Gar shrugged. Mine is the greatest honour. I have learned not all glory comes from the battlefield. He shrugged. It is as they say, he is bright, strong, just. He has learned his weapons well, more than well. He excels. Praise indeed, said Michael. He had dreams, Gwyneth added. Bad dreams. Has he spoken of them with you? No, never. He would cry out through the night, awake sweating, fearful. But they've passed. He has not called out in his sleep for some moons now. Michael smiled. Good. Azeroth's search for him has not been restricted to this world of flesh. But the Fallen One has been thwarted, for a time at least. And the Wolfen, tell me, how has this come to pass? Gwyneth raised her hands, palms up. Ban saved her as a cub. He has raised her since, regardless of all opposition. Huh? Theron grunted. Very good. He can never have too many guardians, and something tells me the Wolfen will guard him better than most. I will speak with King Brennan before I leave. I do not think we will talk again until... He stood, chair scraping. I wish I could stay with you, ease your burden, but my presence would draw attention. We must give the boy all the time we can. He paused, looking troubled. It would be good for him to sit his long night here. Then he can be told, be vigilant. Things are moving at a pace that I had not foreseen. I think I must journey to Drasil, make sure all is in place. He looked at Gar. Your father will hear of your faithfulness. The stablemaster straightened in his seat, his eyes lightening. Michael strode to the door, then paused. Trust no one, he said. Even if Aquilus' own blood rides through Stonegate, trust only Brennan. Then he opened the door and stepped into the streets of Duncarrig. Chapter 53. Corbin. Corbin trudged along the Giant's Way a while, head bowed, returning from Brinner's. A large wain blocked his path, piled high with skins, a tall hound walking beside it. Corbin stared at it as he walked, then suddenly quickened his pace. Could it be? Storm took a step forward, a growl growing in volume, and snapped her teeth at the hound. This is not going well, Corbin thought. Are you Ventos? He called out, poking Storm at the same time. What? Said the man in the wain. Aye, I'm Ventos. Do I know you? We met last year, of the spring fair. I'm Corbin. Well, I'll be... Ventos wiped a palm across his face. That's rot teeth, lad. You just succeeded in scaring the other world out of me. He blew out a long breath. Ventos jumped down and took a few hesitant steps towards Corbin before he stopped. I'd invite you to walk with me, but I think my horses would bolt and scatter my wares between here and the Western Sea if your Wolfen came a step closer. Corbin nodded. Away, he said curtly to Storm, and waved his arm in a short, sharp gesture. Storm looked at him, copper eyes glinting in the fading sun, then loped away about 100 paces, then stopped. Ventos raised his eyebrows, watching Storm. That is one clever Wolfen, he muttered. So it's true. I've heard talk of you ever since Duncarrig, and everywhere between here and there. I didn't believe it, of course. Didn't know it was you either. The young warrior that tamed a wolf and... He whistled. She's not what I call tame, Corbin said, grinning. Well met. He held his arm out. The trader took it in the warrior grip. You've changed, lad. I wouldn't have recognised you. Apart from your scruffy hair and muddied clothes, that is. Ventos tried to assuage Corbin's curiosity about events beyond Duncarrig as they walked. They stopped before they entered the village, Ventos pulling a thick leather glove onto his left hand. He drew some meat from a pouch in his cloak. There was a screech from above. Corbin looked up, saw the shape of a bird swooping down. It circled overhead, swept low over the road, and landed on Ventos's outstretched arm. It was a huge hawk, head cocked to one side as it studied Corbin, golden feathers flecked with blue and red catching the last rays of the sun. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cartella, Ventos said, bowing slightly, beaming. She's magnificent, Corbin breathed, staring at the huge bird, eyes drawn to its curved talons gripping the leather of Ventos's thick glove. I won her from the Sirac, he said. Sirac? Aye. They use hawks to hunt on their sea of grass and are very skilled at it. Fortunate for me that they are not quite so skilled with a throwboard and dice. He grinned and winked. She has been a good companion, most helpful. My hound, Talar, can catch a hare with ease, but have you ever eaten hare all year round? He shivered. It tends to lose its appeal. I trade for food, of course, but villages are not always where I'd like them to be. Cartella has caught me all manner of game, even other birds. Does she eat crow? Corbin muttered, thinking of Craff. Crow? Why? No matter. Corbin sighed. Too dangerous, he thought. Brynner would poison me. Well, I'd best pay the Baron of the village a visit. Torrin, isn't it? See if there's a spot in a roundhouse for me to lay my head. Come see me on the morrow, eh? Aye, Corbin said. Hooves thudded on the road coming from the village. Corbin looked up to see a tall, dapple-grey stallion trotting towards them. Michael rode him, and again Corbin felt that tickling sensation across the back of his neck. Michael slowed, his gaze not leaving Corbin, something fierce in his expression. He glanced at Ventos, gaze lingering on the hunting bird, and then looked ahead, kicking his horse into a canter. Chapter 54. Ventos. The air was thick and heavy in the roundhouse, smoke from the fire pit swirling sluggishly around the smoke hole above. Grey light edged the doorway, signalling dawn's imminent arrival. Ventos pushed himself up, slowly, not wanting to wake anyone. An orange glow still seeped from the fire pit, enough to guide his feet and reveal the forms of others, members of Torrin's hold or other travellers, huddled in sleep. He reached for his boots and picked his way carefully to the exit, slipping through the doors. Quickly, he made his way through the village until he came to his wain. Talar emerged from beneath it, stretched his long limbs and nuzzled against his master's leg. Absently, Ventos stroked the hound's head as he lifted the lid of the driver's bench seat. He pulled out a small chest, withdrew a tiny roll of parchment, a quill, and a sealed horn of ink. Carefully, he broke the seal, dipped the quill, and began to write. When done, he tapped the parchment into a small case, then looked to the brightening sky, clicking his tongue. Soon his hawk swept down and regarded him with bright, intelligent eyes. Deftly, Ventos tied the case to the bird's leg. Fly true, he muttered, watching as the hawk launched herself upwards, wings a soft whisper in the air before she disappeared into the mist. Chapter 55. Veridis. Veridis knew a moment of absolute limb-numbing fear as he gazed at the men charging down the hill, the sound of their onslaught filling his ears. They hurtled into the press of warriors along the base of the hill, an avalanche of flesh and iron. Chaos erupted, men screaming, dying. Within moments it became clear that the new warriors were targeting Mandros' men, not those of Tenebrae. Veridis blew out a long breath he had not realized he had been holding. Gundul had kept his word. Taken by surprise, Mandros' men began to fall back, those that could clawing over one another in their haste to flee the swords of their enemies. Many lay dead or dying after those first frantic moments, and Peritus' men threw themselves back into the conflict with renewed strength. Gundul himself flew down the hill on his black warhorse, driving towards his father. "Mandros!" Veridis yelled, moving forwards again, slower this time, making sure he kept with the shield line. They met resistance for a few moments and continued their death-dealing. The tree line was only 20 paces away now, and the ground before it seethed with men. Veridis scanned the mass, searching for Mandros, and saw him standing tall in his saddle, bringing his sword crashing down onto another rider's helm. Veridis was suddenly consumed with rage. Mandros, King Slayer. Then he was charging forwards, using his shield to smash men out of his way, striking at anything between him and the King of Carnatan. Suddenly, Mandros was before him, yelling wildly, trying to staunch the flow of his fleeing warriors. Veridis lunged, raised his sword arm, then a horse ploughed in front of him, one of Mandros' honour guard. The warrior kicked out at him, sending him stumbling backwards. Then the mounted warrior was reaching for Mandros' reins, dragging the king's horse from the battle and towards the tree line, others filling the space between them. Veridis watched in fury as Mandros disappeared into the gloom of the woods, a handful of his honour guard about him. Others blocked the path, holding back Gundul and his warriors. Veridis turned, eyes sweeping the battlefield. Away from the entrance to the woods, most of the fighting was done. Here and there, small pockets of Mandros' warriors were still battling on, but most were dead or routed. He saw Peritus down by the churned banks of the river and ran towards him. "Mandros has fled," he gasped as he reached the battle chief. "Horses! We must ride if we're to catch him. He cannot reach Donbagal." Peritus nodded and wiped blood from his eyes, streaming from a shallow gash on his scalp. Within moments, he had gathered a handful of mounted warriors and scouts. Veridis and the battle chief climbed into saddles, pounded up the slope of the riverbank, and crashed into the battle. Mandros' rear guard were grim-faced and fighting furiously, with the abandon of those who have already embraced their death. Veridis grunted as he deflected a sword swing, slashed in return, opening a red line down a warrior's thigh. Peritus' sword stabbed forwards under the horseman's ribs. He swayed, toppled bonelessly from his saddle, and disappeared beneath churning hooves. Digging heels into his horse's side, Veridis pressed forwards. Then it was over. Gundul's sword buried in the chest of the last defender. Veridis rode to Mandros' son and sheathed his sword. "My thanks," he said, between deep breaths. Gundul's eyes were wide, still caught up in the frenzy of battle. He stared at Veridis, suddenly recognized him, and grinned fiercely. "Nathair will know of this," Veridis said. "You have become a friend of Tenebrae this day." Gundul nodded. "My father, I know. I saw him flee. We must take him before he reaches Donbagal, or he will not reach the fortress. I placed men further along the road on the far side of the wood, but my father is cunning. Now that I'm revealed, he may head into the woods, leave the road." "Come, then," said Peritus. "Let's be after him. You have men that know the land." "Aye." "Then lead on, with all haste." Soon they were galloping along a road dappled with sunlight, trees looming around them till the column stopped for their tracker to examine the ground. "Men left the road here. Not all of them, maybe a dozen," the tracker said. A lean, sharp-featured man. "The rest continued on up the road." "We must split also," Gundul said. "Which way?" Peritus growled. "Which way would Mandros have gone?" "I think the woods. He will suspect the road will be blocked." "Then what are we waiting for?" Veridis said between gritted teeth, kicking his horse towards the trees, Gundul following. The woodland was dense, and navigating a horse rapidly turned from difficult to impossible. They dismounted and led their horses. Veridis saw that Rauka had followed him, along with Peritus and a dozen or so others. His simmering rage was fueled by the slow going, by his fear that Mandros would escape them. He was almost glad when they abandoned their horses and set off into the woods after Gundul's tracker. The man was sure-footed, scanning the ground before him, occasionally touching a broken fern stem, scuffed moss on a boulder or tree trunk. Their group was silent. Only the slap of feet on earth, grunting breaths and a growing tension charging them. Veridis' thigh burned where he had been cut earlier, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain. Then, as he stepped into a small glade, something crashed into him, the tracker, a spear point buried in his chest. Veridis ducked and rolled to the side, unslinging his shield as he came to his knees, drawing his longsword as he reached his feet. There were a handful of men before him, their backs to a great boulder. Mandros was in their centre. Veridis charged forwards, a cold rage possessing him completely. He tried to dodge a spear, taking it square on his shield and sweeping it away from him. Swinging his blade, he saw the spearman topple backwards, a red gash across his throat. His momentum carried him on, and he crashed into another man. They tumbled to the ground, Veridis' sword pinned between them. Distantly, he heard the sound of battle about him, saw booted feet as he rolled, wrestling furiously with his opponent. He butted his head forward, the iron rim of his helmet crunching into a nose. Blood spattered his face. Then he was free and scrambling to his feet, reaching for his sword hilt. His opponent was slower to rise, blood sluicing from his nose. Veridis' sword punched into the man's chest before he was upright. There was combat all about him, the grate of iron on iron, men shouting, grunting, and screaming. He glimpsed Rauka trading blows with a bull of a man, saw his friend hack into the big warrior's knee, then he saw Mandros slashing at a smaller man, Peritus. The battle chief was quicker, driving Mandros back with fast sweeps and lunges until the king slammed into the boulder at his back, Peritus' sword sparking as the battle chief chopped forwards. The two stood chest to chest a moment. Then Mandros brought his knee up into Peritus' groin and clubbed him with his sword hilt. Peritus dropped to the ground, Mandros standing above him, sword raised. Veridis darted forwards, lunged, and sank his blade into Mandros' shoulder. The king cried out and fell back against the boulder, dropping his weapon. With a jerk, Veridis ripped his sword free and held its blood-covered tip to Mandros' throat. As quick as it had begun, the battle ended. Only two of Mandros' honour guard were still standing, but they lowered their weapons upon seeing their king taken. A hush settled over the small glade as all looked at Veridis, waiting. He was staring at Mandros, seeing only him, remembering his face as he emerged from Aquilus' chambers and fled from the tower, remembering Nathair in a pool of blood and Aquilus' lifeless eyes. "See that justice is done," Nathair had said to him, standing on a windswept quayside before he set sail. "Justice," Veridis had answered. "What exactly will that be?" "Peritus will find Mandros, help you beat him. But Peritus is a politica. He may see uses in Mandros, advantages." "What would you have me do?" Veridis had asked. "A life for a life," Nathair had said, his voice as cold as the winter sea about them. "That is justice. No negotiation, no compromise." "I will see it done," Veridis had sworn. Yet now, with his sword at Mandros' throat, something held his arm. "Do it," the voice whispered in his head. "Kill him. It's what he deserves. He's a traitor. It is justice." Peritus rose slowly, Rauka helping him. "Veridis," he said. "We have him. We have one. Step back, lad. You don't want king-slaying weighing on your shoulders." "No," Gundul exclaimed, taking an involuntary step forward. "Kill him. He deserves death." The world seemed to freeze, a heartbeat becoming an eternity. Then Veridus took a step back and lowered his sword. "I will not kill you," he said, and saw relief filling Mandros's eyes. "You shall be taken to Geraldine, brought in chains before Nathair. There you shall answer for your crimes." "No," hissed the voice in his head. "He is cunning, sly. He will squirm out of his punishment. And all of Carnatan lies between here and Geraldine. He will escape." His knuckles tightened on his sword hilt, indecision making him twitch. Mandros was cut, his cloak torn, blood caked on one side of his face, but he still held something of the manner of a king, in his eyes, in the set of his shoulders. He snorted. "My crimes. I am guilty of nothing except foolishness, trusting where I should have been wary." "Be silent, Kingslayer, else I reconsider my decision. Save your lies for Nathair." "He should be tried. Here, now," Gundel said, licking his lips. "There is too much risk while he lives." He looked between Veridus and Peritus, eyes a little wild. "Nathair promised me, and I have kept my part, won you your battle. But if he lives, men will rally to him. God's teeth, we are in the middle of Carnatan." He looked away. "If he is paraded through the realm, it will make things difficult for me. People should think him slain in battle, think me the peacemaker. If he lives, I will appear—" He rubbed the heel of his palm into an eye. "A traitor?" Mandros sneered. "Cowardly? Weak?" Gundel lunged forwards and backhanded his father across the jaw. "I need listen to your insults no longer," he screeched. Peritus caught him by the arm and pulled him away. Mandros wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, spat on the ground. "So, you have made a deal with Aquilus's whelp, eh? Good, for at least now I know you will not enjoy the fruits you think your betrayal has earned you." "Be silent," Veridus muttered through clenched teeth. He would not hear Nathair disrespected. "Come, Mandros, it is over," Peritus said. "You are taken. By Elion's grace we have marched into the heart of your realm and taken you. And now we shall march you out. You have wronged us, wronged Tenebral, wronged me. You shall have your chance to speak in Geraldine. Save your words for my king. He shall judge them and you." "Your king? You mean the son of your king? He will be your ruin, Peritus. He shall be Tenebral's ruin." He glanced between Veridus and Peritus. "On my oath, I did not kill Aquilus. Nathair did." Peritus blinked, just stared at Mandros. "I said, be silent," Veridus growled, feeling the familiar rage churning in his gut again. "His lies will spread poison," the voice in his head reasoned, "and Nathair does not deserve to be slandered so. He almost died." Veridus's knuckles whitened as he gripped his sword hilt. "You speak from desperation, Mandros. It dishonors you," Peritus said. "Do I? You think I would strike down your king in his own chamber? I am no fool, Peritus. You know that of me, at least. No. When I entered the chamber, Aquilus was already slain, though I did not see him at first. Your precious Nathair showed me his father's corpse, then drew his own knife and stuck himself." "You lie." "You fled," Peritus said. But there was something in his voice now, almost a question. "What would you have done?" Mandros said. "Say that Nathair slew his father and stabbed himself and trust that justice will out? Me, in the heart of your kingdom, a dead king before me and his wounded son accusing me?" "You cannot allow him to spread these lies. He is Asroth's tool. It is what he does, will continue to do. He must be silenced." "Maybe I was a fool and panicked," Mandros spat. "But running seemed the best choice." He held Peritus's gaze. "Nathair slew your king, not I." "Kill him," the voice in his head screamed. Suddenly Veridus exploded into motion. In a heartbeat, he struck, his sword slicing deep into Mandros's neck. The king wobbled a moment, sank to his knees, and fell forwards onto the ground, dark blood pulsing into the grass. No one had moved. So fast and ferociously had Viridis struck. He stood over the dying king, nostrils flaring. "It is over," he said, glaring at the small band. Peritus was the only one who withstood his gaze. "Bring his head," Viridis muttered to Rauka, as he strode into the forest, slamming his sword into his scabbard. Taba, a squat, brooding fortress of dark stone, stood outlined against the rising sun as Viridis cantered out of thick woodland into a gently rolling plain. Peritus and Gundel rode before him, deep in hushed conversation. The fortress guarded the mountain passes that led to Tenebral. Viridis studied it carefully. It was well placed, on a low hill overlooking a wide plain before the first slopes of the snow-capped mountains. He breathed in deep. Much depended on the events of this morning, as war or peace would be the outcome. Bello, cousin to Mandros, ruled the fortress. He was a shrewd and cautious man, according to Gundel. It had taken them a 10-night to march from the site of their battle with Mandros, and if Peritus's plans were timed correctly, a warband from Tenebral should now be sitting in the nearby mountain passes, waiting for their arrival. Peritus did not want to fight, though. He hoped the fact that Bello would have to face foes from two sides, as well as the presence of Gundel and Mandros's head on a spear, would convince the Lord of Taba to lay down his arms. But, as the sun rose higher, they spotted shapes moving on the slopes before the fortress, sunlight glinting on iron. The hillside was covered in a sprawling mass of men, Bello's warband. Viridis glanced over his shoulder at the warriors pouring out of the woodland into the meadow. His own warband had suffered remarkably few casualties from the battle by the river, losing fewer than 30 men. Peritus's followers had not fared so well. He had lost around 500 warriors. Mandros's warband had paid a much higher price, of course, some 2,000 of their number littering the riverbank as food for crows. Gundel's warband had swelled their ranks, but even so, they still could only muster some 3,500 souls. There were considerably more than that massed on the slopes before them. Viridis blew out a long breath, preparing for the fight ahead. If the day turns sour, my shield wall will carve a path to the mountains, or die trying. He knew even his lethal wall of shields would most likely fall before this many men, though. If the wall were flanked in sufficient numbers, it would be picked apart. He shared a grim look with Rauka, who rode beside him as a small mounted party headed their way. "Bello," muttered Gundel. "Come then," Peritus said. "Let us see what Elion holds in store for us. You had best join us, and bring your trophy," he said to Viridis, glancing at Mandros's head displayed on Viridis's spear point. "Bello will wish to know who slew his king." "Is that wise?" Viridis said. "A sight such as that, it will set their will or break it. As to whether it is wise or no, that luxury was taken from us in a forest glade." Peritus lingered a moment longer, then cantered after Gundel. Viridis said nothing, but grimaced. He regretted what he had done, felt moments of intense shame, or at least part of him did. Another part of him gloried in it, knowing that justice had been done, Aquilus avenged, and a powerful servant of Asroth taken out of the coming war. Bello was a tall man, aging but straight-backed and sharp-eyed. Half a dozen men rode with him, all sporting black horsehair plumes on their helmets. Bello's eyes scanned their party as they rode to meet him, hovering on the head atop Viridis's couched spear. "It would appear I am somewhat behind the times," Bello said, tearing his eyes away from Mandros's decaying features and nodding at the battle chief. "Peritus, I did not expect to meet you under such circumstances. You must know I cannot let you pass, even with the king's son hostage." "I am no hostage," Gundel spluttered, nudging his horse forward. "Then how do you explain this?" the Lord of Taba said, eyes narrowing. Gundel drew himself up. As you see, his eyes flitted unconsciously up to Mandros's head, I'm no longer just the king's son. I am king of Carnarton now, and I have made peace with Tenebral. Peace? Bello snarled. Peace with your father's murderers. Viridis moved forward. Mandros fell in battle, he said, which is more than can be said for our king, murdered in his own chambers without a blade in his hands. Bello turned cold eyes onto Viridis. And who, may I ask, are you? Viridis ben Lamar, he said, glowering at the old baron. Nathair's first sword, Peritus added. Come, Bello, I have heard you are wise. Your king is dead, has paid the just price for his iniquity. Gondel has chosen wisdom, making peace with us rather than starting a costly war. And now you hold the pass to Tenebral, but you have one warband before you and one behind you, yes? So it would seem, Bello said, still looking at Viridis. There is a warband of Tenebral in the mountains, then, just as Peritus planned, Viridis thought. But more than that, continued Peritus, your king orders you to stand down. Would your first act under your new king be one of betrayal? Bello sat silent for long moments, weighing Peritus's words. If Gondel is no hostage, then there would be no harm in his accompanying me to my walls, where we can discuss in somewhat more detail the circumstances of this unusual situation. Another silence followed as Gondel glanced at Peritus. Of course, the battle chief nodded. Good. Come then, my king. Bello waved an arm to Gondel. Viridis grimaced, suspecting trickery. Do not converse overlong, he called out to them as they cantered back up the slope. Our patience is not without end. Peritus frowned at him. You have much to learn, he muttered. Maybe so, but we are not the wrongdoers here. I will not sit by and wait on Bello's pleasure. Not the wrongdoers? Peritus's eyes flickered to Mandros's head. There is more to this than right and wrong, I fear. And I, for one, would rather be courteous and perhaps live a little longer. Come, we'll let the sun rise a little higher, at least, before we rush to battle. Viridis returned with Peritus, though with an uneasy heart. He did not trust Gondel. The man had betrayed his own father, so there would be no question of loyalty for loyalty's sake. It just remained to be seen whether Gondel believed it in his favour to remain at peace with Tenebral. That was an uncertain question, now that Viridis had removed Mandros from the board. He shrugged to himself. He would almost welcome a battle. Since the death of Mandros, he had been surprised to still feel so angry, the sensation lurking somewhere in the back of his mind. He'd thought it would have been quenched, now justice was served, but instead it remained, unfocused, a mist shrouding his thoughts. Perhaps it was because of the manner of Mandros's death, the words he had uttered, trying to blacken Nathair. He had not wanted it to end that way, had not wanted Mandros's death on his shoulders. But it had been necessary for the greater good. At the memory of Mandros's lies about Nathair, he felt his anger rise again. He ground his teeth, slid from his horse and settled on the ground beside Rauka and Boss. Sometime later, a small group of riders approached, Gondel on his black charger amongst them. Well, grunted Viridis, his eyes fixed on Bello. The aging warrior held his gaze a moment, then dipped his head and looked to Gondel. Our peace stands, Gondel said loudly, standing in his saddle. Be assured, you are both welcome and safe whilst in my lands. Clear passage to the mountains is yours. A cheer rose behind Viridis, although, for an instant, he felt almost disappointed. My thanks, Peritus said to Gondel, though his gaze rested on Bello. I am but my king's servant, the warrior replied. Come, if you are ready. We shall escort you to our border. Peritus turned to organize the march. Viridis, Bello called quietly. Aye. Bello leaned low in his saddle, speaking quietly. I would not display your trophy so proudly if I were you. Gundel is king now, but oaths given to Mandros have stood for more than a score of years. Some may find it hard to put so many years behind them so quickly. They may object to a kingslayer passing through their midst. Bello turned and rode away before Viridis could form an answer. It did not take long for Peritus to arrange the movements of their warband, and soon they were on their way. Before he left, Gundel promised a new closeness between their realms and thrust a rolled parchment into Peritus's hand. Soon a line of mounted warriors appeared on a ridge above them, all wearing the eagle of Tenebral on their shields, the warband that Peritus had arranged. A giant of a man rode down to greet them. It was Krellis. "Well met, little brother," he said, as they drew close. Viridis could not help but smile, even though at their last meeting they had not parted well. He suddenly realized how much he had missed his brother. Leaning forward, he gripped Krellis's arm tight. "Nathair has seen fit to place a few thousand swords behind me. Are they needed?" "No, they are not," Peritus said, grinning at the huge man. "Still causing trouble wherever you go, eh?" Krellis said to the battle chief. He slapped Peritus's back good-naturedly, nearly knocking the man from his saddle. "Not this time," Peritus said. "Your brother is the one to watch on that count. He begged to be the first one to walk into an ambush through a river." "He never was the brightest of us," said Krellis, grinning again. Viridis felt himself blush, feeling good for the first time since before Aquilus's death. "And Mandros," Krellis said, looking up at the head on Viridis's spear. "He has answered for his crime, then?" "Aye," Peritus grunted. "Did he die well?" "Well enough," Peritus muttered. Viridis looked away. "Your brother did the deed." "Good. That is fitting," growled Krellis. "Aquilus was a great man, a great king." He sighed and wiped a huge hand across his eyes. "Well then, that is that. I suppose it's back to Geraldine for us." "Aye," agreed Peritus. "Come then. I've had enough of these mountains," Krellis rumbled. Together they began the journey back to Tenebral. Viridis rode into the courtyard of Geraldine with Krellis and Peritus, and saw Nathair standing at its far end. Fidele was beside him, with rows of the Eagle Guard standing behind in polished leather and iron. The three men slipped from their saddles and dropped to one knee before Nathair. "Rise," said the new king of Tenebral. Viridis thought him still pale, drawn around the eyes, but much improved from when he had last seen him. "Welcome home," Nathair said, gripping Krellis's and Peritus's arms in turn, then embracing Viridis before stepping backwards and regarding them all. "Elyon has answered my prayers. My battle chiefs have returned to me, through countless dangers." "I only sat on a grassy slope for a 10-night, Krellis interjected. "It was these that risked life and limb. Worst I got was a damp arse." "You would have risked all, though, if the need arose," said Nathair, smiling. "And just your presence played a great part in persuading Bello to grant safe passage. Of that I am sure." He paused a moment, reached for his mother's hand and squeezed it tight. "And my father is avenged?" "Aye, he is," Peritus said, a tremor shaking his voice. "Where is Mandros?" Nathair said. Viridis stepped over to his horse, untied a hemp sack strapped to his saddle, and threw it to the ground at Nathair and Fidele's feet. Mandros's head rolled out, the skin mottled, flesh peeling and hair falling out in clumps, but still recognizable as the king of Carnarton. Fidele wrinkled her nose but did not step away. Nathair nodded slowly, stared at the severed head, a sense of triumph in his eyes. Eventually, he sighed. "Come, there must be much you have to tell. To my chamber, and some food and wine." Then a horn blast sounded out from the battlements, and they moved to view the gate. A huge figure was striding across the meadow beyond the fortress walls, through Peritus's and Crelus's combined warbands, warriors parting about him. It was Alcyone. "A day for welcome arrivals," Nathair murmured. The giant nodded to Veridus as he drew near, then turned to Nathair. Dropping to one huge knee, he fumbled inside his cloak and drew out an egg, larger than a head. It was coloured in rippling, shimmering shades of blues and greens. The giant held it out in cupped hands to Nathair. "My lord," Alcyone rumbled, "I have done as I promised. A gift to you, a drake's egg." Chapter 56. Corbin. The year 1141 of the Age of Exiles, Hound's Moon. "That's it," Corbin yelled. "Nicely done, Dath. Now take the fight to her." Corbin was standing in his garden with his arms folded across his chest, watching Dath and Cohen hack at one another with wooden sticks. Dath was limping slightly and had a red mark blooming on one cheek. Cohen was unscathed. Dath lunged forwards, swinging his stick a little wildly at Cohen's ribs. She stepped nimbly backwards, blocked his strike, and swept her own weapon whistling down towards Dath's knee. There was a loud crack. Then Dath was rolling in the grass, and Cohen was holding up what was left of her makeshift weapon. Corbin stepped in, trying not to smile. Poor Dath. It felt a little strange, teaching his friend and his sister their weapons, but there was something about it that he liked. Probably being able to tell Cohen what to do with more effect than usual. And Dath had been desperate. A warband had left Carrig a moon ago, led by Pendathron, heading for Badon and then the Darkwood. It was the beginning of Brennan's move against Braith and the Darkwood brigands. Over 200 warriors had ridden out with Pendathron, amongst them Halion and Tarban, leaving both Corbin and Dath without weapons masters in the Rowan field. Tull had stayed behind, gathered all of the lads together that found themselves suddenly teacherless, and taught them as a group. Dath had become more and more embarrassed pitting his sword skills against others of his own age. It had highlighted his slow progress. In a moment of shame and rage, he had asked Corbin to help him while Tarban was away. So he was joining in with the training sessions Corbin devoted to his sister. "Am I the worst swordsman that has ever lived?" Dath muttered, as Corbin hoisted him off the ground. "I've been teaching Kerr for a while now," Corbin said, "since before you set foot in the field, and she's better than most our age." Dath grunted, rubbing his knee. It probably didn't soothe his friend's battered ego, but it was the truth. Cohen learned quickly. Her balance was good and she was fast, traits that were the bedrock for any swordsman, as Gar had told him many, many times. "Come on, Dath. I might let you win next time," Cohen said, grinning. He scowled and retrieved his practice stick. "Don't gloat," Corbin said to his sister. "It's not the way." Cohen rolled her eyes and stuck her tongue out at him. "Be polite," he said, "or I won't teach you any more. Mind, you could always ask Ronan for lessons." He had seen the glances between Cohen and Ronan, how she had watched the red-haired warrior ride out through Stonegate with Pendathron's warband, oblivious to all else. He grinned to see her blush. She scowled at him, selected a new stick from their collection, then set her feet for another attack. "If he comes back alive from the Darkwood," Dath said. Cohen lunged forwards and whacked his head. "Ouch! What was that for?" "Wait," Corbin said. "Prepare yourselves. And no cheating." He walked away, stopping beside Storm, who lay spread on the grass, eyes fixed firmly on the chickens scratching at the ground on the far side of the garden. Corbin sat down and leaned into her. He took a deep breath, filling himself with a sense of the garden. Flowers, grass, earth, fur, all mingled. "Come on then, Kerr," Dath said. "Scared?" Corbin looked up, saw his sister staring at him, her expression unreadable. She'd been doing that a lot lately. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but instead just frowned. "Course not," she said to Dath, and launched herself at him. Corbin watched as Rafe drew his arm back, held his breath, sighted along his spear's edge, then let fly. The spear arced through the air, a black blur in a clear blue sky, then thudded into the straw-padded target. 6, Tull called in his deep, booming voice. Rafe was taking his warrior tests in the Roman field. Many were paying it no attention, continuing with their training as always, although a small crowd had stopped to watch. Corbin was one of them. One more hit, and Rafe would have completed the first part of the tests and earned his spear. Helfax's son strode to the target, jerked his spear loose and turned on his heel, face drawn. He counted off 2 paces, turned, sighted, let fly again. 7, boomed Tull. Huh, grunted Dath quietly. I was hoping it'd miss. Aye, muttered Corbin. They were standing with a small group of lads, those whose weapons masters had accompanied Pendather into the Darkwood. All were watching Rafe enviously. The huntsman's son smiled as he pulled his spear from the target and turned to Tull, who was striding towards him, holding out a battered shield. Rafe's smile faded. The running mount next, Dath whispered. As Rafe hefted his shield, adjusting his grip, Tull turned and waved to Gar, who was standing some way off, holding the reins of a tall dun mare. Rafe closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath, then nodded. Gar clicked his tongue, set the mare into a trot, and let go of the reins. He said something and the mare broke into a canter straight towards Rafe. He started running, pacing himself to match the mare as she reached him. For a moment, they were moving side by side. Then Rafe put on a burst of speed, angled closer to the horse, and reached for its dark mane with his free hand, shield and spear clutched tight in the other. He gripped a handful of horsehair and launched himself into the air, legs seeking purchase on the soft hide saddle. For a moment, Rafe wobbled on the horse's back, and Corbin thought he was going to fall. Then he straightened and found the mare's reins, eyes searching the crowd for his da as he punched his shield and spear into the air. Helfax was standing alone, a fierce pride etched on his face. He raised his arm as his son looked at him and clenched his fist. Few of Helfax's comrades were left in Duncarrig, as most of Evnis's hold had ridden out with Pendathrin's warband to help clear the Darkwood of brigands. Due to the dangers of travelling through the forest, Brennan had forbidden the hand-binding of Evnis's niece to Uthan, so Evnis hoped he and his warriors could help speed this clearance. The brothers, Gethin and Evnis, were none too pleased about this delay, according to Adana. So Helfax stood alone in the Roman field, watching his son take the tests of a warrior. From the look on his face, though, he would not have known if he were in the midst of battle. His eyes were fixed on his son as Rafe grinned fiercely and drew the dun to a stop, turf spraying around its hooves. Others watching cheered, banged weapons on shields, and Corbin found himself joining in. Although he despised Rafe, there was something special about this moment, almost sacred. Corbin looked about, saw the hulking frame of Farrell standing on the edge of their group. He had seen the blacksmith's apprentice a few times since that day with Rafe, but had felt uncomfortable every time, had avoided his eyes, even pretended not to see him. He took a deep breath and sidled through the crowd until he stood next to Farrell. One day, we'll be doing that, Corbin said, looking up at Farrell, who stood about a head taller than him. Farrell regarded him a moment. Aye, he grunted, then turned back to watch Rafe. They stood in silence for a while, watching Rafe dismount, move on to test his skill with a sword against Tull. Corbin cleared his throat. I am sorry, he said, awkwardly. Farrell looked down at him again, but said nothing. Corbin felt his neck begin to flush. I meant no insult, he said. That day with Rafe? I've been the subject of his attention before. It just made me angry, seeing him do it to someone else. He stopped. The big lad was still looking down at him. Slowly, he nodded, an acknowledgement. The sound of sparring pulled their attention back to Rafe. He was attacking Tull, Brennan's champion standing with feet planted, fending off Rafe's slightly frantic attack. Tull was taking the huntsman's son through all of the forms, testing that he knew all that an unblooded warrior should. The conflict lasted a while, Rafe circling the big man, lunging, slashing, feinting with his practice sword. Partway through, Tull halted Rafe, who was then handed a shield. He hefted it a moment, then the sparring began again, this time Tull pressing forwards, probing Rafe's defences. Eventually, Tull held a hand up. "It is done," he rumbled, beckoning to Helfac. Rafe's father stepped forward, carrying a sheathed sword. He stood before Rafe, who sank to one knee. "Rafe ben Helfac," Tull boomed. "You came to the field a boy. You are leaving it a man, a warrior. Now rise, take your sword, and hold it as tight to truth and courage as you do your blade's hilt. Take strength from all three through your long night, truth, courage, and blade." Rafe stood, facing his father, Helfac holding the sword by the scabbard, hilt offered to his son. Rafe gripped it, slid the blade free, and held it high. Cheers rippled through the small crowd, loudest in a group near to Corbin and Farrell where Rafe's friends stood. "Now make your oath," Tull said. And Rafe pledged himself to Elyon, Arden, and King Brennan. He finished by cutting his palm with his sword, blood dripping onto the ground out of a clenched fist. Helfac placed a new-made torque around his son's neck, and then embraced his son, pounding his back. Slowly the crowds began to disperse. Rafe eventually stepped out of his father's grip and, after a few words, strode towards his gathered friends. "Here, I have no more need of this," he said, tossing his practice sword through the air to Crane. Corbin stood and watched, remembering with sudden clarity the day Rafe had taken it from him. Rafe glanced at him and winked. Corbin turned away. Soon after, Corbin and Dath were trudging through wide stone streets, making for Corbin's home, where Cohen would be waiting for them. Storm padded a few paces behind. "Do you think he'll get through his long night?" "Who?" "Rafe. He said it's his long night. Tonight." "Oh, aye, why not?" The long night was the final seal on the warrior tests, when a boy truly became a man. Rafe would have to leave the fortress before sunset, armed with his new sword, spear, and a small sack of provisions, to spend the night on his own in the open, somewhere beyond the safety of Duncarrig and Haven. The long night was supposed to be spent in vigil, unsleeping, a silent, solitary contemplation of those who had raised and guarded them through childhood. "I don't know," Dath muttered. "I just wish he would fail it somehow." Corbin shrugged. They reached his home, Corbin throwing Dath a chunk of honey bread still warm from the oven as they passed through the kitchen. He caught a glimpse of Cohen through the window, standing at the far end of the garden near the rose wall. "Go through, Dath. I'll just get our practice sticks." They had collected a stockpile of sticks that they used for their training, ones that closest resembled a sword, and Corbin kept them rolled in a cloth in his chamber so they would not rot from rain and frost. As he sped down the corridor, he saw his mam and da's door was open, sunlight streaming through an unshuttered window and pouring out into the hall. He drew to a sudden stop and peeked in. His mam was sitting on the edge of her bed, her back to him. Without thinking, he stepped into the room. His mam jumped, surprised, and twisted round. "Oh, it's you, Ban," she murmured, wiping her cheek. "What are you doing, Mam?" he asked, peering over her shoulder. She had an old piece of fabric on her lap, alongside a piece of wood. He smiled at seeing the wood, a carving he had attempted when little more than a bairn. It was supposed to be a star, he dimly remembered, though poorly done and abandoned before it was finished. He had not known his mam had kept it. "Just remembering," his mam said with a sniff. She put an arm around his waist and hugged him. "What's that?" he said, pointing at the fabric. "Your sister's first effort at stitching." "It's not very good," Corbin observed. "No," his mam agreed. "But Why is it making you cry? His mam's grip tightened. Time passes too quickly. She rested her head against his waist, and he stroked her hair. I love you, she whispered. Chapter 57. Veridis. Not long now, said Calidus. Veridis leaned forward, peering over Nathair's shoulder. The new king was kneeling on the ground, staring intently at a large egg nestled before him in mounds of straw. As Veridis watched, a thin crack, no wider than a hair, appeared amidst the blue and green of the shell. It spread quickly, cobwebbing out from a central point that soon became a hole, growing before his eyes. Thick, clear fluid leaked from the hole. Then the shell began to push outwards. There were a series of audible cracks, and suddenly a flat muzzle was visible. Help it, Nathair, Calidus said sharply. This must be done by one man alone. They were in a stable box with Valin. A larger crowd gathered beyond the stable gate. Nathair began pulling bits of shell away, widening the hole, his hand soon slick with the jelly-like fluid oozing from the egg. The creature within thrust its snout through the hole, its head following, getting stuck at the shoulders. It twisted about, jaws snapping, trying to free itself. Nathair dug his fingers into the shell, around the creature's shoulders, strained, and, with a snap, the egg broke and fell away, leaving a slimy, lizard-like creature standing in its ruin, about half an arm in length, from snout to tail-tip. Veridis shivered, suddenly remembering seeing this creature's kin charging up a hill slope towards him. It bore the same broad skull, flat muzzle, and thick tail. Needle-like teeth glittered as it opened its mouth, letting out a strange, dog-like bark. Feed it, quickly, Calidus said. Nathair reached behind him into a wooden bucket and pulled out a handful of raw meat. He opened his palm before the muzzle of the baby drake, which was sniffing loudly, its head twitching from side to side with eyes shut tight. It caught the scent, head lunging forwards. A long tongue snaked out of its mouth, licked Nathair's hand and the meat, and it started eating, noisily. Now, give it the remains of its shell, Calidus said quietly, as the drake ate the last meat from Nathair's hand. Obediently, the king of Tenebrel did so, and the drake crunched up pieces of shell, Nathair guiding them into its mouth, slime hanging in thick tendrils from its jaw. Ugly beast, Valin whispered in Veridis's ear. He smiled. When the drake was done, it scratched at the straw, turned in a circle, and promptly went to sleep. Well done, Calidus said, as Nathair stood and they all retreated from the stable box. He will be bonded to you already, but you must continue to feed it. You, and only you. Aye. Did you hear that, Valin? No one else is to enter this box but me. I want a guard set to watch it and word sent whenever it needs feeding. I, my king, Valin said, dipping his head. If you don't mind me asking, he muttered, how often, exactly, does it need feeding? Nathair looked to Calidus, who frowned. I'm not sure. The Vinthalan shrugged. I would imagine the drake will let you know. He smiled. Use your judgment, Valin, Nathair said. Now, fetch me a bucket of water for my hands. The crowd that had gathered to watch dispersed quickly, and soon Veridis was left with Nathair, Valin, Calidus, and the giant. Drake rider, Nathair said, grinning. Alcyon, I am in your debt. The giant said nothing, just dipped his head. You must teach me all you know of these beasts, Nathair said to Calidus as they left the stables. Valin peering over the stable door at the sleeping drake. Of course, Calidus said. Good. Very good. Now, I have a task to attend to. My mother has asked for me, and she is still fragile. I will summon you all later. There is much I need to discuss with you. It is time, I think, for a council of war. Sunlight streamed through the open window, a shaft of light slicing into the gloomy room. Veridis grimaced, looking out onto the lake and plains beyond the fortress. It was a little past high sun, thin clouds high above blunting the full heat of the day. The mountains were a ragged, white-tipped outline in the distance. He sighed and turned away from the view. The last time he had been in this room, he had discovered Nathair lying in a pool of blood and Aquilus dead beneath the window. He squeezed his eyes shut. "Are you well, Veridis?" Nathair asked. "Me? Aye. Well enough." He poured himself a cup of wine from a jug on the table and offered some to Lycos, who was reclining in one of a few chairs arranged around the table. The Vinthalan held his cup out. There was a knock on the door, and Peritus entered without waiting for an answer. Following him strode Calidus, with the hulking shape of Alcyone close behind. "Please, sit," Nathair said, waving a hand. Veridis sat next to Peritus, who acknowledged him with a twitch of his lips. "This is a council of war," Nathair said, addressing the room. "Things have been difficult for me since Midwinter's Day. The effects of my wound lingered much longer than I expected. But my father is now avenged, and I am fully recovered. It is time to start doing, rather than waiting." "What do you mean by doing, exactly?" asked Peritus. "My father set things in motion. I would see his plans, his dreams, come to fruition. He planned for aid to be given to those who stood with him in his alliance, to Rahim of Tarbesh, Romar of Isiltir, Braster of Helveth, Brennan of Arden." "Aye," Peritus grunted. "Rahim has received that aid. The others have not." "When will we leave?" Veridis said, feeling a flicker of excitement. Nathair smiled. "Patience, my first sword. There is much to arrange." He looked at Peritus. "I would not have my personal warband split between these tasks." "You are king of Tenebral now," Peritus said. "Its warriors are yours to command." "Yes, and the warriors of my realm shall fight, make war, as I see fit." Peritus frowned. "You saw my wall of shields in action, did you not?" Nathair levelled at the battle chief. "Aye, I did. It was efficient." Nathair snorted. "Efficient? Veridis returned less 200 men than he set out with. Your warband lost over 500 swords, and Veridis led the van." "I know it well. He is a brave lad," Peritus added. "Brave? Aye, he is. But that is not what I speak of. Peritus, I do not have a limitless supply of warriors. Tenebral does not. I can ill afford to lose more unnecessarily. If you had trained your warband in the shield wall, how many would have fallen? How many would have made the journey back with you, lived to fight another day, that are now corpses, lying cold on the bank of a river?" Peritus mumbled something, looking away. "So, I have made a decision," Nathair said. "All that would hold a blade in my realm, that would call themselves a warrior of Tenebral, must learn this new way of making war. They must learn the shield wall." He fixed his eyes on Peritus. "I will brook no dissent on this matter." "Yes, my king," Peritus said, his face now a blank, his thoughts hidden. "Good," Nathair said, smiling suddenly. "You will see, Peritus. The shield wall will help us win our war against Azroth and his Black Sun." "Aye, my lord. How exactly do you mean to execute this plan?" "Veridis shall choose a few score men that were with him in Carnarton, those he deems capable of leading as well as teaching. They will be sent to my barons and will train their warbands. They shall be the foundations of a new breed of warrior, forging warbands the like of which has never been seen in the Banished Lands before. We are mustering for war." Veridis felt his blood stirring at Nathair's words. He could almost see the warriors locking shields, thousands instead of hundreds. "When?" he said. "Immediately. Give some thought to the men you would choose. As soon as that is done, they will leave." Veridis nodded thoughtfully. "If your warband is being split to train new men, how will we be able to aid Braster and Romar or Brennan?" You see to the heart of it, my friend. The answer is, we must wait a while, until these new warbands are ready. Veridus frowned. How long? 2 moons, at the earliest. Maybe longer. But summer will be past by then, and with a long journey, we will be arriving at winter's beginning. Possibly. If that is the case, then we may have to wait for next spring. Nathair shrugged. There is much else to do, Veridus. Do not fret. I will not have you sitting idle in these cold walls. But if the training goes well, you may yet see more battle before the year is out. Veridus looked doubtful. Helveth we can reach, but Arden, that is a long way. Aye, it is, Nathair said. By foot. He looked to Lycus, who was lounging in his chair, long legs stretched out. I could get a warband to Arden easy enough, the Corsair said. Though the further north we sail, the more treacherous the waters become. Earlier would be better. Hunter's Moon would be the latest it could be left. Nathair nodded. You have been a great service to me thus far, Lycus. The Vinthalan dipped his head. You and your fleet are central to my plans. Already the speed you have gifted me has proved vital. We can do more than ferry your warriors. We would gladly fight for you, shed our blood for you. We believe in your cause, believe in you. Peritus looked at the Vinthalan, his eyes creasing. I know, and you will have many opportunities to do just that, my friend. Nathair looked intently at them all. The Vinthalan are welcome here, are a valuable ally. We should do what we can to help them, for helping them helped me, us, our cause. He stood straight again, focusing on Lycus. How many men can you transport? Now? Some 3,000, no more. We will build you ships. Tenebrel has vast forests, and I will need to move more than 3,000 at a time ere this war is finished. Bring your shipbuilders here to oversee the work. Together we shall build a fleet. It shall be done, Lycus said, the iron rings in his hair clinking gently as he nodded. Nathair paced to the window, staring out over the lake and plain. My father expected many to join his alliance once Midwinter's Day had passed. That has not happened. Carnarton is in hand now, of course, after the recent events. Gundel I can count on. Whilst he benefits from you, thought Veridus. But from the rest, silence. I have sent out riders. I would know where the realms of the Banished Lands stand. If they will not stand with me, then I must consider them against me. Perhaps Aquilus' death has troubled them, said Peritus. Nathair frowned. Why should that change anything? My father may be dead, but the alliance should stand. The sun darkened on Midwinter's Day, did it not? Aye, my king, muttered Peritus. Nathair looked frustrated. But you are most likely right. The kings of these lands are contrary. Even Roma, who pledged his aid at the council, is sounding hesitant. I have received a parchment from him, asking for a detailed explanation of the events around my father's death. He even expressed... What was it? He rummaged on the table they were seated around, pulling out a rolled parchment. Ah, yes. He expressed his disappointment regarding Mandros's death before a trial. Nathair screwed the parchment up, threw it on the floor, and returned to the window. We shall do what we can, prepare for war. Then we shall do what we must. A silence settled upon the room, growing until it seemed Nathair had forgotten they were there. Peritus shifted in his chair, a leg scraping. Nathair blinked, movement beyond the window catching his gaze. A rider has just passed through our gates. One of the messengers I have been speaking of, I think. Peritus, go see what news he brings. Peritus rose and left without a word. Nathair returned to the table. My friends, he said, you four shall be my inner circle, those that I trust without question. Others will be useful. He glanced at the door where Peritus had just departed. But none do I trust as I trust you? He bowed his head and looked troubled. Elyon speaks to me. I dream almost every night now. I must find the cauldron. I have been told it is vital to our cause, a weapon. Can you help me? In any way I can, my lord, Lycus said. You have only to ask, and I will attempt it. Nathair nodded. I know. There is much I must accomplish. I feel the burden of it keenly. I can be of some help regarding the cauldron you speak of. I have information, said Calidus. Veridus looked at the old counsellor. It was still hard to believe this man was one of the Ben Elim, the sons of the mighty, angelic warriors of Elyon. He understood why Calidus maintained the secrecy of his identity, but he longed for the day when the ancient warrior would reveal himself. And he had wings. Nathair brightened and sat straighter in his chair. Tell me. I have gathered some knowledge of this cauldron. Many, many generations ago, before the scourging, a star fell from the sky. The giant clans were different then, less warlike. They forged things from this stone. You may have heard tales of the 7 treasures. Aye, of course, said Nathair, and Veridus nodded agreement. Well, it would seem there is some truth in those tales, is there not, Alcyon? Aye, said the giant. Before the clans came to be, there was but one clan. My ancient kin lived in the northeast, beyond Fawn Forest. 7 treasures are remembered amongst the lore-masters, which were said to be forged from the Star Stone during that time. Spear, axe, knife, torque, cup, necklace, cauldron. Veridus twisted in his chair, staring at Alcyon. Where is it? Nathair hissed. The treasures were scattered, Alcyon said, shrugging his huge shoulders. When the sundering happened, when the one clan became many, there was a great exodus from the north. The treasures were taken. Wars were fought over them. Most were lost, or the knowledge of them was lost. So the tales say, at least. I have received word that the cauldron is in Murias, a fortress of the Benothi giant clan, Calidus said. I believe it is reliable. Murias, muttered Nathair. That is a long, long way to march a warband, even to sail one. We need clear passage through the realms between here and there. He looked at the scroll on the table, held open with weights at each end, traced a line with his finger. Helveth, Carnatan, Isiltir, Arden, Narvon, Cambren, all lie between here and Murias. Carnatan, as you say, is dealt with, Veridus said, and most of the others are those that have been promised aid. Surely we can use that. Yes. Very good, Veridus. We will help these realms, do what we must to ensure our voice is heard by those in power. Nathair frowned. I do not like relying on others' goodwill, though. As I said to my father, these alliances are fragile. An empire would be more practical, would it not? Your will be done, Lycos and Calidus said together, just above a whisper. Why not declare yourself now? Veridus asked. He had heard Nathair mention empire before, but always felt uneasy, somehow. Now, though, after the campaign against Mandros, seeing the way the kings of the Banished Lands schemed, it was beginning to make more sense in his mind. Strike your banners and see who stands with you. Nathair grinned. I thought you were the cautious one. Veridus snorted. Was. Not yet, Calidus said. Declaring your true identity will bring your enemies down upon you, I suspect, and traveling halfway across the Banished Lands through countless other realms will be like a lodestone to them. It is too dangerous. Best to wait, find this cauldron, this weapon, and return it to Tenebral.
Then declare yourself.
Nathair leaned back in his chair, tapping fingers on its arm. Good. I shall do as you advise. The way forward is becoming clearer to me. 2 other things are in my mind. He held one finger up. The Jihar swordsmasters, the ones that left Talasar so many years ago, where are they? He looked at Calidus.
I do not know, Calidus said, bowing his head. My sources, thus far, have found no word of them.
It is a matter of great importance to me, Calidus. I must know where they went, and why.
Aye, I will not fail you.
I know that, my friend. He patted Calidus' shoulder. And the second matter. Nathair held up another finger. My Cal, my father's counsellor. He fled when my father died. I want him found.
Ah, now there I have some news, Calidus said, grinning.
Really?
Nathair raised an eyebrow. Only today I have received information. Reliable information. Michael has been seen at Duncarrig, in Arden.
Duncarrig? That is King Brennan's stronghold, is it not?
Aye.
Nathair muttered. That is very interesting. And it is a good deal closer to Murias than we are here. What are you thinking, Nathair? Veridis asked. Perhaps I should lead those that I send to aid Brennan, find out why my father's counsellor felt the need to visit him, and also to position myself within striking distance of Murias with a warband about me. Suddenly the sound of horns blaring drifted through the unshuttered window. Nathair moved quickly to it, Veridis and the others following. In the distance, on the edges of the plain, a dark shadow was growing, a cloud of dust above it, moving slowly closer. The faint rumble of hooves drifted up to them. "What?" said Veridis. "Come, to the walls," said Nathair. Soon they were climbing the battlement's stairwell by the fortress's great gates. Veridis vaulted the steps, 2 at a time, breathing heavily by the time he reached the top. Warriors were gathered there, watching grimly to see who approached. The host on the plain was closer now, not far beyond the lake village. The top of the stockaded wall of the settlement was now thick with people. Sunlight glinted off spear tips borne by the oncoming riders. A dust cloud hovered above them, and the drumming of hooves rumbled thunderously. There were too many to count, but the host was at least 1,000 strong. Veridis stared, straining his eyes, but could see no banner or markings that declared their identity. Suddenly, as the host began to climb the gentle slope to the fortress, Veridis recognized them. The Jihar had come. "Veridis, Alcyon, with me," Nathair commanded as he headed for the courtyard. Nathair ordered the gates be opened and strode through with Veridis on one side of him, Alcyon on the other. One man rode at the head of the Jihar, black hair tied back just as Veridis had seen him before. But this time, he was dressed for war, in a black leather cuirass over a long coat of dark iron mail. Sumur, Lord of the Jihar. Veridis scanned the ranks behind him, saw both men and women amongst the host, all with their long, curved swords slung across their backs. Something struck him as different. They have no shields, he suddenly realized. Sumur raised a hand, reined in his mount, and the host behind him drew to a gradual halt, and silence descended. Somewhere above, a hawk screeched. Gracefully, Sumur slid from his saddle and stepped forward as the entire host dismounted.
Nathair of Tenebral,
Sumur said as he approached, stopping a few paces before the king.
I have come, as I said I would, bringing the power of the Jihar with me.
He looked up at the battlements of Geraldine, packed tight with warriors, then back to Nathair. In a loud voice he called out,
Nathair, we pledge ourselves to you, the Seren Disclair. We, the Jihar, shall be your avenging hand.
He dropped to one knee and bowed his head. With a great cry, the entire host behind him did the same. Chapter 58. Corbin. The year 1141 of the Age of Exiles, Reaper's Moon. Corbin ducked under the paddock rail and took a deep breath. The air was fresh, sharp. A chill to it that set his skin tingling, even though the sky above was blue and the sun bright. Summer was slipping away, autumn creeping in. "Come on, Ban," called Cohen. She was standing in the meadow near the lone oak, Gar beside her. The stablemaster was holding the reins of his great piebald hammer, who had an extra saddle strapped to his flank. Shield was galloping around the meadow, turf spraying, showing off to his sire. "Are you ready, lad?" Gar asked him. "Aye." "Good." Corbin then unstrapped the spare saddle from Hammer and called his colt over, gently putting the saddle on Shield's back, then quickly hooking the bridle over his ears. Shield stood calmly through the process, Corbin having accustomed him to bearing the saddle. Today would be different, though. Today, Corbin would ride him. "Up you get then, Ban," Gar said, tightening the girth. Slowly, he swung his leg over Shield's back, eased himself upright, and took the reins from Cohen. He clicked his tongue. "Walk on," Gar said, pulling firmly at Shield's bridle. The colt resisted a moment, took a stiff step forwards, then another, and another, until he was walking comfortably again. After a while, Corbin got lost in the rhythm of it, the rise and fall, the constant movement of muscles beneath him. They were walking parallel to the Giant's Way now, a thin plume of smoke marking Brynner's cottage. Beside him, Gar made a clicking sound and sped into a limping jog, moving Shield into a trot. "You ready?" he asked Corbin, glancing at him. "Aye." Gar let go his grip of Shield, and Shield sped Corbin away. Haltingly, at first, but then with increasing confidence as they circled the paddock to return to Gar. "Do you hear that?" Gar said, his head cocked to one side. "What?" Then Corbin did hear it. A distant rumbling. They both stared down the Giant's Way. Slowly, riders came into view, a wide column filling the road. 2 men rode at the column's head, both large and broad, black-haired and bearded. One was Pendathrin, his sword arm strapped in a blood-stained sling. It was the warband, returned from the Darkwood. The man riding next to Arden's battle chief was strikingly similar, but with no grey flecking his black beard. Dalgar, Pendathrin's son. They both looked over as they drew near, Pendathrin nodding sternly to Gar. In the column that followed, single warriors led groups of riderless horses. Many riderless horses. Corbin saw Halion and raised his hand to his swordsmaster. Halion smiled back, though he looked weary, pale, a raw scar on his cheek. In silence, they watched the rest of the warband pass by, heading for the winding road that led back to Duncarrig. The sun was dipping into the west, shadows lengthening in Duncarrig as Corbin stepped out of his Da's forge and headed for the stables. Storm fell into step behind him. He was itching to hear news of Pendathrin's warband, but little had been clear when he'd returned home yestereve, other than that far fewer warriors had returned than had ridden out. Making things worse, his dad had kept him busy in the forge all day, much to his annoyance. Cohen will know something, he thought. Working in the stable, she hears all of the news first. He stretched, muscles aching after his day with hammer and anvil. A sharp sea breeze cut through the lingering heat of the forge, and he was tugging his cloak tighter before the stables came into view. Cohen was hovering by a water barrel, huddled in close conversation with Idana and Ronan. Perfect, Corbin thought. Having a spy in the keep is most useful. "Oh, hello, Ban," his sister said. He nodded to her and smiled at Idana and Ronan. The young warrior looked gaunt, black shadows under his eyes. "Idana and Ronan were telling me about the Darkwood," Cohen said quietly, looking over her shoulder for Gar. The stablemaster would not be impressed if he saw her standing around. "Many died." "I saw the empty saddles. What happened?" "We were outmaneuvered," Ronan said, his face bleak. "For many nights we beat a path through that forest. Our party split into 3 forces. It was a simple plan. We were all to push to the centre of the Darkwood, meet in the middle and catch Braith between us. He paused, reliving bad memories. Somehow, Braith managed to swing around our flank. It would have been much worse if not for Marek and Halion. They caught wind of it somehow, gave us a chance to pull shields and draw blades before the arrows started flying. Many died. More would have. We were pinned down, but that madman... He snorted, shaking his head. That madman Connell ran at them. He jumped off his horse, lifted his shield and just ran, blind as my boots at a wall of trees and brigands, all trying to fill him full of arrows. He laughed. That was all we needed. Pendathrin went behind him, then Dalgar. It was like a dam breaking. Those brigands are courageous enough behind trees with a bow in their hands, but they were not so brave when it came to iron against iron. Did they fight you then? Asked Cohen. You know, hand to hand, I mean. Oh, aye, Ronan said, though some fought harder than others. Most of them are used to thieving from holds or ambushing outnumbered warriors. There were still more of them than us, though, once we closed with them, at least until Gethin and Evnis arrived, and Uthan not long behind them. Oh, they did play a part then, Corbin said. Of a fashion, Ronan grunted. Depends who you ask. Anyone from Evnis's warband would tell you they won the battle, he snorted. Ask me, I'll tell you they arrived when it was all but over. We would have fought longer, maybe lost a few more swords, but the outcome would have been the same. What of Braith? Corbin asked, thinking of the man that had made an oath to him in this very fortress, and kept it. Braith, he was there. Plenty were looking to take his head. Pendathrin got to him first. The young warrior looked about, lowering his voice. Only by Elion's grace he's still with us, he muttered. That Braith can swing a blade. What happened then? Said Edana. Not even father has told me. Braith sliced Pendathrin's sword arm, was about to finish him, but those two brothers ran at him. Halion and Connell, both were swinging at Braith like they were Astaroth's Kadashim. Don't say that, muttered Edana. She made the sign against evil. It's true. Ronan shrugged. They did. If not for them, we'd have brought Pendathrin's corpse back. Did they kill him? Braith, I mean, pressed Corbin. Nay. Some others fell in with Braith, held the brothers off. Halion told me after that one of them was the brigand we had here, the one they caught in the Baglan. Corbin glanced at Cohen and swallowed. Somehow he felt relieved that Braith had survived. Anyway, that was when Gethin and Evnis arrived. The fight went out of most of the brigands then and there. Braith got away, a few with him, but not many. We'll not be having trouble with them again, I'd wager. Not for a few years at least, if ever. Good, Corbin said with feeling. Were you hurt? Cohen asked. Me? Not really. A few scratches. It was the first time I've killed a man. But I was not injured, more than I can say for many. Cohen reached out, tentatively, and brushed Ronan's arm with her fingertips. He took her hand and squeezed it. So, the Darkwood is clear then, said Corbin, frowning at his sister. Aye, as clear as it will ever be. Evnis was almost skipping, Edana said disapprovingly. Why? Said Cohen. Because now there is nothing stopping his niece marrying Uthan. Poor Kyla. What's wrong with Uthan? Asked Corbin. Oh, it's not so much him, it's his father, Owain. Oh. She shivered. And it's given Evnis new vigour in trying to match me with Von. She scowled again. When will they be handbound? Cohen asked. Spring, I think, Edana said. It is too close to winter now. So long as Braith does not fill the Darkwood again by spring, said Corbin. Ronan shook his head. Winter is hard enough anywhere, but living rough in that forest, no. As I said, it would take years to restore the kind of numbers we slew. Their power is broken. Cold, stinging rain blew into Corbin's face. He lowered his head, pulled his cloak tighter, and trudged on, grumbling to himself. The crow's moon was not a good time to live by the Western Sea. He had just finished helping Brynner and was making his way home images of hot bread and stew filling his mind. His pace quickened. Brynna had been different of late, less harsh or abrupt, if not actually pleasant. And she had been giving him more interesting things to do, preparing poultices, mixing herbs and remedies, getting him to use the information that she'd been bombarding him with over the last year. Storm was padding in the grass, some 50 or so paces away, matching his speed. He glanced up, saw Haven getting closer, the fortress above obscured by rain and cloud. The streets of the village were all but deserted, the only people around scurrying for their hearts as he and Storm passed through. He had just set his foot on the winding road that led to the fortress when a familiar voice called out behind him. "Hello, Ban," Bethan said as she reached him. "Oh, hello," he said, recognizing Dath's sister. "Where are you off to?" "Back up there. Going to see someone." She nodded to the cloud-shrouded fortress above them. "I've been helping in the smokehouse." "Walk with me?" Corbin sniffed and wrinkled his nose. "Been in the smokehouse too long, I think," he said with a smile, pinching his nose. "I'll walk with you. Not too close, though." She pulled a face at him. "Who are you going to see?" "I can't say," she said, blushing red. "Oh-ho," Corbin said. "That sounds interesting. Is someone courting you?" "Perhaps." She was smiling now. "Won't be long. Everyone will know. He has to talk to his dad first, though." "Come on, Bethan. Who is it?" "I won't tell." She just smiled. They were about a third of the way up to the fortress, approaching a twist in the road. Suddenly, Storm stopped, ears pricked forward. She was staring to their left, past a boulder, at a copse of dense, wind-beaten hawthorns. Corbin strained, thought he heard voices, though the wind and rain snatched them away. He stared at the copse, thought he saw movement within the trees. Bethan heard it too and stepped off the path towards the hawthorns. Slowly, they made their way closer into the shelter of the copse, the sound of raised voices growing clearer as the trees shielded them from the full brunt of the weather. Corbin stopped behind a tree, holding a flat-palmed hand up to Storm. He peered into a small clearing, branches knotted overhead. 3 figures were standing there, Rafe and Crane, brandishing a practice sword, his practice sword, and Farrell. Rafe said something, arms waving, then spat in Farrell's face. The big lad lunged forwards, hands reaching for Rafe's throat, but Rafe jumped back. Farrell barreled after him, swung a fist and caught Rafe a glancing blow across the cheek. Rafe staggered, and Farrell grabbed him. Then Crane clubbed Farrell across the back with his wooden sword, sending the big lad tripping over a root, sprawling to the ground. Instantly, Rafe and Crane were kicking and beating him, the practice sword rising and falling. Corbin felt his fists clench, teeth grind, but something stopped his feet from moving. "Walk away," a voice whispered in his head. "There's nothing you can do. They'll only hurt you again, shame you again." He glanced at Bethan, saw her mouth open in horror. She took a step forwards. Corbin grabbed her arm. She looked at him then, eyes full of compassion, of pity. And suddenly he felt his feet moving. "Stay here," he said, "and hold Storm. Don't let her follow me." He showed the wolf in his flat palm again. Then he was running forwards, threw himself shoulder first into Crane's back, sending him flying into a tree. Crane's head made a loud crack against the trunk. He fell to the ground and did not move. There was a shocked silence as Rafe stared at him. Corbin balled his fists and waded into Rafe, throwing punches connecting with ribs and chin. Rafe swayed a moment, fell to one knee. "You're going to pay now," Rafe snarled, jumping up and swinging a wild hook at Corbin's head. Corbin said nothing, well past talking. He ducked, stepped in close, and sank a fist into Rafe's gut that doubled him over, sent a chopping right hook into his temple. Rafe dropped to the floor, rolled away, staggered back to his feet, shaking his head. "You're the one that's going to pay," Corbin yelled, over a year's worth of pent-up rage boiling over in him. "You're a warrior, not to touch younglings. Tull will take your blade for this."
Not if he doesn't find out,
Rafe snarled, pulling his sword from its scabbard. Corbin stepped back, wide-eyed. Rafe swung at Corbin, but the strike was clumsy, Rafe still feeling the effects of Corbin's blows. Corbin jumped backwards. Rafe swung again, this time the tip of the blade leaving a red line on Corbin's forearm. Suddenly, pain exploded in his back and he was falling, leaves and damp earth filling his face. He rolled, saw Crane standing over him. Crane swung the practice sword at Corbin, but somehow Corbin caught hold of it, wrenched it out of Crane's hands. Rafe put a boot on Corbin's chest, pushed him flat and lifted his sword high. I'm going to die, Corbin thought, opening his mouth but nothing coming out. Then a thunderbolt of fur and snapping teeth slammed into Rafe's chest. No, Storm! Corbin cried, levering himself to his feet with the practice sword still in his hand, pain pulsing in his back. Storm and Rafe were rolling on the ground. Farrell was trying to rise, blood sheeting into his eyes from a gash on his head. Bethan ran into the clearing, eyes fixed on Storm. I tried to stop her, she cried. Storm, here! Corbin shouted, but with no effect. Run! Beth, get help! He yelled, pushing her towards the path. She looked back once, and then was off. Rafe screamed as Storm's claws raked his leg, then Storm's teeth fastened on his arm. He screamed again, higher in pitch, and Storm shook her head. There was a wet, tearing sound as Rafe rolled free. No, whispered Corbin. Storm stood before him, legs splayed, strips of flesh hanging from her jaws. Rafe staggered upright. His arm was a mess of blood and fabric and flesh. Corbin saw the glint of bone. Rafe sucked in a lungful of air and screamed. Corbin lurched forwards, grabbed Storm by the fur of her neck, shook her. With me, he commanded, then turned and ran from the glade, branches and thorns scratching him, Storm loping beside him, panic pounding in his head like a drum. He burst from the trees, rain and wind whipping at him, turning the blood staining Storm's jaws pink. What have you done? He whispered. They'll surely kill you now. He squeezed his eyes shut, breathed deep as Gar had taught him, then began to run again, down the hill, away from Duncarrig. Storm followed, Rafe's screams fading slowly behind them. Chapter 59. Castell. Castell blew in his cupped hands, breath misting. He rubbed them together and tugged on his gloves. Mount up, he heard Orgel call behind him. Without a word, the small band of warriors swung into their saddles, Mackin kicking out the last embers of their fire. Castell looked out over the river, wide and black in the grey of dawn, the merchant barge they were riding guard to being just a darker shadow on its waters. His face tingled as a snowflake drifted lazily onto his cheek. He glanced up. The thin, pale expanse of light high above him, a distant reminder of the world beyond the forest. Orgel set a horn to his lips, blew once, then they waited in silence. Their captain was bald and thick-necked, freakishly strong. His warrior braid was bound into a short beard. Oars appeared on the barge and dipped into the water, the vessel beginning to move sluggishly downstream. With a jingle of harness, Orgel led the warriors on the shore away, keeping pace with the barge, a thin layer of frozen snow crunching under horses' hooves. Mackin kicked his horse into a canter, catching up with Castell. It's not all killing giants, drinking and singing songs of glory round the hearth, eh? He said, brushing frost from his grey-flecked beard. Huh, agreed Castell. They were running guard to a merchant barge travelling down the Renus, heavily laden with salt and iron from the mines at Hallstatt. This was what the bulk of being a Gadre warrior entailed, as the Renus was the main trade route between Helveth and Isiltir, and for 10 leagues or so it coiled its way into the southwestern tip of Thorn Forest. Anything travelling on the river was highly vulnerable during those tree-shadowed leagues. Castell rode along the east bank of the Renus, the dangerous side, with a score of Gadre warriors about him. Each man there had slain at least one giant, most of them more. Half a score more warriors were on the barge in case any attempted raid got past the riverbank patrol. In his 4 moons in the forest, Castell had witnessed 2 giant attacks, each one turning his guts to water. 12 warriors had died in those attacks, and Castell had slain 2 more giants, adding 2 notches on his sword's scabbard to the one that marked the day he had slain his first. He glanced at Macian, remembering that day. It seemed so long ago now. "I'd rather this than fight the Hunan any day," he said to his friend. "Right you are, lad," Macian grunted, eyeing the tree line to their right. The other task that consumed most of a man's time in the Gadre was clearing the east bank of the Renos. They were riding on a wide path, 30 or so paces between the river bank and the tree line, painstakingly cleared of any new vegetation or saplings taking root. It was a monumental job, and teams of warriors worked at it all year round. It was backbreaking work, but it was better to be attacked in the open space by giants than in the thick of the forest, and giants were not the only danger. Wolfen prowled, though they had mostly learned to stay the other side of the Gadre's boundaries. Also, drags, which went where they pleased, bats the size of Castell's shield, which would suck the blood from a man, and great armies of ants like the one he had seen in Tenebrel that could strip a man of all flesh in a matter of heartbeats. He tried not to think of the many other faceless terrors. Castell felt a prickling sensation in his neck and turned to see Macian staring at him. "We've been here a while now. You getting an itch in your toes yet? Or regret coming?" "What?" stuttered Castell. "No, on both counts." He smiled at his friend happily, a sensation that was becoming more frequent with each day he had been away from Mikil. "My only regret is that I did not listen to you sooner. It was the right thing to do." Macian grinned broadly. "Besides, I like it here," he added, looking at the river on one side, huge looming trees on the other. The Gadre, the warriors that patrolled the river's borders, had welcomed him, asking no questions of his past other than the details of his giant killing. They felt just about as close as any kin he had ever known, at least since his mam and da had died. He belonged here, felt happy. "Good," grunted Macian, nodding to himself. The old warrior reined his horse in, staring at the tree line. He cocked his head, listening. "What is it?" Castell whispered, scanning the shadows within the first trees. He saw nothing. "Not sure," Macian grunted. "Thought I heard something." He shrugged and kicked his horse on. A faint splash pulled Castell's head round. Movement caught his eye, in the river. Something swirled in the murk, ripples spreading in a wide V. He squinted. Whatever it was heading for the barge, fast. The other warriors had seen it. Orgel blew on his horn, figures on the barge staring out. The thing in the water was big, Castell realized, as it pulled alongside the barge, almost matching its length. A warrior threw a spear, but it missed, swallowed by the river. Oars crunched and splintered as whatever it was beneath the surface ploughed into them. Shouts rang out, the barge slewing in the river's current. Then something reared out of the water, white scales glistening higher than the barge's rail. It resembled a snake's head, but was massive. It shot forwards, grabbed a man in its jaws, and dragged him screaming over the rail, his cries cut short as he disappeared beneath the surface. "What was that?" Castell hissed. "A worm," Macian said, pulling his spear from its couch. The waters shifted again, towards the rear of the boat, a grey-white snake surging out of the river, slamming onto the barge's deck. Its body bunched, seethed out of the water to coil onto the timber deck, then it slithered forwards. Castell could see figures before it yelling, brandishing weapons. His sword brothers. One charged forwards, hacking at the menace with his sword. The snake's head darted out, lifted the man into the air, began to swallow him. Castell felt his stomach lurch. Then another beast was at the front, bursting up in a fountain of black water, making the barge list as it slithered on board. "Elion, help them," Macian whispered. At the head of their column, Orgel was yelling something, then a cry went up behind them from the trees. Castell twisted to see giants lumber out of the shadows. Some hurled spears, a horse went down in a spray of blood, its rider tumbling into the forest. "At them!" Orgel bellowed, kicking his horse at the giants, his long sword sweeping from the scabbard on his back. Castell dragged his horse in a half-circle, drew his sword, and followed. He heard Mackin swearing. He glanced down the line, saw other warriors following Orgold's lead. The giants came roaring out of the shadows, axes and hammers raised high. Castell only had moments, but that was all he needed to see that they were outnumbered. This battle was lost already, his sword brothers dead. It was just a matter of how they died, how many foes they took with them. A giant was charging straight at him, a male, dark moustache drooping, spittle flying from its mouth as it screamed a battle cry. His horse slammed into the giant, Castell at eye level with it. Both of them staggered. Castell swung his sword and felt it scrape along chainmail. The giant grabbed his horse's mane and yanked it, making the animal scream, then hefted a warhammer. Castell swung his sword again, but it only dented the giant's helm. His arm went numb from wrist to elbow from the blow. Then a spear was sprouting from the giant's throat, blood gushing dark. He tried to breathe, choked, and sank to the ground. Mackin yelled something in his ear. Castell ignored him. He was now at the rear of the column, so with a grunt he spurred his horse into the heart of the battle. Somewhere ahead he heard Orgold's voice, saw him standing in his saddle, swinging his longsword in a great looping stroke. There was a jet of blood, a giant's head spinning through the air, then the big man was gone, obscured from view. His horse slipped on something, a dead horse's entrails. He dragged on the reins, managed to keep them both upright. Before him, a giant swung his hammer, smashing a man from his saddle, bones crunching as his foot caught in a stirrup. Castell hacked at the giant, managed to find the spot on the neck between chainmail and helm. Blood spurted again, the giant turning, hitting out with a fist and catching Castell's horse full in the mouth. It neighed and reared, hooves lashing out to send the giant crashing backwards. Mackin spurred his horse, appearing in front of him to grab Castell's reins. "It is no use," Mackin yelled over the din. "There are too many. Best to warn Vandil and the others of Brickan." Mackin's words made sense, but Castell had had enough of running. From the Hunan, from Jael. Out of the crush before him, a horse burst, big-boned and long-maned, carrying Orgel. "Ride!" the captain shouted, digging his heels into his mount. Another warrior staggered from the ground, and Orgel held out an arm, pulling him up into the saddle behind him as he sped past. Mackin pulled on Castell's reins again, turning his horse, and together they sped away from the ambush, thundering along the track beside the river. Castell glanced back to see a handful of giants climbing into some kind of boat. They were pushing out towards the barge, where the two worms lay coiled. No one else moved on the deck. On the track behind, the battle was done, giants checking all the men were dead. Some of them started into a loping run, following them. "Not again," he muttered, and leaned low to his horse's neck. For a day and a night they kept moving, stopping only briefly. The giants kept coming, sometimes just a shadow behind, sometimes closer. Castell counted at least 5. "They'll give up soon," Alaric said in Castell's ear, his breath making Castell wince. "We're getting close to Brickan." "Hope so," Castell grunted. He was exhausted, and his legs and arse were aching worse than he'd imagined possible. Brickan was the Gadre's main base in Fawn Forest, a broken, abandoned Hunan fortress. Castell had never liked it, but seeing it now would bring him more joy than even news of Jael's death. "Still over a day's ride to Brickan," Orgel said, cantering beside them. "But I'm praying Vandil's got a patrol out this way." "Why'd they want that barge?" Mackin asked Orgel. The bald captain shrugged. "It was full of tin and iron. There's been plenty more like that on the river before, but I've never seen the Hunan attack in such force. Must have been 40 or 50 of them. Aye, and the worms." Orgel grimaced. "Been trying not to think about that." They rode on in silence, Castell fighting to keep his eyes focused on the track ahead. In the distance, a drake roared, making the forest shake, but it was a long way off. Suddenly, Castell heard a pounding behind them. He twisted in his saddle, saw the giants. They were opening their stride, gaining. "They know Brickan's close.
They're running out of time, Orgel shouted. Ride hard now, and we'll lose them.
He blew on his horn, a ringing blast. Crows exploded from an ancient oak, squawking as they spiraled their way higher. Castell dug his heels into his horse. He could feel it trying for a burst of speed, but hardly anything happened. A shiver ran up its flank.
Come on,
Mackin roared, keeping pace with him. Orgel was pulling away. Then suddenly, Castell was flying through the air. He crashed to the ground and rolled in crusted snow, his shoulder exploding with pain. He staggered up, dragging his sword out of his scabbard. His horse was trying to rise, whinnying in pain as a spear shaft poked from its flank. The giants were pounding towards them, 3 of them, 1 female, Castell realized, though only from his lack of moustache. Mackin drove his horse across the track between Castell and the giants and drew his sword. Further up the path, Orgel bellowed again. Then the giants were upon them. Mackin's horse went down in an explosion of blood and bone, an axe blade in its skull. What happened to Mackin, Castell did not know. He ducked under a hammer blow, hacked at a wrist, and felt his blade turn on hard leather. The giant kneed him in the chest and sent him tumbling through the air. He skidded to a stop, a handspan from the river, now swordless, and willed himself to rise. Orgel came galloping back down the track and left his sword stuck in the chest of the giant, bearing down on Castell. It collapsed onto him, pinning him to the ground, where blood gushed into his nose and mouth. Castell choked and felt panic flutter in his chest. He couldn't breathe. He grunted, heaved, wriggled, and managed to squirm out from under it. Her, he realized. Then he climbed to his feet, spitting and retching. Mackin and Orgel were standing together, 2 giants before them. Then the forest was filled with horn blasts, riders galloping down the track, and men were leaping out from the trees. One of them wielded 2 swords, moving in a blur. Vandil, Lord of the Gadre. He slipped under the strike of a giant, struck twice in a heartbeat, the giant collapsing as his guts spilled onto his feet. The other giant lay still under the blows of Vandil's men. As quick as that, it was over. "Where's the rest of your men?" Vandil asked. Orgel grimaced. "What happened?"
"Ambush. At least 40 Hunan. The barge was attacked by worms."
Men paused about him, taken aback by the mention of white serpents.
"Chief, this one's alive,"
a warrior called, nudging one of the fallen giants with his boot. "Bind him and bring him back to Bricken." Bricken was a squat, grey tower ringed by a vine-choked, crumbling stone wall, a Hunan border post from a time when their kingdom spread north, south and east. It was on the far bank of the river, a wide stone bridge the only crossing within the boundaries of the forest. The Gadre were about 400 swords strong, though at any given time fewer than half would be found at Bricken, the rest on patrol or escort duty. Castell rode alongside Mackin again, both on horses given up by their sword brothers. Further ahead, the giant was slung on a litter between 2 horses, its weight too great for a single horse to bear. As far as Castell could tell, it was still unconscious. Then they were over the bridge, Castell nodding greeting to the bear-skin-wrapped guards, and passed under the gate arch into a cobbled courtyard where men were gathering to stare. A giant had never been captured alive before. Vandil ordered for the unconscious captive to be bound to a training post in the courtyard. "Wake him," Vandil said, and a bucket of water was thrown into the giant's face. It groaned, a cut on its temple crusted black. Castell stared in fascination. He'd never had the opportunity to study a giant properly before. Its skin was pale and grey, almost translucent in places, with dark veins visible. Thick, heavy brows jutted over small dark eyes, its nose and cheeks all sharp angles. A black moustache drooped around thin, bloodless lips. Its eyes slowly focused and looked about. Muscle suddenly tensed as it tried its bond, the tattoo of a vine and thorns about one forearm rippling, and for a moment Castell thought the chains would burst. Then the giant went limp, muttering something incomprehensible. "What do you want with a barge?" Vandil asked. He was not an imposing figure, Of average height, slim, with thinning hair and a chunk missing from the top of his right ear. Orgul towered over him, but Castell had seen the Gadre's leader in battle, seen him cut down 2 giants in the time it had taken him to draw his own sword. Never had he seen anyone move so fast. Mishatoil aber tar safaik, the giant mumbled. In our tongue, Vandil said. I know you can speak it. The giant just glowered at him. Vandil looked to the blacksmith that had fixed the giant's chain and took his hammer. I'll ask you once more, he said to the giant. That barge was carrying tin and iron. What do you want with it? The giant scowled, gritted his teeth, and spat. Vandil swung the hammer, bone snapping in the giant's ankle. It threw its head back and howled, veins and tendons standing rigid on its neck. Vandil raised the hammer again, and the giant thrashed on the post, snarling curses. I'll have an answer, Vandil said, and swung the hammer again, this time onto the giant's knee. There was a sickening crunch. Castell winced and squeezed his eyes shut. As much as the giants were the enemy, this was difficult to watch. The giant screamed until he was hoarse, finally just glowering at Vandil, breathing in deep, juddering breaths. Vandil raised the hammer again. Much garan eren gok yat arm aran koga, the giant spat. In our tongue, Vandil said, still holding the hammer high. We need the iron to forge weapons for the war, the giant said in the common tongue, though falteringly, his voice gravelly and pitched low. What war? Andiakoga, the god war. Chapter 60. Camlin. Camlin shuffled his feet, forest litter clumping under his boots. He was cold, cold to the bone. No chance of that changing any time soon, he thought sourly, looking up at the snowflakes filtering erratically through a latticework of leafless branches high above. For over a moon now, they had been tramping around the Darkwood, Braith, and the remnants of his crew. There had been more of them, after that day when they had finally stopped the cat-and-mouse game and faced the warband from Arden. Some had died of wounds or fever, others crept away in the night. He shrugged to himself. Didn't blame them, in a way. That was not for him, though. He'd been here too long. The thought of walking away from the Darkwood, from Braith, an impossibility. He heard something in the undergrowth beside the trail. Quickly, he drew his sword and stabbed it into the soft earth at his feet, strung his bow, nocked an arrow, and waited. He heard it again and saw tendrils of ivy tremble slightly. He breathed in slow and pulled the arrow back to his ear. Don't shoot, Cam. It's only me, a familiar voice called. Braith stepped out from the undergrowth, arms raised, smiling faintly. Never have been able to sneak up on you, eh? You shouldn't have do that, Camlin muttered, wiping his sword clean and resheathing it. I could have stuck you. Then who would I have to blame for this mess we're in? Braith's smile grew broader, though Camlin noticed a new gauntness to his features that he'd never seen before, no matter how spare the winter had been or how little sleep they had had. It's cold, right enough, Braith said, wiping a snowflake from his nose. We'll head for the hills on the morrow, Cam. Leave the trees behind for a while. One more night in the cold, and then it's warm beds, a roof, and a fire. All of us will go. Too few of us left to worry about going in shifts. Ah, exclaimed Camlin with pleasure. Every winter, Braith's crew took it in turns to shelter in a village up in the high hills. The hills began half a day's walk from the Darkwood's northwest edge, the village being less than a day from there. Would have been welcome sooner, Camlin said, not quite managing to keep a smile from his face at the thought. Good and risky, Cam. You know that. Had to be sure we'd no unwanted guests. Well, that's a certainty, he muttered. Anyone following us would either be froze to death by now, or bored to it, the time we've spent wandering these woods since... He trailed off. None of them liked talking about that day. Aye, Braith murmured, absently touching a raw scar across his forehead. Camlin remembered seeing Braith earn that scar, seeing 2 warriors bearing down on his chief, backing him away from Nathair, who had leaned pale-faced against a tree, blood pouring from a gash in his arm. He remembered shouting, launching himself at the Duncarrig enemy, heard others gathering behind him. He blinked and wiped his eyes, banishing the memory. "Going to the hills. That'll be good, Braith," he said, reaching out to squeeze Braith's shoulder. "Go get some rest, Cam. Warm your feet by the fire," Braith said, smiling his famous smile. "I'll take the next watch." Camlin turned and made his way down the trail to their camp, unstringing his bow as he went. They set off before the sun came up, with an eagerness that had been missing for days. Even cold feet did not dampen Camlin's spirits. Usually, Camlin was one of the few that preferred to winter in the Darkwood, but even he would be glad to have a roof over his head and a bed. But more than that, he would feel safe. The Darkwood had been his home for more years than he could remember, and it had always felt safer than a fortress. Yet, ever since returning from Duncarrig, he had felt anxious, as if someone was following him. He had scolded himself enough times about it, cursing himself for a fool. He had told himself things would be different back in the Darkwood, but he had not been able to shake a sense of doom right up to that fateful day. They could have led Pendathrin's warband a merry dance around the forest, or just disappeared. But Braith had been tired of running, and they had not sensed Gethin and his warband sneaking up behind them. They walked for hours through the forest, until Braith stepped cautiously forwards, his bow loosely nocked. Camlin and the others, about a score in all, moved out of the forest into open land and then down to a river's edge. Once there, they pulled at a mass of reeds and bracken blocking the path, revealing a dozen or so coracles neatly stacked against the riverbank. They rooted around for paddles. Braith pushed the first boat, with 2 men in it, off into the water. The coracle moved with the current, then began to cut a line across the river as the 2 passengers began paddling. "Next," Braith said. Before long, the whole band were crossing the river, Camlin sitting behind Braith, paddling steadily for the north bank. Soon, they were across, the coracle stowed, and they were heading for the foothills. The small party climbed steadily, the land turning soon to steep-sided hills and wooded, stream-filled vales. Nestled in one vale, between 2 fast-flowing streams, was the village at last. Smoke rose in a ragged line from a roundhouse, a score of smaller, sodden turf buildings nearby. Waves of heat rolled out from the fire pit, washing over Camlin, slowly seeping through the cold that had leached all warmth from his body. The usque he was drinking had helped speed the process, warming him from the gut outwards. The rest of Braith's crew rimmed the fire pit, drinking and eating with the somewhat uneasy villagers, the hunted look that had edged all of their faces over recent days slowly disappearing. "What now, Braith?" Camlin said at last. There was a silence. Camlin thought he should have kept his mouth shut and not asked the question. Then Braith spoke. "We'll winter here, get our strength and spirit back." Camlin took a deep breath, deciding to plough on. "I mean, after that. What's next, Braith? Will things in the Darkwood ever be?" He trailed off, not able to put his feelings into words. "The same?" Braith said, staring at Camlin. He shrugged. "All things change. But we will survive. That is what men such as us do." He fell silent a while. "More men will come to the Darkwood to join us," he said eventually. "They always have, eh? And then, who knows?" His face became severe, mouth tightening beneath his fair beard. "Vengeance, Kim. That is what is in my heart, at least. All of us, with one thing in common. The world's done us wrong, our kin, our lords, our betters. But a man can only do so much running, hiding. Time we gave some back, I'm thinking." He suddenly smiled, the hard man of a moment ago gone or veiled. "Besides, for men such as us, we've no place left to go that's better, safer than the Darkwood." Camlin nodded. Braith was right. The battle in the Darkwood had been an eye-opener and no mistake, but there was still nowhere safer for men such as they. He took another gulp from his jug of usque. Brennan had been a surprise, seeming almost good. Fair. It was a shame more of Arden's lords were not like their king. He spat onto the fire. "You well, Cam?" asked Braith. "Well? Aye, I suppose. As you say, I have survived." He smiled humorlessly. "I was thinking on Evnes," he said slowly. "You told me he would aid us, yet at the Baglan he betrayed us, had Gordon slain and tried to kill me. And if he had not appeared with his brother's warband behind us in the Darkwood that day, things would have turned out different, Braith." "I know that," the chieftain snorted. "That one's got it coming for sure, no matter whose toes I step on." "What do you mean, Braith? Whose toes?" "Nothing." Braith drank deep from his jug. "Sometimes it can all get complicated. What we're doing, why we're doing it. Confusing." He took another gulp. "But vengeance is simple, eh? And Ezroth knows. Between us all, we've got plenty to take revenge for. Vengeance, Cam, vengeance shall drive us now." He reached out and offered his arm to Camlin, who grasped it tight. "Aye," Camlin assented, holding Braith's gaze. "What's your tale, Braith?" Camlin suddenly asked. "What drove you to the Darkwood?" He knew all the others' tales, but no one knew Braith's reasons. He had just appeared, and was well known for not wanting to discuss his own background. Braith stared and smiled. "Now, that is complicated," he said. "Another time, Cam, I think. It's not a short tale, and I'm for my bed." He suddenly turned serious. "I'm up and leaving before the sun on the morrow. Be away 2, maybe 3 days. You'll be chief while I'm gone, Cam." "What? Going? Where?" "Wisht, Cam. Hold your breath now. No more questions. You'll know soon enough when I return. But you'll be chief till I'm back, Cam. You hear?" "Aye, Braith, if that's what you want." "It is." Braith stood, smiled again, and walked away into the shadows. Camlin didn't think much of chiefhood. It might have been different if he'd been leading a raid, but nothing seemed to happen here. The first day after Braith had left, things had been fine enough. Come the second day, he started to feel restive, bored, and he had not been the only one. By the third day, he was almost continually mediating between his edgy and increasingly unruly companions. On the fourth day, he rose with the sun and walked restlessly to the edge of the village. There, a noise drew his attention, his hand reaching instinctively for his sword. A line of men crested the hill, 10, 12, more. He was about to turn and run for the roundhouse when he saw Braith with them. Steadily, they filed down to the village, Braith at their fore, in deep conversation. There were a score of them, grim, hard-looking men bearing weapons. Camlin saw the glint of mail in one of the packs as the men splashed through the stream and strode past him. Braith stopped. The man he was speaking to, dark-haired, handsome apart from a scar beneath one eye, walked on towards the roundhouse. "What goes?" Camlin said. "Recruits," Braith answered, eyes following the new arrivals. "Recruits? I'd wager they're not woodsmen, Braith. What is this about?" "It's complicated, remember? But for you and the other lads, you need recall only one word," Camlin's chief said grimly. "Vengeance." Chapter 61. Corbin. Corbin ran over uneven, close-cropped grass until he reached the Giant's Way embankment and scaled it quickly, using the practice sword he was still clutching to lever himself up. He stopped a moment, sucking in great, ragged breaths, and checked over his shoulder to see if he was followed. Rain was falling in great sheets, the fortress shrouded in cloud, but he thought he could make out the copse of trees where he had just fought with Rafe as a darker smudge on the hillside. In his mind, he could still hear Rafe screaming. He hoped Bethan was all right. He'd seen her running for Duncarrig. Duncarrig. Word would be out soon, and they would not be long in coming for Storm. She sat at his feet, calm, unreadable, pink spots of blood spattering her muzzle. "Come," he said. Setting his face to the west, towards the Baglan, he began running again, Storm loping comfortably at his heels. His lungs were burning, feet throbbing when next he looked up, seeing the cairn at the top of the hill where Darrell's stockade had been. He slowed but did not stop and carried on into the forest. Eventually, the road spilt into an open glade, its stone blocks giving way to earth and grass, the oath stone rising tall and dark in the glade's centre. He threw himself down at the slab's foot, back against it, chest heaving. Storm scratched at the earth, turned in a circle, and lay at his feet. She nudged him with her muzzle and rubbed her head against him. What am I going to do? He thought, staring at the wolven. He closed his eyes and buried his face in the thick fur of her neck. We must run away. For a while he imagined a life in the wild, just the two of them, maybe even leaving Arden. Perhaps he could find Ventos the trader. He was his friend. He travelled the Banished Lands, and he would welcome the protection Storm would bring. But how would he find Ventos? And then the thought of never seeing his mam and dad again, or Cohen, even Gar, struck him. It almost took his breath away. He lay down on the wet grass and curled up against Storm, who sniffed his face and licked his cut arm. He wrapped an arm around her and closed his eyes, oblivious to the rain. It was still raining when he woke, shivering, though the fierceness had gone out of it. The sky was darkening, the clouds above the colour of cold iron. Storm was sitting with her back pressed tight to him, looking out into the gloom of the Giant's Way. With a sudden clarity, he knew what he had to do. He could not run away with her. He could not survive in the wilds on his own or abandon his family forever. And he could not take Storm back to Duncarrig. They would kill her for sure. I must leave you here, he said, his voice trembling. He leaned into her, stroked her, fingers tracing the dark marks on her torso, standing out stark against her white fur. At least in the Baglands she would have a chance, if she made her home in its depths and food was plentiful. He took a deep, shaky breath, felt tears suddenly fill his eyes. Slowly, he stood, limbs stiff, using the practice sword he was still clutching to hoist himself upright. He took a few paces towards the glade's exit, then turned. The wolfman was already standing, ready to follow. Hold, he said, showing her the palm of his hand. He strode quickly from the glade. A last backward glance showed her still standing there, ears pricked forward, copper eyes fixed on him. Then he turned a bend in the road and was gone from view. Moments later he heard the familiar thud of her paws as she ran to catch him. Please, he said, as she loped up to him. Don't make this harder than it already is. No, he said louder. Hold! He showed her his flat palm again, and obediently she stopped. This time he walked backwards, still facing her, palm out. After 100 or so paces, when she was growing dim in his sight, just a pale blur on the road, she began to follow again. No! He shouted this time, waved the practice sword at her. No! She paused, head cocked to one side, confused. No! He shouted again, and walked towards her, waving his arms, but she just stood there, watching him. Away! He yelled, and she turned and walked a few paces. But as soon as he turned away, she was following him again. They'll kill you! He screamed now. He poked her with the practice sword, but she still did not move. Go away, or they'll kill you! He shouted again, tears in his eyes, and then he hit her with the practice sword. She yelped, a whimper, crouched down, her ears back. Then he turned and ran. He looked over his shoulder, and she took a hesitant step after him. So he stopped, threw the sword at her, turned, and ran again, tears clouding his vision. At first, all he could hear was the pounding of his heart, his own sobs. Then, somewhere behind, Storm howled. It rang long and melancholy through the forest, the sound cutting him like a blade, but he ran on, sobbing, stumbling, until he was clear of the forest, splashing through the ford. As he passed Darrell's hill, a figure appeared on the road ahead, a rider, the dark shadow of a hound by the horse's legs. The figure dismounted as he approached. Ban, is that you, son? a familiar voice called out. He threw himself into the open arms of his da and stood there long moments, Budai sniffing him, Thanon just holding him, big hands stroking his wet hair. "Where is she?" Thanon said after a while. She's gone," he mumbled. In the distance another howl cut through the night, long and mournful. "Come, lad," Thanon said. "I must take you to Brennan." He picked Corbin up, set him gently on his great horse, climbed up behind him, and together they began the ride back to Duncarrig. The feast hall was more or less empty as Corbin followed his da through it, the stripped carcass of a deer being taken from the burned-out fire pit. Thanon led him through a series of corridors, stopping outside a wide door, a warrior standing before it. "You ready for this, Ban?" his da asked. Corbin took a deep breath. Brennan and Alona were the first people he saw, sitting in high-backed chairs. Tull and Pendathrin stood behind them. Before them stood a small crowd. Cohen was there, trying to smile at him, his mam beside her, face strained and pale. He saw Bethan and felt a flush of relief at the sight of her. Evnis was staring at him, along with Helfach and Crane. Quickly he looked away, fixing his eyes on the king and queen. A hush fell as he stepped into the room, the bulk of Thanon filling the doorway behind him. King Brennan frowned as he looked at Corbin and ushered him forward. How fares Rafe?" Corbin said quietly, head bowed. "Brinna tends him. She tells us he will live," said Alona. Corbin blew out a long breath. "Good," he mumbled. "No thanks to you," a voice said behind him. Crane, he thought, though he did not turn to look. "Silence," Brennan said. "All will have a chance to speak, but in your place. Otherwise I shall evict you all, call you back one at a time." He stared over Corbin's shoulder, eyes sweeping the small crowd. "Corbin," he said, "what has happened is grievous. Rafe is seriously injured, could have lost his life on account of a creature that was in your care, your responsibility, as decreed by my wife in this very room. I would know the details of how this event came to be before I pass my judgment, and for that purpose all here have been gathered. Now tell me, what happened?" So Corbin began to talk, falteringly at first, but then more clearly, feeling almost detached from all that was happening. He had cried quietly all the way back to the fortress, trying not to let Thanon see, and now he felt numb, empty. He concentrated on keeping his thoughts fixed on the recounting of the tale, kept them from slipping towards Storm, alone in the Baglan. When he had finished, Brennan called forward Crane and heard a very different version of the story, of how Farrell had waylaid him and Rafe, then how Corbin had set Storm on them. After Crane, others were called to give testament. Bethan, Farrell, finally Helfach, who had been the first back to the copse with Bethan. Queen Alona interrupted them all a number of times, asking probing questions. When all had finished, there was a long silence, Brennan serious as he thought. "There are two matters here," the king said, breaking the silence. "One is my judgment on Corbin and this Wolfen." He paused again, frowning. "The truth, as I see it, is that this storm acted much as any hound would have, though with direr consequences. Is that not so, Helfach?" The huntsman shuffled his feet. "I suppose so," he muttered. "If the animal was still here," Brennan continued, "it would have to be destroyed, for it has shown itself unsuited for life amongst us. But it is not here. The Baglan is a fitting place for a wolven, and so long as it does not return here, I shall take no further action against it." "What?" blurted Helfach. "Your son was part of something dishonourable, Helfach. He has brought shame on your family. Granted, he did not deserve such an injury. What has happened is a tragedy, and you and your kin have my sympathy. Nevertheless, I see no fault in any that are gathered here." "Dishonourable?
Only if you believe him, Halifax said, pointing at Corbin, and discount all that Crane has told you.
I do not believe Crane, Brennan said coldly. Corbin's tale is supported by 2 witnesses, Bethan and Farrell. That cut on Corbin's arm was made by a blade, and Farrell bears the marks of many blows, more than one person could have given.
Halifax snorted, but said nothing more.
My lord, Evnis said, a question? Brennan waved a hand. Do I understand it that this wolfen does not have your protection? Protection? A wolfen? Of course not, Brennan said shortly. Then it would be of no matter to you if I chose to hunt it, as some recompense to Halifax, a Rafe.
Brennan frowned, but nodded.
You may do as you see fit. What you choose to hunt in the Baglan is your affair, as long as it walks on 4 legs, not 2.
Evnis gave a curt nod. Corbin felt something twist inside like a hand gripping his heart. Hunt Storm.
The other matter is Rafe, Brennan continued. He has drawn a blade on those who have not sat their long night, nor taken their warrior tests. All know that is forbidden, that the skills taught in the Rowan field are for a purpose, to defend our people, those that cannot defend themselves, women, children, the old.
Brennan fell silent.
Rafe's blade and spear are taken from him. I shall return them when, if, I see fit.
Aye, muttered Halifax. My king, he added.
Good. Then let this be an end to it.
Brennan slapped the arm of his chair.
Now, begone.
The room emptied quickly. Brennan called Corbin as he was about to leave. Yes, my king.
Do not stray too far from the fortress for a while, and stay away from the Baglan. I would not hear of any hunting accident that had befallen you.
Yes, Corbin gulped.
That is all, lad.
Thank you, Corbin mumbled, then left the room.
His family were waiting in the corridor for him. Cohen took his hand, squeezing it. Then they walked in silence through the keep, out into the rain, all the way to his home. Corbin sat in his kitchen, let his mam make him a cup of broth. He drank some, though it stuck in his throat. After a while he begged tiredness and went to his room. He closed the door and threw himself on his cot. Then the tears came again, his body shaking, racked by great, muffled sobs as he thrust his face into his blankets. All he could hear was Storm's howl as he had run from her. Baden appeared in the distance, a stark outline upon a hill, the smudge of the darkwood filling the horizon behind it. 3 moons had passed since the day Corbin had left Storm in the Baglan, leaving only 6 nights until the birth moon. He still felt her loss, as if part of him was missing. He would still think he saw her in the corner of his eye, following him, but the pain that he had felt at first had dulled. It had taken some time. He had cried himself to sleep for over a 10 night, holding his tears inside until he had shut his bedroom door, being sure he was alone. He had resisted the urge to wander to the Baglan, knew that if he had seen her again, then it all would have been for nothing, and it had not helped that some nights he had heard her howling, somewhere beyond the walls of Duncarrig. Dath had told him that Storm had been seen beyond Haven in the dead of night, howling up at the fortress. Evnis had ridden out every day, taking warriors from his hold, along with Halifax and their hounds, to hunt Storm. Every day they had returned empty-handed, and as time passed they had ridden out less and less frequently, and had all but given up by midwinter's day. Rafe had recovered, his arm deeply scarred, but healed. Corbin had seen him rarely, had felt uncomfortable on those occasions, his mind always flashing back to that moment amongst the trees. Rafe had been beating Farrell, had tried to do the same to him, yet Corbin felt mostly sadness. He shifted in his saddle, absently patting Shield's neck. This was his horse's longest journey. Corbin could feel the energy beneath him, Shield longing to gallop, but he had kept him steady, matching the pace of the great grey-cloaked column he rode with, which stretched away before and behind. Brenin and his court were travelling to Narvon, to witness the hand-binding of Uthan ben Owen and Kyla ap Gethin. But more than that, to witness the binding of their two realms, or so Evnis kept saying to any that would listen. Gar had advised against Corbin riding Shield, had said he was still too fiery, but Corbin had refused to go unless Shield carried him. After losing Storm, it had just felt too much to be parted from Shield as well. Gar had eventually relented, though perhaps his mam's dark looks had played a part. A horn blew somewhere ahead, Corbin stretching to peer up the column. Marok, who rode with Pendathrin, blew the horn again, a long, clear note, and after a moment they heard an answer from Baden. The town was much closer now, Corbin able to make out figures lining the wooden walls. He saw the gates open, a line of riders issue out, Gethin with his daughter and an honour guard. The two groups joined on the road, the column stopping for a while, then lurching into motion again. They followed the road past the huge stone circle, the great slabs rising above them. Then they were past, following the giant's way under the first branches of the Darkwood. As before, Corbin rode in the company of Brinna, as he was officially on the journey as Brinna's apprentice, though he was still not wholly comfortable with that idea. In truth, though, most needed little excuse to join the small host. Even his mammon Thanon had come, riding somewhere behind him. One night had already been spent in the Darkwood now, and they were quickly approaching the second sunset. Thoughts of the Baglam forest brought Storm instantly to the front of his mind. He sighed. "Do you feel safe here?" he asked Brinna. "Safe? Of course. Well, as safe as anywhere else, at least." She glanced at him with one narrowed eye. "Pendathrin, though a clumsy, tactless oaf, has his uses. He is King Brennan's faithful hound, and when set on a task, particularly one that involves stabbing people, he proves himself remarkably efficient." She looked around at the forest. "This place is safe, or at least Pendathrin judges it so, or he would not allow Brennan to ride through it." "Safe, safe, safe, safe," muttered Craff, perched on the pommel of Brenna's saddle. "I've been thinking," Corbin said. "Oh dear," Brenna sighed. "About what you said before." He lowered his voice, looking around. "About greed. About Evnis and his brother. About their scheming. And? Could we not do something about it?" Brenna snorted. "There is no point. Even if we did, and somehow managed to stop them, a score more like them would just spring up elsewhere." "No," she sighed. "They are just a sad, depressing sign of the times, of our steady slip towards—" "No," Corbin said. "Truth and courage, my dad taught me. Live by truth and courage, and Elyon will see you through." "Really?" Brenna said. "I would have agreed with you once, boy. But I have seen too much courage go unrewarded, truth earn nothing but hatred and deceit. Oh, to be young again." Craft cawed and flapped his wings. "Truth and courage," he squawked. Brenna scowled at him. "So, you will do nothing then?" "What do you suggest?" "I don't know." "I don't know," she echoed, rolling her eyes. "The sanctuary of youth. Let me tell you," she waggled a finger at him, "ignorance is not a desirable quality." "Do nothing, do nothing, do nothing," Craft muttered, heaving his wings and lurching into the air, spiralling above them. "See? Craft agrees with me," Brenna said, though she glared after the crow. I... Corbin stuttered. "Better to try and fail than not to try at all." There was a squelching sound, and something splattered onto Corbin's shoulder. He looked at the creamy white slime, puzzled, eyes widening as he realised exactly what Craft had just done to him. Brenna barked a laugh. "You see? That is what Craft thinks of your truth and courage." "I hate that crow," he muttered. "He's not all bad," Brenna said. "There are some advantages still from acquaintance with an animal that has the gift." She leaned closer and spoke quietly. Cref tells me things, mostly about the weather, or snails, or frogs. She shivered, pulling a sour face. But sometimes I hear something a little more interesting. For example, today he has told me that he has seen something. She looked at him pointedly and then stared ahead. He has told me of a wolven that tracks us, just out of sight. A white wolven with dark stripes on its body. Chapter 62. Corbin. How long? Corbin asked. Before we reach Uthandon. We should see its walls before sunset. Oh. Corbin felt a pang of worry at the thought of their journey coming to an end. When Brynner had told him of Storm following them, he had felt both worried and excited. The worry had faded as they travelled through the forest with no sign or sound of Storm. Corbin found it comforting, knowing that she was close, whilst becoming more confident that she would keep her distance, not give her whereabouts away. What she would do when they reached their destination, though, was another matter entirely. He was starting to feel an anxiousness settle upon him again. The long column crossed a bridge, Uthandon on a hill before them. Corbin began to twist and turn in his saddle, constantly looking back at the forest. For goodness sake, Brynner hissed, try and be more discreet, else you'll have Brennan's entire host looking over their shoulders. Corbin grimaced and tried to sit straight. Craf? Brynner said. She leaned close to the bird and whispered something. With a croak and a noisy flapping, the crow took off and swung back along their path towards the trees of the darkwood. There you are, Brynner said. Now stop fretting. Thank you, Corbin said quietly. Brynner snorted. Uthandon was a sparse, precise town, everything laid out in its place, high wooden walls neatly enclosing every building, every space, including its acres of paddocks. Beyond the northern edge of the fortress, the hill it was built upon dipped gently towards a flat-bottomed dell, and it was in this dell that King Brennan and his company had to camp, as the walls did not have the room for them all. Brennan refused to leave his people and chose the dell over a chamber. That night, Corbin sat with his family around a campfire, Gar and Brynner as well. Craf fluttered around her, feeding noisily on strips of mutton she occasionally threw him. Unlike Dath, his dad kept him at home, Farrell was there too. He had come to see Corbin the day after Storm had mauled Rafe. He found Corbin in his garden, just sitting, lacking the will to do anything other. I wanted to speak to you, the lumbering blacksmith's apprentice had said. Corbin just looked up at him, at his bruised face, his cuts cleaned and bandaged. Well, Corbin had said, I wanted to thank you, he said, for what you did. Corbin shrugged. It would have turned out bad if you had not helped. Corbin had not known what to say, so Farrell had just stood there a few moments, then turned and walked away. Since then, though, he had seen quite a lot of Farrell, not so much to speak to, but just around, hovering. A figure loomed out of the darkness, wrapped tight in one of their company's grey cloaks. May I join you? Heb, the lawmaster, said, looking between Gwyneth and Brynner. Of course, said Gwyneth. Make space, everyone. Faugh, snorted Brynner, but shuffled over to make more room at the fireside. Why are we so honoured, she said, to choose our fireside over Brennan's? Heb scowled at her. As abrasive as your company may be, my dear lady, he said, smiling falsely, it is more preferable by far to those seeking to ingratiate themselves with Brennan. Oh, prompted Brynner. Uthan not to your liking? I am not speaking of Uthan, Heb grumbled. Oh, he is quite dull, but the poor boy can't help that with a father like Owain. No, it is Gethin's crowing and Evnis's fawning that I object to. He thinks us all half-wits,
blind to his clumsy attempts at manoeuvring Von as a candidate for Edana. Not that I even care much about that. Brenin can marry her off to whomever he wishes, though I am certain it will not be to any son of Evnis. I just resent being treated as a fool. Perhaps you've come to the wrong fireside, then, Brenna said, causing a ripple of laughter. Being called a fool and being treated as a fool are two entirely different things, my dear, Heb replied, smiling faintly. At least the conversation here may keep me awake. Corbin grinned now. Brenna and Heb were almost a match, he thought, in terms of wits and sharp tongues. It would be an entertaining evening. Thanon leaned close to Corbin and patted his son's knee with a big, calloused hand. Not long till you name Dayban, he said quietly. Corbin shivered with excitement. I've been thinking, Thanon said. Once we get back, we should start work on your sword. Corbin grinned. That would be fine, he said. Finally, a real sword, hard iron instead of a wooden stick. Mighty fine. Thanon smiled back at him. Chapter 63. Cohen. Cohen didn't like the stables at Uthandan. They felt too new. She was riding out today with Princess Edana and her parents. Most of their horses were stabled in meadows outside the fortress, but the royal mounts were kept within Uthandan's walls. She frowned to herself and shivered unaccountably. Something here didn't feel right. She wanted to go home. Don't be such a bairn. She led her saddle horse out into the yard, where Edana was already mounted. And anyway, she had no reason to feel this way. Quite the opposite. Ronan had asked her to walk with him last night. He made her laugh and blush in equal measure. He had spoken of them as a couple, of asking Hadar for permission to court her. She felt a fluttering in her stomach just at the thought of it, could still taste his lips. She shook her head and looked around shyly, as if people could guess her thoughts just by looking at her. But no one was paying her any attention. Except Ronan, of course. They shared a smile. They were going for a ride in the Darkwood today, King Brenin having said to King Owain that he would like to see something of the forest. Owain had immediately put a guide at their disposal. Queen Alona was also coming with her husband, which meant Tull and a score more stern-faced warriors. She mounted quietly. There was a clatter of hooves, and Von rode into the yard. He dipped his head to Alona. King Brenin sent his apologies, he said stiffly, but he and my father are unable to ride out today. They have been unavoidably detained. Oh, said Alona, then frowned. This place is so dull, she said with a sigh. Well, as we are all here ready, we might as well go without them, wouldn't you say, Tull? Whatever you wish, my lady. Will you join us, Von? She asked. I am afraid not, the young man said. My father bid me return to him as soon as I passed on this message. Then I'd best not keep you, Alana said. My lady. He dipped his head and turned his horse. Why the long face, Von? Edana asked as he passed them. Huh? Nothing. He shrugged. Father, he muttered, then shook his head. Nothing, or nothing you would understand anyway. Edana frowned. Cohen scowled at Von, suddenly remembering that day in the paddock when he had confronted Ban, when Shield had killed the hound. Perhaps you have broken his heart, Edana, she said, now that he knows the two of you will never be handbound. It was common knowledge that Evnis had been manoeuvring Von as a potential husband for Princess Edana. According to Edana, last night her father had made it clear to Evnis that this would never happen. Von smiled humorlessly at her and leaned over in his saddle. Would you hear a secret? He said quietly, not waiting for a reply. I am glad that we will not be bound. Glad. I love another. Who? The two girls said together. Von grinned, suddenly looking handsome, and touched a finger to his nose.
He kicked his horse on and left the yard. Soon all were gathered for the ride, a score of grey-cloaked warriors about them. Tull headed the column, towering over Alona and the red-cloaked guide, a huntsman of Uthandon. Then they were on their way, through the hard, packed streets of Uthandon, out onto the green hill, and suddenly Cohen felt her spirits lift. She saw Corbin standing by the bridge that spanned the river. There was only time to smile at him. Then they had passed him by, cantering over the bridge and turning west along the river's bank, before their guide veered under the trees of the Darkwood. "Who do you think it is?" Idana said to Cohen, as they trotted down a dappled path, the sun making shifting patterns on the ground as branches above swayed in the breeze. "Who what is?" said Cohen. "Von's mystery girl. I did not think him the type to fall in love. He always seemed too arrogant." "There are always females hovering around him, though," Idana said. "Like flies," muttered Cohen. "Maybe he smells bad," Idana said. Cohen laughed. "But I've never seen him look interested in any other women," Idana continued. "Thought he only had eyes for you," Cohen said. "Are you hurt?" "Don't be stupid," Idana said sharply. "I just hate not knowing. We shall have to watch him a little closer when we go home." "Watch who?" Ronan said as he cantered closer. "Von." "Von? What for?" "Because he has a secret," Idana said mysteriously. "Cohen?" Queen Alona called from the head of the column. "Come. Ride with me." Cohen kicked her horse forward, Idana raising her eyebrows. "I saw your brother at the bridge," Alona said. "I did too." How is he? Since that business with his wolfen." "Well, sad, of course," she said, not knowing how honest she should be. "I hear him crying at night, in his chamber." She shrugged. "They had a bond." "It was a shame," Alona said, "but there was no other choice, after what that wolfen did." "They deserved it," Cohen snapped. "Rafe drew his sword. I think they would have murdered Corbin and Farrell, even Bethan. Storm saved them, did no different to what my dad's hound would have done, yet she's punished, not Rafe or Crane. Ban went to help someone, and then he's punished. It's not fair," she said, then blushed and closed her mouth. They were all thoughts she'd had countless times, but she'd never intended to voice them to the Queen of Arden. Tull grunted beside them, something like approval in his eyes. Queen Alona frowned at him. "And if it had been Corbin that had had his arm mauled, or Farrell," she said. "Your judgment is subjective, Cohen. No, it was the only option. The wolfen should have been destroyed." Alona shrugged. "Other than that, has Corbin been different in any other way?" "No," said Cohen. In truth, Corbin was changing in all kinds of ways. Ever since that man had left, Michael, he had seemed quieter, withdrawn. She had wanted to talk to him about that and tell him what she had overheard, but every time she tried, something stopped her, whether it be circumstance or just a feeling. And at other times, he seemed like the old man, only more confident, more sure of himself, at least when he was teaching her and Dath their weapons. Without even realizing it, Corbin had become their leader, the glue that held them all together. "Not really," she amended. "He misses Storm," she shrugged. "And he sits his long nights soon, takes his warrior trial. He's just growing, I suppose." Alona nodded, slowly, thoughtfully. "Tull, how does Corbin fare in the Rowan field?" "Corbin? He has done well, my lady, very well. He could be a master with a blade, though—" He frowned, said no more. "Though what?" Alona prompted. "Nothing, really," the warrior said. "His style, that is all. It is different. Maybe because Hallion is his master." The big man shrugged. "With a spear, he is adequate, not the best, but not the worst. With a bow, well, let's just say that is not for him." "Thank you," Alona said. Tull was silent a moment and spoke again. "He has grit.
Courage. The deep kind. I've not seen it so clear in one so young before.
He nodded to himself and said no more. They rode in silence a while, the thud of hooves, the creak and jingle of harness filling the forest. "There is a glade ahead, my lady," their guide said. "A good place to rest the horses and stop for a drink." They spilt into the glade, the sunlight suddenly dazzling. Cohen was still at the head of their column, with Alona, Tull, and their guide trotting into the centre of the clearing. The rest of them, Edana, Ronan, the other warriors, spread to either side of the Queen, some dismounting. Cohen looked up, blinking, and shielded her eyes from the sun's glare. Birdsong filled the glade, bees buzzing lazily around clumps of snowdrop and red campion. Then, the first arrow struck. Chapter 64. Corbin. Corbin stood by the bridge, staring across the river at the Darkwood. He missed Storm. 2 nights had passed at Uthandan, and not knowing was finally becoming too much for him. Last night he had asked Brinna if Craff had news of Storm. She had said only that the Wolven was still here, prowling the fringes of the forest. The drumming of hooves pulled his attention away from the forest, back up towards Uthandan. A group of riders were trotting down the hill, all in the grey cloaks of Arden, apart from one red-cloaked figure at the front. Queen Alona rode beside the red cloak, a huntsman, by the look of him, a bow and quiver strapped to his saddle. Tull towered beside them, a huge shield slung across his back. Behind them, Corbin saw Edana riding beside Cohen. A score or so warriors of Arden followed, Ronan first amongst them. Alona's eyes hovered on Corbin as they crossed the bridge. He smiled at his sister. Ronan nodded to him, and then they were riding past, people crossing the bridge standing to one side to give the riders passage. Once on the far side, they branched off the Giant's Way, then the red-cloaked rider took them into the forest. Taking a deep breath, Corbin shouldered a small sack and strode purposefully across the bridge towards the forest, not looking back. But soon, something made him turn, and he paused to look back at the bridge, one figure catching his eye. He stayed where he was, the figure getting closer, walking with a distinctive limp. "Why are you following me?" Corbin said, as Gar drew near. The stablemaster blinked, cheeks reddening. "What are you doing? Wandering off into the Darkwood," he said. "I don't need following. I'm not a bairn," Corbin snapped. "No, you're not. A bairn gets himself into less trouble than you," Gar murmured. "So, why are you following me?" Corbin repeated. "Your mom asked me to make sure you stay safe." Corbin grunted. "What are you doing over here, then?" Corbin was silent a moment, considering his options. He could lie and return across the bridge, but he had made a decision, set his will to it, and he just could not bear to go back on it. He took a deep breath. "I'm trying to find Storm," he said. "What? But she's in the Baglan." "No, she's here. Brinna told me." Gar was silent, thinking it over. "We should go back. Now," he said eventually. He held up a hand to halt Corbin's forming protest. "I know you must miss her. I know I do. But what is best for her? If you see her now, all you've done for her will be for nothing. They will kill her." I've just brought her food," Corbin muttered. His shoulders slumped, then he shook his head and straightened his back. "No, Gar. She's followed me to another realm, almost 100 leagues. I don't know what to do after, but I must see her." They stood there, branches and leaves rustling above, distant sound from the fortress filtering across, blending with the river's steady murmur. Gar nodded. "If your will is set, it is." "All right, then." Corbin blinked, his mouth open, ready to argue on. "All right, then," he echoed. "Good. So, where is she?" Corbin shrugged. "Brinna said the forest's edge. It's a big forest, lad. I thought it likely she'd be west somewhere, not too far from the fortress if she's followed us here."
So, do you have a plan?
Aye, Corbin grinned. To walk far enough into the forest that I won't be heard at Uthenden and start calling her.
Gar snorted.
That should work. So they set off into the trees, Corbin going first, trying to follow a fox trail through the thick undergrowth. After a while, they reached a stream, mushrooms growing in clumps along its bank. As good a place as any, Corbin said, feeling suddenly nervous. He cupped his hands to his mouth. Storm! He shouted. He repeated the call a half-dozen more times, then sat on a stump beside the stream and waited. It was not long before Corbin heard foliage rustle off beyond the stream and saw a flash of white. Then Storm was there, loping towards him. She jumped the stream and powered into him, both of them falling, rolling in the damp leaves and earth. Corbin was laughing, could not stop, though tears streaked his face. Storm was bashing him with her head, whining and rubbing her muzzle against him, her breath hot in his face. Whoa, girl, Corbin said, trying to sit up, pushing her off him. She bounced away, spun in a tight circle and jumped back on him. He slipped and fell again. Eventually, he managed to stand. Storm looked up at him. He glanced at Gar, saw the stablemaster actually smiling at him. His own jaw ached from grinning. Storm was thinner than he remembered, her fur dirty and mud-stained. He reached for his sack, pulled out a leg of mutton he had secreted away from last night's meal and gave it to her. She instantly set to ripping strips of flesh from it. Corbin grinned at Gar, then dropped to his knees and buried his face in her fur. They stayed like that a while, Storm eating hungrily, cracking bone between her powerful jaws to reach the marrow, Corbin and Gar just watching her. Suddenly, Storm tensed, her head snapping up, looking over the stream. A sound filtered faintly through the forest. Shouting? Screaming. The distant clash of iron. Come, Ban, said Gar, splashing across the stream. They struggled through thick vegetation at first, thorns snagging at their clothes. Then they stumbled upon a wide track. In one direction they saw a lone rider, swaying in his saddle as he disappeared around a bend. Corbin thought he wore a grey cloak. In the other direction, much closer now, was the noise that had drawn them. Beyond all mistake, it was the sound of battle. Screams drifted up the track, iron clashing on iron. Off this track, said Gar, slipping behind a tree. Corbin followed, Storm beside him, her hackles raised. Slowly, Gar picked his way through the forest, Corbin and Storm behind him moving parallel to the track. The noise ahead stopped, the silence replacing it feeling heavy, oppressive. Still, they made their way forwards, Corbin trying to step lightly, every twig that snapped under his feet making him wince. Then they stepped into an open glade, sunlight streaming down from above. Bodies littered the ground, men, horses, all still, blood soaking them, the grass. Crows exploded upwards as they entered the glade, squawking in protest. One stayed perched on a horse's flank, its beak dripping red. Flies buzzed in thick clouds. Here and there, dotted amongst the fallen, were men in red cloaks, but most of the dead by far wore the grey of Arden. Chapter 65. Veridis. Finally, said Veridis, reining in his mount and shading his eyes from the sun. He sat his horse at the head of a long, wide column of riders, Calidus and Alcy on either side of him. Impatient to shed more giant blood, Calidus said, smiling thinly. No, Veridis muttered, glancing at Alcyon. It is just good to reach a journey's end, that's all. He frowned. Well, one part of the journey. The passes had opened early in the Agulas mountains, Veridis leading a warband across the mountains into Helveth almost as soon as word of the early thaw reached him. He had been preparing all winter, after all, so he and his warband were more than ready. He was leading around 500 men of Tenebral north, and half that number again of the Jihar rode with them. They were led by Akka, the first warrior he had met in the Hidden Vale. Veridis felt proud as he surveyed the column. His was a warband the likes of which had never been seen before. Almost a whole moon they had been travelling, nearly 200 leagues since Geraldine, and now the end was in sight. Hallstatt, where they were to join the kings of Helveth and Isiltir in their bid to break the strength of the Hunan giants once and for all. Helveth had proved to be a land of great lakes in the south, giving way to wood and vale as they travelled further north. Now they rode on a far-reaching plain, flat as far as the eye could see in all directions except north, where the Berg mountains loomed tall and jagged. Their destination, Hallstatt, was a mining town, grown rich on salt and iron from the mountains. Viridis clicked his tongue, touched his horse's ribs with his heels, and set off towards the distant town, the column of warriors lurching into motion behind him.
"We are not the first to arrive,"
Alcyon said, as they drew nearer. Before the town were scores of tents, 2 large groups clustered either side of a wide road that ran through the heart of the town. To the left of the road, the banner of Isiltir snapped in a strong breeze. To the right, the black and gold of Helveth.
"It would appear we are the last,"
Calidus added. "Our journey was the longest," Viridis said, somewhat defensively. Though excited to be away from Geraldine at last, to be actually doing something, he also felt a pressure upon him. In Tarbesh, Nathair had commanded. The campaign in Isiltir, Perditus had led. This time he was battle chief of this warband, his warriors' lives resting on his decisions. He felt the weight of that responsibility keenly. And Calidus's presence felt like some kind of watchdog, though he knew that was not Nathair's reason for sending the Vinthalan. They would be fighting giants again, likely with elementals amongst them, so the presence of Calidus and Alcyon would be most useful. Horns began to blow from the town wall as they approached, and soon a small company was riding out to greet them.
"Have some wine, lad,"
Brasta said, holding a jug under Viridis's nose.
"You've ridden a long way. Sit down, sit down. Though, be careful. Those chairs are hard as old bones, and your arse must be sore enough already."
Despite himself, Viridis grinned as he took the jug from the red-haired king of Helveth. He had just entered Brasta's tent, summoned immediately to a war council. Beside the king of Helveth sat a face he recognized, Romar, whom he remembered clearly from Aquilus's council and after. He smiled at the king of Isiltir. "Well met," he said. Romar did not return the smile. "Things have changed much for you since last we spoke. I hear you are first sword to your king now." "That is true, though there has been much grief as well as good." He paused, a picture of Nathair sitting in a pool of his own blood flashing into his mind. "But that is a subject for another time." He smiled again. "This is a time for greetings. Is your nephew, Castell, well? Or are you still playing maid to his and Jael's squabbles?" Romar looked away. Beside him sat another man who frowned at Viridis's words. The hilts of 2 crossed swords rose from behind his shoulders. Brasta introduced him as Vandil, lord of the Gadre, a band of warriors that patrolled Isiltir's border with Fawn Forest. "You are well acquainted with the Hunan, then?" Viridis said. "Aye, and they us."
"Come, sit, let us get on with this,"
Brasta said, easing his barrel-chested bulk into a creaking chair. Viridis looked over his shoulder, a shadow filling the tent's entrance. Calidus slipped into the tent, Alcyon ducking in behind him. There were gasps around the table, Vandil actually jumping to his feet, hands reaching for the hilts of his swords. "Peace! They are with me," Viridis said. "Calidus is counsellor to my king, and this is Alcyon, his guard." Viridis took a place at the table, Calidus sitting next to him. Alcyon stood behind them. "This is most unusual," Vandil said, slowly sitting back down, eyes still fixed firmly upon Alcyon. "May I remind you why we are all here, man of Tenebrel?" "To break the strength of the Hunan," Viridis replied calmly. "Aye. Giants." Calidus chuckled. "The giants warred for each other for far longer than they have fought with our kind. You need have no concerns over Alcyon's presence here or his loyalties." "He has fought beside me and saved my life," Viridis added. "In service to Nathair, he has slain giants, the Shecham of Tarbesh." "What is your clan?" Vandil said, eyes still fixed on the giant.
The Kurgan, Alcyon replied.
My king sends greetings to you all, Viridis said over the silence. He thanks you for your continuing support of the alliance begun by King Aquilus. He hopes you view my presence here as a sign of his commitment both to you and to the ideals of his father.
Of course, blustered Brasta.
Romar looked away.
How fares Nathair?
Brasta asked. He is fully recovered now, though it took many moons. Mandros did great damage. A pity he was not tried for the things he was accused of, Romar murmured. Viridis flushed, the words hitting a nerve. He regretted that he had had to slay Mandros, hated that he was now named Kingslayer. You had no choice, whispered a voice in his mind. And Romar was not there. Who was he to judge? He fought and lost, was tried by me, Viridis said, and given more justice than he gave King Aquilus. Would you question that? Yes, I would. A king should be tried by kings, Romar said, meeting Viridis's gaze. In an ideal world, Calidus said, it should be as you say. But in battle, there are no guarantees. May I remind you that Mandros fled Tenebral. He attacked Peritus and Veradis, ambushed them whilst they forded a river. Some might say he attacked a warband that had invaded his realm, Romar interrupted. Mandros was guilty. Viridis felt his temper stir. I stood outside the door when he did the deed. I saw him flee. I saw Nathair with a knife in his side, saw Aquilus. Suddenly he could hear Mandros's words from the forest glade, clear and sharp. Nathair killed Aquilus. He rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes for a moment. Don't listen to his lies, the voice in his head murmured. Are you all right? Calidus asked, touching Viridis's elbow. Aye. He sat straighter. Mandros was a murderer, a liar, a coward. Nevertheless, Romar waved a hand, it does not change our ancient law, brought with us from the Summer Isle, that only a king can judge a king, and I am not the only one who is unhappy about what has happened. I have heard the same from Brenin in Arden. Brasta slammed a fist on the table. That deed is done, Romar. It is past, he growled. And to judge its merits is not why we have gathered here. There's a chance here to rid our borders of the Hunan. Would you destroy that? We do not need... Romar glanced at Viridis and Calidus, at Alcyon towering behind them. I say we do. And besides, I gave my oath to Aquilus. That was not lightly given. The two kings stared at each other a few moments. Then Romar looked away and nodded. Good. Now we are here to talk of how best to root out the Hunan. But know this, Romar said. When this is over, I will be demanding an inquiry into what happened in Carnoton. You do not take the life of a king lightly. My support of your alliance will be withheld until I am satisfied. If I am satisfied. Calidus frowned. What do we know of this enemy? Do you know their numbers? Viridis asked, relieved to move away from the subject of Mandros. He had not liked Romar's questions, his accusations. Nathair's words came back to him. The powers are gathering. All will fight either for the bright star or the black sun. The question is, who will fight for me and who against me? Trust no one. Viridis eyed Romar suspiciously. No, for a certainty, Brasta said. Their numbers when they raid are increasing, Vandil said. It used to be 10s or 20s. Their last raid on Isiltir's border was 40 or 50 strong. And they had worms. Worms? Viridis said. First dregs, now worms. Aye, worms. And they are preparing for something, for the God War. Viridis felt Calidus shift beside him, stiffen. He looked at Vandil intently. You speak with great surety. How is that? We took one prisoner in their last raid. He was put to the question, told us the raid was to steal iron, to forge weapons for the God War. Can I speak to this captive? Calidus asked. No. He broke his chains, took his own life. He shrugged.
The success of our attack is essential, then, Calidus said. They must be broken before they are fully prepared, before they march on you. My sentiments exactly, Brasta growled. We know, or have heard rumour, Vandal continued, that they dwell to the northeast of here, in a place called Haldis. Our problem, Brasta said, is how to make them face us, fight us. It is unlikely they will just march out of Thorn Forest to give battle. We have a great force massed here. We've considered just striking into the forest, but there was no guarantee that they would face us, and, well, it's a big forest. I can take you to them, Alcyon suddenly uttered, his voice like stone grating over stone, making them all start. What? Romar said. Just march us straight to them. And what will make them stand and fight, stop them from disappearing into the forest? The rumour you heard of Haldis is true. That is their dwelling place. I can take you there. Would they not just hide from a force as big as ours? Vandal asked, leaning forward in his chair. No. Haldis is not one of their fortresses like Tor or Burna. It is their burial ground. It is holy to them, sacred. They would not suffer for you to set foot there. They would defend it. Every last one of them. A silence grew as they all stared at Alcyon. Then Brasta banged the table again. Ha! He shouted. You have useful friends, lad. He beamed at Veridis. Unusual, but useful. The sun was warm on Veridis's face, the scent of pine sweet and heavy in the air as they rode along a wide track, twisting through the mountains. Veridis's warband held the rearguard, the warriors of Helveth and Isiltir so many that he could not see the front of their long column, which, along with his own men, must number close to 4,000. As usual, Calidus rode alongside Veridis, Alcyon striding along next to them. Alcyon, you are sure that you can lead us to Haldis? Veridis asked the giant. Aye. But the Kurgan lived in the south and east, did they not? Have you ever been here before? I have been here, though you are right. My clan dwelt far from these lands. I have seen Haldis. Even if I had not, the earth power would help me find it. Ah. Veridis said no more. He still felt uncomfortable whenever Alcyon's or Calidus's abilities were mentioned. Still, those abilities had served him well before, and most likely would again. And Nathair had been adamant that Alcyon accompany them. You will need him more than I, Nathair had said. There are no giants in Arden. He would have set sail by now, Veridis thought. When Veridis was leaving Geraldine, Lycus had said it was almost safe to brave the seas between Tenebrel and Arden, and that was over a moon ago. Nathair might already have arrived at Duncarrig. He felt a sliver of worry twist in his gut. He was glad, honoured, to be leading a warband in this campaign, but he always felt anxious when he was not guarding Nathair himself. Still, Rauka would be with him, and Sumur, the Jihar lord, with a few score of his warriors. They should be able to keep Nathair safe between them. The sound of hooves drew his attention. 2 riders were heading towards him, one an older man, grey streaking once black hair, the other much younger, a mop of unruly red hair escaping an iron helm. Veridis suddenly recognised them and smiled. Makin, Castell, he called out. Well met. We heard a rumour an ugly broken-nosed bairn was leading the warband from Tenebrel, Makin said. Castell said it had to be you. Veridis grinned at them. So, you've come to try your hand at giant killing? Makin glanced at Alcyon. I heard you needed the help, Veridis said, thinking of the drake tooth embedded in his sword hilt. Unusual company you keep, given our task, Makin murmured. Can he be trusted? Veridis sighed and explained again how Alcyon had fought beside him in Tarbesh against the Shekam. He realised he was becoming so used to the giant's company that it no longer struck him as strange. More than that, though, he was starting to feel defensive of Alcyon, to think of him as more than just a travelling companion. He was starting to think of him as a friend. So,
How is life in Mikiel? Have you both avoided any more hidings from your cousin Jael? He said, wanting to change the subject. A brief look passed between Mackin and Castell. We have moved on from Mikiel, Mackin said. We are part of the Gadre now. Why? Frowned Veridus, remembering Romar's reaction in the tent when he had spoken of Castell. I fought with Jael, Castell muttered. Things became serious. I thought it better to move on. Besides, the Gadre are good to us, and it is every warrior's dream to join them in Isiltir, at least. Veridus looked at Castell a little closer, saw that he was leaner than he remembered, having lost the layer of fat he'd possessed. His jaw firmer, his gut trimmer. But more than that, there was something new about him, a surety in how he sat his horse. He looked like a warrior now, everywhere except his eyes. They seemed somehow sad, hesitant, still those of a youth, rather than a man. I met your leader, Thandil, Veridus said. So you live in Fawn Forest now, protect Isiltir's borders from the forest inhabitants? Aye, just so, Mackin said. But you are riding with Romar and Jael now. I've seen them both. In a way, though we ride with the Gadre, Romar is still our king, Mackin said. Are things uncomfortable with Romar and Jael, then? You could say that. Castell looked dour. With Jael, anyway. Romar would ride with anyone if they would help him get his special axe back. Calidus straightened in his saddle and rode closer to them. Axe, he said. Aye. He calls it his axe, but it is a relic from before the scourging. A treasure of the giants, if you believe the tales. Whatever it is, Romar wants it back. Pilgrims would travel from all over the Banished Lands to see it. It kept gold flowing into Isiltir like a river, until the Hunan stole it. And they definitely have it, Calidus asked. How can you be sure? I saw them take it, Castell said, wincing as if recalling a painful memory. Calidus shared a look with Alcyon. They are preparing indeed, he said to the giant. It is good, Alcyon replied. They do our work for us. Now we will just take it back. Calidus grinned, nodded to Mackin and Castell, twitched his reins and rode closer to the giant, whispering to him. You ride in unusual company, Veridus, said Mackin. You are not the first to point that out, Veridus said. Giants, and he, the old warrior pointed at Calidus. He is no man of Tenebrel, I'd wager. And then, there are rumours in our camp of others with you. Dour, black-clothed warriors with curved swords, women amongst them. Aye, Veridus said, smiling at their shock, remembering feeling it himself. Well? Who are they? Castell asked. They call themselves the Jihar. We found them in Tarbesh while on a campaign to tackle another giant menace. You are right. They are unusual, but fierce and loyal. But why do they ride with you? Pressed Mackin. Forces are gathering, Veridus said with a shrug, as King Aquilus predicted at his council. They have chosen to stand with Nathair. He suddenly remembered Calidus at Talasar, wings spread, unveiled. He longed to tell his friends of it, but Calidus had sworn him to secrecy, for now. But he worried for Mackin and Castell. Good men potentially caught on the wrong side if his suspicions about Romar were correct. Make sure you ride under the right banner, my friends. He frowned. A king bent on greed, or going to war for gold, that I would be worried about. Especially at times like this. All will fight. Nathair says it is just a question of who for. So just be sure who it is that you serve. Well, I serve Castell, and more often than not he just serves his belly, Mackin said, slapping Castell in the gut. What? All you do is steal my food, Castell complained, grinning. They rode on together for a while, the three of them laughing and talking. As their path began to slope downward, Mackin and Castell cantered back to the head of the column. It was not much longer before Veridus saw his first glimpse of Fawn in the distance, a huge wall of trees disappearing into the north, seemingly without end. The sun was sinking, shadows of the trees stretching across the meadow when Veridus led his men out of the foothills. A base camp had been erected before the forest edge from which to mount the assault, and the column passed wearily through the gates of its stockade.
"When we are close to Haldis, we must spread out. Attack from the front and both flanks,"
Alcyone said to the gathered leaders at first light the following day.
"But until then, we must travel in a column. Even then the going will be difficult."
"Aye, that is as we planned," Braster said. "How many nights until we reach Haldis?" Vandal asked.
5, maybe 6, Alcyone considered. "I could walk it in 2, but this many men—"
He looked across the meadow, covered in the massing ranks of their warriors, and shrugged.
"We shall see."
"Aye, but I do not want our warriors running out of food, having to turn back before we reach this place," Romar said.
"Then tell your men to walk fast,"
Alcyone grunted. "Maybe we should take wains with our provisions. It will be slower going, but then we would not be ruled by time, and my men would be happier. It is the way we have always done such things."
"No,"
Alcyone said.
"Speed is vital. We must not give the Hoonan a chance to gather their full strength. And the longer they have to prepare, the more their elementals will be able to lay traps for us. I shall take us as fast as you can manage."
Romar scowled. With much blowing of horns, the warbands formed up, Vandal and the Gadre at the head of the wide column, all grim, tough-looking warriors. Alcyone was with them, many glancing warily at him. Veridis reached the front ranks of his warband. "It is time," he said, and strapped his iron helm on, checked the straps of his shield slung across his back, and the pack beneath it carrying his provisions. He felt a flutter of excitement in his belly, knowing they were on the brink of battle again as he stroked the tooth buried in his sword hilt. Calidus was standing with the Jihar, waiting for him. Horns blew and they lurched into motion, the forest looming dark and tall before them.
"All went well?"
Calidus asked him. "Aye." Romar grumbled, but Braster holds his leash, I think. "Alcyone leads us." "Good. Romar troubles me," Calidus said. "His loyalties—" "Aye, me too," Veridis agreed. Calidus looked wary, thinking, "He is a thorn in our flesh, Veridis. He opposes Nathair, resents our presence here. And like a thorn in the flesh, he will not just get better. He will work his way deeper, cause infection, division. If he opposes the Seren Disclair," Akar of the Jihar said, his clipped accent prominent, "then perhaps his head should be separated from his shoulders." Veridis snorted and smiled at Akar, thinking it a joke, though the thought had some appeal. But Akar just stared back at him with eyes cold and unreadable. Veridis' smile faded. Calidus chuckled. "I shall reason with him," the Vinthalan said, "before we consider anything more drastic. Besides, he has the Gadre protecting him." Akar snorted contemptuously. Veridis looked between Calidus and Akar, remembering Nathair's words concerning them. "They have license," Nathair had said, "to do as they see fit in my service. You command my warband, Veridis, but I have given the Jihar to Calidus. You are a warrior, Veridis, not a politica. Fight the Hoonan for me. Let Calidus worry about the alliance. You shall both do what you have to do." Romar was trouble. Of that he was growing more certain. But a traitor? Of that he was not yet convinced. And Macian and Castell rode with him. He frowned, worried. But Calidus was one of the Ben Elim, a servant of Elion. Surely he would do what was right. As he stepped under the shadow of the trees, Veridis felt a sense of foreboding, taking his first steps into Fawn Forest. Chapter 66. Cohen. Cohen heard a whirring sound, a thunk like an axe splitting wet wood, and the guide tumbled from his saddle, a black-fletched arrow sprouting from his chest. "Shields!" roared Tull. shrugging his from his back, then bellowed as an arrow sank into his leg, another piercing his horse's chest. All was chaos. Cohen stared frantically around the glade. Warriors were shouting, crying out in pain, horses neighing, screaming as arrows tore into them from all directions. Half of the warriors had already fallen, either with arrows in their flesh or dragged down by their mounts. The rest were surging to Queen Alona, Cohen, and Idana, trying to cover them with their shields, herding them back the way they had come. There was another burst of arrows, more horses screaming. Then, red-cloaked men were pouring from the trees all about, a line of them barring the track they had ridden in on, others blocking the exit at the far side of the glade, still more converging on the huddle of grey in the glade's centre. Two of those still on horseback charged the exit. One fell immediately, his horse's legs slashed from under him, but the other crashed through, though he swayed in his saddle as his horse galloped away. Arrows skittered after him, Cohen not seeing if they found their mark or not. The gap in the line closed up instantly. "No use," Tull shouted above the din, standing beside Alona's mount and holding his shield before her. "Back this way," he said, pulling the Queen's mount towards the edge of the glade, between the two exits. A knot of their attackers suddenly crashed into them, some with spears. Tull roared, hacked at a shaft that pierced the gap in the shield and sank into the belly of Alona's mount. He grabbed Alona around the waist as the horse reared and fell backwards. Gently, he set the Queen down, then threw himself at their attackers. In moments, two had fallen, one's face smashed by Tull's iron-bossed shield, the other clutching at a gaping wound in his guts. All of the horses were down now, Tull and a half-dozen others surrounding the women, backing away from their enemies. Cohen searched her protectors for Ronan, felt a surge of relief when she saw him holding a shield before Idana. She resisted the urge to reach out and touch him. Beyond Ronan, there were grim-faced, snarling men all about them, circling the tight-pressed bodies of those trying to protect her. Men slammed into them, iron clashed on iron, and she heard the crack of bone, the thwack of iron cleaving flesh, and men screaming, but still their small circle held. It moved back and left a handful of their attackers lying still on the churned grass. "I want the women alive!" Cohen heard someone yell. Peering through the wall of her defenders, she saw at least a score of men around their few. Then the red-cloaked attackers were coming at them once more. Again, there was a short, furious clash, Tull in the middle of it, roaring a battle cry. Cohen remembered her knives suddenly, fumbled one from her belt, and hurled it at a face in a red cloak, saw him fall backwards, clutching at his throat. Then they were at the glade's edge, a wide tree at their back. Tull and 4 other warriors in grey were still standing, one of them Ronan. Queen Alona, Idana, and Cohen huddled behind them. She counted the knives at her belt. 3 more. Their attackers had fallen back, but had penned them in. They outnumbered the men of Arden, but none was keen to be the first to charge. Others still hovered at the glade's exits, barring escape. "We cannot turn and run," Tull muttered, glancing over his shoulder into the forest. "As soon as we were amongst the trees, they'd be on our backs." He paused briefly, thinking. "Right. Listen close. We've only a few moments while they catch their breath, gather their courage. This is the way it is going to be," he said, fixing Alona with his gaze. "Ronan," he said, "when I give you the nod, you are to lead the girls into the forest." He said, "You're the van, Ronan, rearguard." Both warriors grunted. "Me, Alwyn, and Taran here, we're going to buy you some time." "No, Tull," Alona blurted. "It's the only way. They'll take you otherwise," he said, "and the rest of us will still be dead." He reached out and covered her hand with his. "If you run, live, then our deaths will have worth." They looked at each other a moment. Then Alona nodded. "Good," Tull said soberly. "You might want to throw another of those knives tucked in your belt, girlie," he said to Cohen. "With me, lads." Then he was gone. He charged forwards. No roaring battle cry this time, the enemy seeming almost inattentive. A rush had been the last thing they expected. Taran and Alwyn, both older warriors like Tull, followed the first sword of Arden. They ploughed into their attackers, swords and shields swinging, smashing men to the ground. "Now quickly!" Ronan hissed, tugging at Cohen's cloak. She freed another knife from her belt and cast it at a man poised to hamstring Tull. The man howled, staggered backwards, trying to reach the blade lodged in his back. Ronan grabbed her hand, squeezed it. "Please come," he exhorted, one eye on Tull. She realized he was crying. She nodded, and then they were dashing into the trees, branches whipping at their faces, following Adana's cloak into the twilight. Cohen looked over her shoulder once, heard Tull roar his defiance, caught a flash of red cloaks at the centre of the glade. Then she could see no more. Chapter 67. Camlin. Camlin could not believe his eyes. The maniac with an arrow in his leg was charging them from across the glade. He had been distracted, seeing amongst the female faces one he thought he recognised. He knew for sure when she threw a knife, knew her as one of the bairns that had been present at his escape from captivity back at the fortress of Duncarrig. Then the keening of a blade slicing through air had registered, and he had seen that maniac charging at their line, other warriors following. Camlin stood at the end of the line they had formed around their almost captives, saw the big man smash into the centre, and Digger said reeled back, blood spurting from his throat. Then someone else, one of the new lads, collapsed, one side of his face ruined by a shield boss. There was confusion and shouting, the line he was part of pulling in to encircle the remaining Arden warriors. Camlin moved in cautiously, shield held high. He had learned quickly how dangerous this big man was, at least half a dozen of their crew having been slain by his hand alone. Then Braith was running from one of the glade's exits, sword in hand. The new lad's chief ran beside him, shouting something urgently, screaming it with eyes wide, but Camlin could not hear him over the din of battle. Then one of Arden's grey cloaks was down, still alive, though not for long. He clutched feebly at the grass, a red stain in the centre of his back. Then another grey cloak fell, Crommon's sword in his belly. The big man roared, spun in a circle and threw his battered shield into a face. He swung his sword in great two-handed sweeps until a wide, blood-soaked ring formed around him. He grinned suddenly, face spattered with other men's blood. "Who's next?" he roared, nostrils flaring. Braith and his companions had reached them now, the man with him still yelling. "Getting away!" the man shouted, pointing. Camlin looked back, and the women had disappeared. He saw a flash of movement amongst the trees, a pale face looking back at him, then it was gone. "All scared of an old man," the warrior at the centre of the glade panted. "Best all run back to your mothers." One of the new lads stepped forward, a hard-faced, cold-eyed youth. He wore a coat of mail beneath his red cloak, looked like he knew what he was doing with a blade. The Arden warrior nodded to him. They set at each other in a blinding flurry, the larger man moving shockingly fast. When they parted, his opponent had a gash in his thigh. The big man attacked again, his blade sweeping high, then low. He pushed inside his adversary's guard, head-butted him right on the bridge of the nose. Red Cloak stumbled back, then his head was spinning through the air. The big man smiled at the corpse, rested a hand on his leg and gulped in deep breaths. He was cut in a dozen places, a broken arrow sticking from a thigh, his sword notched, but he seemed undaunted. He straightened, held his arms out wide, and turned slowly. "Who's next?" he said again, spitting blood on the trampled grass. Not likely, thought Camlin. Then the big man's eyes fell on the new chief. Scar, they called him, after the white gash on one cheek. "You," the big man whispered, eyes widening. "Tull?" Scar said, dipping his head as if to an old friend. "So, this is Rin's doing." He nodded to himself, taking note of the red cloaks. "Didn't think Uthan and Owain had the stomach for this kind of work," he snorted. "Ready for your second lesson?" Scar smiled, a thin, humorless thing. "Much as I'd like to, I fear I will have to decline," he said. "You think me a fool? With your tactics? One last trick, eh? Every second counts, does it not, when an escape is underway?" Tull shrugged, then launched himself at Scar. "Braith!" Scar shouted, and the woodsman slipped his bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and loosed it. Tull grunted, the arrows sticking from his gut. He snarled, stumbled forwards, raising his sword. The next arrow took him in the shoulder, spinning him round. He righted himself, took another step forwards, then sank to one knee. Scar strode up and smashed his sword into Tull's, knocking the man's blade from his weakening grip. He stood over the kneeling man a moment, sword pointed at Tull's heart, then sank the blade almost to its hilt in his chest. Tull coughed, blood filling his mouth, then Scar tugged his sword free. "Here endeth the lesson," Scar said, looking down at the dead man, then went to find Braith. Camlin looked away. The man had had courage and more to spare. He hadn't deserved those last arrows. "Life isn't fair, you fool. Thought you'd learned that by now." Then the band of men slipped into the trees after their quarry, leaving their dead comrades in the silent glade. Chapter 68. Evnis. Evnis looked out from the battlements of Uthandan and watched the last members of Queen Alonna's party disappear into the forest. Not long now. He felt a spike of fear, knew he was risking everything now with the next play of the dice. But it still felt good. He stood there a long while, then headed back down through the streets, down a shadowed alley, then through a door into a deserted house. He sucked in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sent his thoughts within himself. "Aru Misha, Fola Misha, Cloaka Misha, Tarambri," he muttered. There was a tremor, as if the very earth and air rippled. He staggered slightly, then pulled out a brightly polished bronze mirror to check the result of his incantation. The face of another, younger man stared back at him now, skin unlined with full, fleshy lips. He almost laughed in amazement at his own glamour, then reached for the package he had left the night before. A few moments later he emerged from the house holding a thick-shafted spear, wearing an iron helm and a red cloak. He smiled at the guards on the keep door, who grunted a greeting and let him pass unquestioned. Uthandan was full of red-cloaked warriors at the moment, a large honour guard having arrived with Owain from Dunkadlas, so one more did not stand out. He walked purposefully through the keep, mounting the stairs to Uthan's chambers until he faced the guard at his door. He continued smiling, even as he rammed his spear tip into the man's throat. Evnis caught him as he fell and lowered him gently, dragging the body into a shadowed alcove. Uthan was a serious young man, he had discovered, old before his years and feeling the weight of leadership on his young shoulders. He was often alone in his chambers, and so Evnis found him. He was looking out of his window as Evnis slipped in through the door. "Is it time already?" Narvon's heir said, when he heard the door open and close, still lost in thought. When no one answered, Uthan looked round, but it was already too late. Evnis grabbed Uthan's hair, raking a knife across his throat in one brutal movement. Evnis stood there a moment, shaking from the sudden violence of the moment. He wiped his knife on Uthan's shirt and gazed at the view recently admired by the prince. A distant rider was moving erratically away from the Darkwood. Braith has done his job well, if that is one of Alonna's guards. Time to get out of here. He sheathed his knife and exchanged the red cloak for another in his bag. The new cloak was grey. He gathered his energies, then began to sing, soft and quiet. The air rippled about him and he staggered. When he looked into his bronze mirror, the face of Marok stared back. He walked calmly through the keep, exiting past the two red-cloaked guards. "Can I help you, friend?" one of them said. He shook his head, made sure they got a good look at him, then spun on his heels so that his grey cloak swirled out behind him and left quickly. He kept the glamour upon him until he was almost at the gates, then slipped into an alley to muster his power and reverse the transformation. Von was waiting for his father, sitting a horse and holding the reins of another. His son was frowning at him, whether because he finally suspected something or because they had recently argued about the Fisher girl again, he did not know. He would have to sit down with his son soon, bring him into the world that Evnis was walking. But not yet. He was not convinced that Von's youthful idealism had matured into something more practical, or where his ultimate allegiance would lie. He spotted the distant rider, closer now, swaying unstably in his saddle, and he wore a grey cloak. Definitely one of Alana's guards. "Ride to Pendathrin in the camp. Tell him Queen Alana has been attacked in the forest, that he should muster some warriors and ride out fast but without drawing attention. I shall take the wounded rider to Brennan and organise our evacuation. Owain is about to strike." Von stared at him, looking uncertain, then galloped for help. Chapter 69. Corbin. Corbin walked through the glade of corpses. This was the band he had seen ride out. Queen Alana, Idana, Cohen flashed through his mind, and he started frantically searching the glade, panic rising to choke him. Gar was ahead of him, checking faces, kneeling, checking for signs of life. He stopped near the centre of the glade, beside a familiar body, an open space around it ringed with red-cloaked corpses. Corbin gasped as he reached Gar's side and saw the man on the ground. Tull. The warrior's lifeless eyes gazed past him, up at the blue sky above. Storm nudged his hand. "Corbin was with him," Corbin mumbled. "And Queen Alana, Idana." He felt his stomach heave and swallowed, trying not to be sick. "Keep searching," Gar said, moving amongst the dead. Corbin forced himself to look, battling the fear of what, of who, he might find. Eventually he joined Gar by a great oak at the edge of the glade, Gar staring at a narrow, trampled track that led into the trees. "They're not here," Corbin said. "No," Gar agreed. "What happened here?" Corbin whispered. "Our queen was ambushed by King Owain's men, though that does not make sense," Gar murmured. "We are at their mercy at Uthandan." He rubbed his stubbled chin. "Anyway, Alana is not here. She and some others escaped, fled this way, I think, or they were taken." "We must follow them, help them," Corbin said. Gar looked at him, frowning. "I will follow the trail, Ban, but you must go back. Brennan must be told and help must be sent." "What? No! Cohen is out there," he said. "No, Ban, it is too dangerous, and I will need help. There are too many of them for you or I," he shrugged. "You must go back." Corbin glared at the stablemaster, who returned his gaze calmly. They stood there in silence long moments. Then the sound of mounted warriors filtered into the glade, growing quickly louder. Men poured into the clearing, 200 at least, all in the grey of Arden. Pendathrin rode at their head. Storm moved closer to Corbin and leaned into his hip and leg, growling quietly. Pendathrin leapt from his horse and cried out when he saw Tull's corpse. He took a moment, then focused on Gar and Corbin, taking in Storm's presence. "Why are you here?" he said harshly. "With that Wolfen too?" Behind him, warriors were checking the fallen, spreading through the glade. Corbin saw Marek kneel beside Tull, and other warriors gathered around their fallen leader, Halion amongst them. "We were in the forest, heard the sounds of battle," Gar said. "Where are Alana and Idana? What did you see?" "What you see," Gar said with a sweep of his hand. "This is as we found it." "So where are they?" Pendathrin demanded. "I think they fled. This way." Gar pointed into the trees. "Fled, or were taken." Marok joined them, stepped lightly into the trees and nodded to Pendathrin. "What would you have us do, uncle?" the huntsman asked. "We must split," he said. "If there is any hope of saving Alana, we must grasp it. But this," he glowered around the glade, "this speaks of further mischief. If King Owain is moving against King Brennan, he will be in grave danger." He was suddenly all business. "Marok, choose some men, ones that can move quickly and will be up for a fight at the end of it. I will go back to Uthandan. If King Owain has not yet struck, I am taking Brennan back to Arden, now." He squeezed Marok's shoulder. "Look after yourself, and do all you can to get my sister back," he said gruffly. "If you are successful, make for the Giant's Way, but towards Arden, not Narvon. We will try to meet you on the road, and Owain will pay dearly for this." Marok wasted no time, calling out names. In moments, a dozen men stood about him, Halion and Connell amongst them. I'm coming with you, Corbin suddenly blurted. No, Gar snapped. Marok shook his head. Cohen, my sister is with them. I'm coming. The thought of just running away was unbearable. He had to do something. Cohen was out there, scared. No, lad, you're not a warrior yet, Marok said, almost gently. It'll be no place for you. But, he looked about, could think only of Cohen running through the forest. Wait! Storm can track them. She would lead us straight to Cohen. You'd not need to search for a trail, just follow her. It will speed your task. Marok looked from Corbin to the Wolfen and frowned. If there is a chance of finding Alana more quickly, Pendathren said, preparing to leave, take it. Marok nodded. But boy, Pendathren said, make sure that Wolfen does not bite any man of mine, or I'll string you up myself. Aye, Corbin said. Farewell, Pendathren shouted. As he left the glade, his warriors following in a burst of noise and speed. Take this, Ban, Gar said quietly, passing him a sword taken from one of the dead. Corbin just stared at it, then clumsily strapped it on, adjusting the scabbard on its belt. Gar shuffled amongst the fallen around Tull, took up another weapon, and belted it around his own waist. You're not coming, cripple, Connell said. Gar glanced at him and said nothing, just continued strapping on the sword belt. He loosened the blade in its scabbard. Cripple, I'm talking to you, Connell said louder. The guard just walked over to stand beside Corbin and Storm. Connell strode over and grabbed Gar's shoulder roughly. You'll answer me when I speak to you, and you'll not be coming with us, Connell repeated. I think I will, said Gar. You'll slow us. Take the sword off and hobble back to Uthenden with all the other women. Connell was visibly furious. I'll go where the lad goes, Gar said calmly, and rolled his shoulders, his neck clicking. You'll slow us, Connell repeated, stepping closer to Gar, almost nose to nose. No need to slow your pace for me, Gar said. If I fall behind, I fall behind. Leave it, Connell, Marok grunted. Gar's right. If he can't match our pace, he'll just fall behind. There's no harm, no danger in that. Connell eyed Gar a moment longer, then nodded. Right, lad, Marok said. Let's see how good your Wolfen's nose is. Lead the way. Corbin bent down to Storm. Cohen, Storm. Cohen. Seek. The Wolfen set off immediately, loping into the trees. Corbin followed her, Marok and a dozen warriors behind him, Gar leaving the glade last of all. Chapter 70. Cohen. Cohen blinked sweat from her eyes and staggered over a tree root. Ronan reached out and steadied her. Keep moving, the young warrior said, glancing back over his shoulder. The forest behind them was empty, at least it appeared empty. They had been running for what seemed an eternity, Cohen losing all track of time, but she was sure the forest had grown darker, the shadows deeper, so it must be approaching sunset. They would be safer once it was darker. Harder to track, surely. She looked at Ronan, his red hair sweat-soaked and plastered to his head, face gaunt with worry. She nodded and forced her legs to move, her lungs burning. Edana was only a little ahead, flitting amongst thick foliage, so she tried to increase her speed. Her world shrank to the space in front of her, focusing on every step, avoiding every moss-covered boulder, concentrating on not losing her companions. She could not believe what had happened. What was King Owain thinking? Was this a bid to conquer Arden? And what about those still at Uthanden? King Brenin, Hamam and Dar, Corbin, Gar? The idea of them dying, of her not seeing them again, hit her hard. She felt sick to her stomach and staggered. The figures she was following slowed, then stopped. Like Cohen, they were all too breathless for speech. Ronan and the other warrior, Ised, she remembered, conferred in sharp whispers, Ised pointing into the forest. Do you think they will follow us? Idana said, between gasps for breath. Ronan bit back an answer. Of course, Queen Alana said. Owain has crossed a line. He will not just give up now. Darkness is our best hope. If we can keep ahead of them, reach the road. Birds squawked in the forest back the way they had come. Better be moving, Ronan said. He said as a woodsman. Best if he leads us. I'd only get us lost. He smiled weakly. I'll watch our backs. He said set off, Elona and Idana close behind him. As Cohen gathered her breath and her will, Ronan gripped her wrist. If it comes to a fight, stay close to me. I'm oath sworn to Idana, but He looked down. I would see no harm come to you. Stay close to me. She smiled, here in the midst of the dark wood, death breathing down their necks, and yet she felt such a rush of joy. She leaned forward and brushed her lips on his freckled cheek. I'll do that, she whispered, then set off after the others. They ploughed on. Then there was movement at the edge of her vision, the sound of drumming feet. Run! Ronan hissed, pushing her on. Panic consumed her, and she pounded into the forest. Their pursuers were closing in. All of them sped up, though soon the sounds of pursuit grew even louder behind them. Cohen checked her belt for the hilts of her last 2 knives. It's no good, said Ronan. They will be on us in moments. He said heard him, and pulled up before a thick-trunked elm. We'll make a stand here, he grunted, breathing heavily. Behind us, Ronan said. He and Ised drew their swords and stood together, facing the shadows. Cohen pulled a knife and glanced at Queen Elona and Idana. Movement caught her eye, a figure, coming at them fast. She aimed and hurled her knife, hearing it thunk into wood. She whispered a curse and drew her last knife. Then all was chaos. Warriors surged out of the darkness and targeted Ised and Ronan. A man screamed and fell at Ronan's feet, his lifeless head flopping close to Cohen. She stared at his dull eyes. Ised grunted and dropped to one knee, then a blade chopped into his neck and he toppled sideways. Idana screamed. A red-cloaked warrior advanced on Ronan, others emerging from the gloom, all with swords drawn. 10, 12, more, Cohen counted. We are dead. Hold, a voice shouted, and the man before Ronan paused, though he didn't lower his sword. 2 stepped forward, one younger, with a scar under his eye. Cohen gasped, recognizing them both. Rin's champion that had duelled with Tull on Midwinter's Eve, Morkant. What is he doing here? And the other man was Braith. She would never forget his face after that night at Duncarrig. We could use this one, Braith said to Morkant. Better the message reach Brennan from one of his own warriors than one of ours. Morkant had a sword drawn but held loosely. He paused. A message. Please, Elion, let them spare Ronan, let them send him to Brennan. Morkant looked between Ronan and Braith, Ronan shifting his feet, a quiver in his sword arm. Suddenly Morkant exploded into motion, faster than Cohen could follow. Iron grated on iron, Ronan twisting and shouting, then he was sinking, blood gushing from his throat. It took a moment to register in Cohen's mind, then she screamed and grabbed for him. She pressed a hand to his neck, trying to stem the flow, but blood poured through her fingers. No, 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 she screamed inside, his weight pushing her to the ground where she held his head in her lap. His eyes looked up into hers, blinked once, and then became dull, sightless. She felt a confusion of rage and grief. Then she hurled herself at Morkant, stabbing with the knife she still clutched in one hand. Morkant jumped back and swore as she stabbed him, the knife turning on his chainmail shirt. He clubbed her with the back of his hand, and she fell to the ground, the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. Bind them, Morkant said. Chapter 71. Camlin. We'll camp here, Braith called, standing before a patch of open ground. They had walked hard until sunset, Camlin behind the 3 women as they travelled through the forest. Their prisoners had made no trouble and kept mostly silent, walking with heads down apart from the one Scar had clubbed. She had stared at Scar's back most of the time, her fury almost tangible. Braith ordered the women to sit against a wide chestnut, where they were tied to the trunk and each other. Camlin looked around at the men making camp and failed to shake his dark mood. Out of the score of the old crew that had followed Braith out of the hills, only 8 remained, including him. The new lads had not fared much better, as only 12 of them moved around the fire and stream. 8 of their number lay dead in the grass back at the glade. He sat in the shadows beyond the fire's reach, his back to a tree, and began running a whetstone over his sword's edge. He had a bad feeling about this, a niggling sensation in his gut and a sense of dread to match. Braith had told them this was a ransom job. Kill the guards, grab the girls, wear the red cloaks of Narvon to throw anyone off their trail, then bleed a large pot of coin from King Brennan. That sounded good. Plenty of coin poured onto a stiff dose of revenge. But things didn't feel right. Braith had not given a straight answer on who the new lads were or where they came from, and as time had passed, Braith had been dipping his head more and more to Scar, as if he were the crew's chief. And now, plain as day, Scar had known the big man, called him Tull. More than that, had some grudge with him. Then Queen Rin had been mentioned. He had no axe to grind with her. Brennan and Owain were his problem, but taking orders from any king or queen sat ill with him. He was starting to feel used, and he didn't like that one little bit. And then there was the bairn, the one with the knives from Duncarrig. She was tied to a tree, glaring holes into Scar. He'd not be killing women or bairns, and Braith knew that. Later, when he saw Braith slip into the trees, Camlin followed silently. Camlin changed his approach now, holding his hands up. He didn't want an arrow in his chest. Braith nodded a greeting, but said nothing, and for a while they stood there in silence. Eventually Camlin spoke. "What's going on?" he asked. "I heard what the big man said, Braith, back in the glade. He knew Scar, and that talk about Rin." He ran a hand through his hair. "Who was Scar? And why'd you treat him like his chief? You, who's not taken sauce from any man in all the years I've known you." Braith looked at him, his face expressionless. "We've followed you a long time, Braith. I've followed you a long time. Think you owe me some truth here?" "Aye, maybe so," Braith conceded. "Scar is Rin's first sword. His name's Morkant." Camlin folded his arms, waiting for the rest. "You asked me back at the village what my story is, Cam. Aye, I remember. I am Rin's man. I always have been. Well, as long as I can remember. King Owain killed my kin, my mam and da, over a border dispute. It was Rin's people, in the village I took you to, that raised me. Rin sent me here with the task of becoming one of you." Camlin had wondered many things, but never this. "Why?" he said, shocked now. "To stir things up between Brennan and Owain. She wants their land, Cam, and she'll have it too. Soon." "So this," Camlin said, waving a hand back at the campsite, "this is about more than just coin and vengeance. Aye, we're starting a war here. Soon enough, Arden and Narvon will be at each other's throats, and Queen Rin will step in at the end of it, clean up the mess." After all these years of robbery, burning, and murder, Camlin felt he should have expected this, or at least not been surprised. But instead, he felt foolish and betrayed. Somehow he trusted Braith. Somewhere in the forest a fox barked like a bairn's scream. "You could do all right out of this, Cam. You could join me. I'll be going back soon. Back to Rin. You've a good head on your shoulders, and at a time like this, there's always need of those that can do our work." He waited for Camlin's response. "And if I don't," Camlin said, "become chief here. For a while, at least. There should be easy pickings for a time, with both Kings Brennan and Owain distracted. Of course, once Rin steps in, you'll have to find a new trade. She'll not have the likes of you roaming the land, taking what you want, when you want." He coughed, not quite a laugh. "Times are changing, Cam. You move with them, or get moved by them. We've been through a lot together, you and me. I'll be proud to have you with me." He reached out and squeezed Camlin's shoulder. "Huh?" said Camlin, his mind racing, fighting the urge to shake Braith's hand off him. He didn't like this. The Darkwood life suited him. He had always had a chief, sure, but that was different to a king or queen pulling his strings. So that left staying in the Darkwood, becoming chief himself. He didn't fancy that much, either, and it wasn't exactly a long-term move anyway, if what Braith was saying about Rin was true. So,
What's your plan now, Braith? He asked, struggling to keep his voice expressionless.
The plan is to take the women across the river to the village in the hills. From there, deliver them to Rin. Get paid. He shrugged. After that, it's up to you. So, why have you not just killed them? The women, I mean. Surely King Brennan's wife and daughter dead in the glade would have been the quickest route to sparking a war. Rin wants some leverage, some bargaining power, in case things don't go her way. Whether they're dead or not. Brennan will think Owain's behind it. The Red Cloaks will make sure of that. Good, said Camlin vehemently. I'll not be part of the killing of women or bairns, Braith. I told you that back at Doncarrick. Oh, you did? So, I'd not see any harm come to them. Let me make this clear to you, Cam, Braith said, an edge to his voice. We're part of something bigger here. Rin's champion. I'm not scared to hold up a blade against any man, but I'd not rush it with him. I've seen him destroy men. Braith stopped a moment, letting his words sink in. From what I know, there's no risk to any of them women unless they try to run or start screaming their lungs out. But my point is this, Cam. Right now, you're in no position to be giving out orders to anyone. Not yet. If you choose to be chief, well and good. But right now, it's Morecamp that says what's what around here, and after him, it's me. Don't go forgetting that. Camlin frowned in the darkness. They said no more, and a short while later, Camlin walked back to the camp. On the way, he unclasped his red cloak and let it fall to the ground. At dawn, Camlin stirred, grey light filtering hazily down to the forest floor. Mist swirled up from the stream in thick coils and crept amongst the forms of sleeping men. He looked past the fire to the tree where the women were bound and saw the girl from the watering pool staring straight back at him. So he walked over to the captives. I know you, the girl said as he drew close. He did not answer, just offered his water skin. My hands, she said, raising an eyebrow. Of course. All the captives' hands were bound tight, then bound again to each other and the trunk of the tree. He put the water skin to her lips. She pursed them a moment, eyes glaring at him. Looking closer, he saw tear tracks streaked her grimy, blood-stained face. Drink, girl. Will spite none but yourself. She glowered at him another moment, then opened her mouth and drank thirstily. I know you, she said again when she had finished. You're not one of Owain or Uthan's men. Best keep your observations to yourself, he said, moving on to the next girl, awake now too. He gave water to all of them, finishing before the eldest, Alana, Queen of Arden. My thanks, she said after sipping at the water. He grunted, stayed squatting beside her. You must know, you will not get away with this, she said quietly. My husband, his anger will be great, but he would be grateful, generous to any that aided me. Us, she said, her eyes flickering across the girls either side of her. There's nothing I can do other than give a lady a drink of water, he said. And for that kindness, I thank you, she smiled sadly. You! A voice called out behind Camlin. Step away! Camlin stood and saw Morcant striding towards him, two of his lads behind with spears in their hands. Braith followed. What are you doing? Morcant snapped as he reached them. Giving them a drink, Camlin said, holding up the water skin. Why? Morcant asked, eyes narrowing. Thought they might be thirsty, Camlin shrugged. We're far to walk today. The rest of the crew were rising now. Camlin saw Cromman wander closer, listening. Gokul setting off down the track to relieve whoever was on guard. Well, you've done your deed now. Get on with you. Camlin looked at Morcant and felt a spike of anger. Last I remember, he said, Braith was my chief. He rubbed his chin. Think I'll be taking my orders from him? After Braith's revelations and the fresh sting of his betrayal, this youngster strutting about and acting the lordling was becoming difficult to bear. Morcant's hand twitched to his sword hilt. Go on with you, Cam, said Braith, stepping close. They looked at each other, Then Camlin nodded and walked away. Morcant squatted before the women, staring at each in turn. "We have a long walk ahead of us," he said. "Make no trouble, and you shall have no cause to fear. Any mischief—" So, he's about threatening women and bairns now, thought Camlin. He turned back to stand with Braith, arms folded. He knew he was being unwise. If Braith was wary of Morcant, any man should be, but he just didn't trust him. Unbidden, the memory of his mum and Cole came to mind, lying lifeless beside each other in their old yard. He looked around, trying to shift the thought, and frowned. Gokul should be back by now. "Rin will never get away with this," Alana said. "Sure he has," Morcant smirked. "Now behave yourself, my queen. None of your high and mighty talk, if you please. Remember, you're my prisoner, and you shall reach Cambron safely. You and your brats." He smiled at Adana. "Brave man, aren't you?" Cohen said. "Taunting women, bound women." Morcant looked down at Cohen. "Who are you?" "Untie me. Then I do not think you would be so brave," Cohen said furiously. Some of the men around the camp chuckled. "I said, who are you? Whose blood?" "My dad is a smith at Duncarrig, and he will kill you when he finds you." "Ah, now there lies his problem," Morcant said, smiling again. "I doubt that he shall ever find me. And you were of no use to me. In fact, you are a burden, an extra mouth to feed, another person to guard. And on top of that, I find you irritating." He looked at one of the warriors with him. "Killer," he said. There was a blur of movement as the man levelled his spear. Then Camlin was suddenly moving too, drawing his sword. He chopped at the spear shaft, splintering it, and stepped in front of the girl. "Leave her be," he heard himself say. Morcant smiled and drew his own sword. Chapter 72. Corbin. Branches whipped into Corbin's face, stinging and leaving red lines across his cheek. He cursed under his breath and rubbed sweat out of his eyes. He was ploughing desperately through the forest, Marok beside him, Storm a dozen paces ahead with her muzzle low to the ground. Corbin was not sure how long they'd been going. The trees blocked the sun, but the muscles in his legs were burning, his back was slick with sweat, and his throat was dry. He sent a prayer to Elion that they would find their quarry soon, but fear came on its heels. What would happen then? Battle? He gritted his teeth. Cohen is out there. Fear will not rule me. Marok glanced at him and smiled reassuringly. "You're doing well, lad," he muttered. "Huh?" said Corbin. "How is it that your Wolfen is here?" Marok asked. "She followed us, me, from Duncarrig," Corbin panted. "I found out." He wiped his face again. "I could not leave her alone. Here in the dark would—" He trailed off, not knowing how else to put it into words. Marok nodded. "I thought it might happen," he said. "You're her pack. Makes sense she'd seek you out." "I just wanted to give her some food," Corbin said. "She survived long enough without you feeding her," said Marok. "It's been, 3 moons now, since you left her in the Baglan?" "Aye." "She's learned to hunt well enough then, for she'd not be here if she hadn't eaten. Mind you," he added, glancing at Corbin, "she had a bit of help there." "Help? What do you mean?" "I saw your friends, giving her meat." "What? Who?" "Farrell was one of them. The other from the village, I think, a small lad." "Daff." "I didn't know," Corbin murmured. "You have good friends about you," Marok said. "Loyal." Corbin looked back over his shoulder at Gar, who brought up the rear of their column. "I know it." "You can tell much about a man by the company he keeps, by his friends and his enemies," Marok said. Storm suddenly slowed ahead of them and crouched lower to the ground, ears flattening to her skull, tail flicking. Marok held a hand up, and the column slowed. "Stay back, lad," he whispered. "If there is battle, find Gar." Corbin nodded but kept moving forwards, wanting to reach Storm. He felt a rumbling growl beginning to grow inside her as he laid a hand on her back. Warriors moved past on either side of him, a sudden tension upon them all. Then Gar was there, a reassuring presence at his shoulder. Marok was about a dozen paces ahead, hand on his sword hilt, eyes scanning the forest. He froze a moment, then ran forwards. The others gathered round him, Corbin and Gar last of all. The ground was trampled here, several bodies lying in the undergrowth, 2 in red cloaks, 1 in grey. Marok knelt beside another solitary grey-cloaked body, a gash across his throat. Corbin stared and felt his stomach lurch. It was Ronan. The warriors began searching the surrounding area. Nearby, Connell bent, picked something up and showed a knife to Marok. "That's Cohen's," Corbin said. "Are you sure, lad?" Hallion asked him. "It's hers, all right. One of her throwing knives." "Search the area," Marok ordered. While the dozen men spread out, Corbin knelt next to Ronan's body. Remembered him laughing with them all, teasing Cohen, always guarding Adana. Tears blurred his vision. He saw Ronan's sword on the ground and picked it up, placed the hilt in the young warrior's hand, and closed the stiffening fingers about it. Gar's hand rested on Corbin's shoulder. Corbin rubbed his eyes and stood. "They still live," Marok said, as the warriors gathered about him. "Of that I am certain. Though they were captured here, I think. The trail turns away from their previous course and heads east. We must press on." He looked at Corbin, who whispered to Storm, the wolfman setting off again, nose to the ground. They travelled fast, Storm setting a quick pace, a growing tension rising amongst them, knowing they were close. Nevertheless, after what seemed an age to Corbin, the forest began to grow dark, and they had seen no further sign of their quarry. Marok called a halt, Corbin reaching for his waterskin. "It'll be dark soon," Marok said to his gathered warriors. "Those we follow will make camp and settle for the night, but we have a choice, gifted us by this wolfman's nose. We either do as they do, make camp and continue at sunup, or we follow the wolfman's nose through the night. I am for marching on," he said, "as long as we can move quietly to close the gap between us and them." Heads nodded around him and he smiled grimly, his scar twisting his mouth. "Good then. Corbin, lead us on." With that they set off into the deepening twilight, slower now, Storm loping ahead. Corbin stumbled, not for the first time, his boot catching in the vines that coated the ground. Marok reached out and steadied him. They had been walking a long time in darkness now, and Storm was a white streak about 10 paces up ahead. Suddenly, Storm stopped, Corbin almost bumping into her before he realised. The line of warriors behind him rippled to a halt. "What is it?" Marok whispered. Storm stood completely still, half-crouched, ears forward, looking fixedly into the darkness. Her lips twitched into a silent snarl, hackles standing as a crest between her shoulders. "I think someone is there," Corbin said quietly. "Up ahead." Marok crept down the line, returning soon with Connell and Hallion behind him. Without a word, the 2 men slipped into the undergrowth to either side of the wolfen and disappeared into the darkness. Corbin crouched beside Storm and strained to hear something, but for what seemed like the longest time, all he heard was the beating of his own heart, the rustle of leaves and branches high above, and the slow breathing of Marok behind him. Then he did hear something else, or thought he did. A thud. He strained again, but there was no more. Eventually a figure appeared up ahead, a deeper shadow in the darkness, Connell creeping towards them. "That wolfman's handy to have around," he said quietly to Marok. "You found someone then?" "Aye. Man in a red cloak, standing watch. Got a red smile to match his cloak now. Hallion's hiding the body." Marok called the other warriors up. "Their camp cannot be far," he said to them all. "We've killed a guard." Hallion then crept out of the darkness to join them and nodded to Marok. "We shall wait here until sunrise. It's not far off now, and I do not want to stumble into their camp in the dark." With that, they all settled into the undergrowth, Corbin leaning against Storm, who pressed her muzzle into his hand. "Good girl," he whispered to her, tugging her ear. Gar sat beside him. "When the fighting starts, stay by me," he said. "Cohen is there," Corbin said. "They'll not be using wooden sticks, Corbin. Come sunrise, men are going to die. You stay by me." Corbin did not answer, just sat there thinking of the bodies in the glade, of Tull, of Ronan in the forest. He shuddered, eyes drooping, and nestled his head against Storm's flank. Corbin woke with a start as Gar gently shook his shoulder. Storm licked his face, her protruding canines pressing into his cheek. There was a grey edge to the forest about him, a pale nimbus of light seeping through the canopy above. "It is time to go," Gar whispered, and pointed at Marok, who was gathered with the other warriors. Corbin rose stiffly and joined the hunters, feeling another burst of fear. He replayed Gar's words. Men are going to die. He swallowed, suddenly wishing he was anywhere else, then felt a rush of shame. Cohen was out there. Connell returned, lifting a bloodied knife. "Their next watch will not be seeing much," he said to Marok. "We are splitting into 2 groups," Marok said to Corbin. "I will lead one. Hallion shall lead the other. I'm thinking that you should stay here and wait for us." "What? But Cohen is out there," Corbin blurted. "We would not be here if not for him," Hallion said. "He's earned more than being left behind like a bairn." "Aye, he has," agreed Marok reluctantly. "And that wolfen of his may help us too," Hallion added. Marok assessed Corbin a moment, then nodded. "All right, then. You come with me, Corbin." They set off immediately. "Wait for my signal," Marok said, imparting to Hallion, who led his band to the left, Marok heading to the right of the track they'd followed. Corbin stayed near to the last warrior. Storm padded close to him, Gar immediately behind. A new sound mingled with those they had become accustomed, growing louder. Running water. Soon they came to a wide, dark stream and turned to follow its bank. Slowly, almost soundlessly, they crept along the stream's bank through thick, spiky sedge and tall reeds. Something splashed into the water, a vole or rat startled by their presence, and for long moments they all froze, Corbin holding his breath. He was suddenly terrified, his palms sweating. Men are going to die. He sucked in a slow, shuddering breath and whispered a prayer to Elyon. Then they were moving again. Corbin could see figures moving around the glow of a small fire, hear the chink of metal and muted conversation as the camp started to wake. Instinctively, he reached for the sword at his waist, but Gar grabbed his wrist and shook his head. Louder voices drifted across to them from beyond the fire. After a moment of staring, searching the camp, Corbin saw a group of red-cloaked men gathered before a wide tree, other figures sitting about the tree's trunk. He saw Alana, Idana beside her, then Cohen. He felt Storm tense beside him and wrapped a hand in her fur. The light from above was growing now, details in the camp becoming clearer. 6 men stood before the bound women, one of them talking to the women, it seemed. Then he heard Cohen's voice, sharp and clear. She was angry, furious. He could not mistake that tone. His heart lurched with joy. Suddenly there was a flurry of movement, one of the red-cloaked men lifting his spear and lunging towards Cohen. Then another brought his sword across the spear, splintering the weapon before stepping in front of the women. Was he defending them? And there was something familiar about the man. Then another was drawing his sword. He recognized them. Morkant, Rin's champion, drawing his sword on Camlin the brigand. But that made no sense. "Be ready," Marok hissed. There was a loud shout from amongst the trees, and Connell came hurtling out of the undergrowth, sword in one hand, knife in the other, and buried its blade up to the hilt in a red-cloaked warrior. Hallion and his handful of men were close behind him, carving into the men in the camp. Marok cursed and launched himself over the stream's bank, his men following. Then the world went mad. Corbin scrambled up the bank, stood staring, one hand on his sword's hilt, the other still gripping a tight fistful of Storm's fur. With a hiss, Gar's sword left its scabbard, and he stood a pace before Corbin. Everywhere was a whirlwind of combat, men screaming, yelling battle cries, dying. The women were completely hidden from view now, a seething mass of flesh and iron and leather and blood filling the space between Corbin and the captives. There were several redcloaks on the ground, caught by the first rush of combat, but they were rallying quickly, fighting back with the ferocity of the cornered. There were still more red cloaks than grey, or so it seemed to Corbin as he tried to make sense of the chaos before him. As he watched, he saw one of Marok's men, he could not tell who, fall with a spear in his gut. Marok smashed the spear holder in the face with his sword's hilt, but then 2 red cloaks were hacking at him and he was swept from view. Corbin tugged at his sword, felt its heavy, unfamiliar weight in his hand and just stood there a moment, unsure what to do. He took a hesitant step towards the tumult. "No!" Gar barked. "But Cohen—" Corbin stopped, feeling he should do something, but part of him glad to just watch, his courage balancing on a knife's edge. He hesitated, then the decision was taken from him. A cluster of bandits had seen him and Gar, came hurtling towards them, 4 at least, maybe 5. Gar took a few paces forwards, held his sword high in a 2-handed grip, then they were on him. He deflected a spear point aimed at his chest, knocked the tip into the ground, the man holding it grunting as Gar's sword opened his throat. Then the stable master was ducking, chopping 2-handed into the next man's ribs, and in that moment Corbin knew that everything he had seen of Gar in practice had been but a glimmer, the poorish reflection of what he was truly capable of. Watching him was almost beautiful. Storm's muscles bunched, and she flew away from Corbin, leaping within a warrior's guard too fast for him to strike, her claws slashing at his torso even as her jaws ripped into his face. Another warrior was trading blows with Gar now, one who knew his trade, though he was still only just managing to keep himself alive, frantically blocking Gar's remorseless barrage of blows, each parried sweep turning effortlessly into another attack. Then someone was past Gar and Storm, a warrior with sword held high, charging straight at Corbin. Corbin took a step back and instinctively blocked an overhead blow, his arm numbing from the power of it. At the same time, he stepped to the side and pivoted on his heel, the warrior hurtling past him. Too late, he thought, to backswing, as the warrior turned, coming at him again. He blocked once, twice, 3 times, stepping back with each blow, feeling clumsy, panic flooding his mind, sparks flying from their grating swords. Storm snarled from somewhere behind him, the warrior's eyes leaving his to spot the wolfen over his shoulder. In that moment, Corbin lunged forwards and felt his blade punch through boiled leather into the man's belly. Then he was yanking back, blood sluicing over his hand, his arm. The warrior was sinking to his knees, clutching at the gaping wound. Dimly, Corbin heard something, a scream, and realized it was his own voice, shouting some incoherent cry. Storm was beside him again, snarling at the dead man, teeth dripping blood. "Are you hurt?" A voice filtered through the fog, but all Corbin could do was stare at the figure in the dirt before him. So still. "Ban, are you hurt?" the voice said again, louder, more urgently. A hand grabbed his shoulder, turned him, and he was looking at Gar, something fierce in the stable master's gaze. No, he said. He shook his head. "Good," Gar grunted. Corbin stared past the stable master and saw the rest of their attackers dead, one's throat ripped out by Storm, 3 others cut down by Gar. Beyond them, the battle still raged, though fewer men were standing. Corbin could see glimpses of the women now, still bound to the tree, a small knot of warriors trading blows about them. "Cohen!" Corbin said, and set off before Gar could respond, skirting the clumps of fighting men and moving quickly through the trees. Halion and Connell fought before the bound women, bodies littering the ground about their feet. A man fought beside them, Camlin. The brigand chopped at a spear thrust, then, raising his sword, he slashed the rope binding the women to the tree. For a moment, they sat there shocked. Then they were on their feet. Halion was trading blows with a tall, wide-shouldered warrior. Corbin gasped as he suddenly saw who Halion was fighting. Braith. The woodsman took a step back, out of Halion's reach, glanced about the camp, then at his bleeding arm. He shouted something, the words lost in the din of battle. Corbin darted forwards, with Gar and Storm a pace behind, and slipped through to Cohen and Idana. The girls were wide-eyed, staring at the carnage about them as Corbin sawed at the bonds binding their hands. Cohen threw herself upon him, hugging him tight. Shouting drew his attention back, and he saw a handful of bandits running from the camp, Braith and Morcant amongst them. Marok was nearby with Halion and Connell as they clustered around the women. Marok held Ilona and grinned at her. She smiled back, hugged him, and kissed his cheek. Of the 12 warriors of Arden that Marok had picked, only 4 were still breathing. Halion signalled to Connell, and they moved to the edge of the camp, scanning the trees in the direction of the fugitives. Corbin suddenly realised Camlin was still there, looking confused. Marok raised his sword. "No!" Alana cried. "This man saved us. They were going to kill Cohen. He protected her, protected us." Marok frowned, sword still raised. "Why?" Camlin shrugged. "Still asking myself that one," he said. "It just happened." "I am in his debt," Alana said firmly. "So, what do we do with him?" Marok asked. "They're coming back!" Halion shouted from amongst the trees. There was a whirring sound. Alana staggered and fell against a tree, an arrow sprouting from her back. Idana screamed. "Out of here!" Marok yelled. He grabbed Alana, put her over his shoulder, and ran into the forest. Idana and Cohen stumbled after them. Camlin stood for a moment, then followed Connell as he ran back towards his brother. Corbin hesitated, staring back at the sounds of battle, and caught a glimpse of Halion amongst the trees. Then he followed the girls into the shadows, with Gar and Storm close behind. Chapter 73. Corbin. Figures flitted ahead of Corbin, moving through the trees, and soon he was close behind Cohen. For a long time they just kept moving, the sounds of battle behind them long since faded into nothing. Marok set their pace, carrying Alana and refusing to let anyone else take her from him. Eventually he staggered and almost dropped her, and so they stopped, gasping for breath, Corbin flopping to the ground beside Cohen. He reached out and squeezed her hand. She looked at him, face dirty, eyes red-rimmed. "I did not think I would see you again," she said, smiling weakly. "Storm led us to you," he said, the wolfen nudging Cohen with her muzzle. "How is she here?" Cohen asked, tugging at one of Storm's ears. "She followed us from the Baglan. Are you hurt?" "Me? No," Cohen muttered. Then her eyes filled, tears rolling down her cheek. "Ronan," she whispered. "I know. We found him," Corbin said, but could find no more words. "We must keep moving," Marok said, cradling Alana in his lap. She was white-faced and unconscious, with hair plastered to her face. Idana sat beside her, stroking Alana's brow, face almost as pale as her mother's. "You cannot carry her all the way to Arden," Gar said. "I can, and I will," Marok said. "No, you will slow us. If we are being tracked, we will outrun no one." Marok glared at Gar but said nothing. "Let us make a litter from our cloaks," Gar said. "2 can carry her easier than 1, and she will be more comfortable." Marok was silent a moment, then nodded curtly. Quickly, they made a rough litter. Marok snapped the arrow in Alana's back and positioned her as well as he could, then they set off again. Corbin led with Storm, with Marok and Gar carrying Alana. They continued like this a long while. Gar was at the back of the small column again when he called out, "Someone is coming! Behind us!" They picked up their pace, Corbin feeling fear return and stomach-churning force. "They are gaining!" Gar called out again. Marok cursed, called a halt, and they turned to face their pursuers, lying protectively before Alana and the girls. Corbin drew his sword and swallowed. The sound of running feet grew louder, fast-moving figures glimpsed amongst the trees. Then suddenly, Connell was there, grinning between gasping breaths, Camlin behind him, Halion last of all. There had been 2 other warriors of Arden still standing when Corbin had run from the glade, but they were nowhere to be seen now. "For a bunch of women, bairns and cripples, you can set a fair pace," Connell said, resting his hands on his knees. Despite himself, Corbin grinned. "Are you followed?" Marok barked. Halion shook his head. "I think not. We fought long and hard. 2 of our number fell. I only saw a few of our enemy that fled." He grimaced. "I don't think they'll be back again." "Good," said Marok, and slapped Halion's arm. They rested a while then, passing round waterskins and strips of dried meat. Corbin felt the fear of moments before melting away, exhaustion taking its place. "Rin shall pay for this," Idana said, sitting and holding her mother's hand. The Queen's breathing was ragged, blood at the corner of her mouth. "What do you mean?" Rin, Corbin said. It was Owain that has done. He trailed off, looking at Alana. I saw her Moorcant, Rin's champion, back there. That's right, Idana said. Rin is behind this. The Red Cloaks were to cast the blame on Owain. Why, I do not know, but it is Rin's work. She speaks true, Camlin said. He had been silent until now, sipping slowly from a water skin, sitting apart from them. Why? Asked Marok. She wants Narvan and Arden, the woodsman said. Thinks if Brennan and Owain try and kill each other, she'll have an easier time taking their talks come the end of it. So why have you joined us? Marok said, looking suspiciously at the woodsman. Camlin shrugged. I wouldn't exactly put it like that. He scratched his chin. Same as you. I've just found out Rin was pulling the strings here. Something I don't like about that. He paused. And that Moorcant, Rin's champion, and just couldn't stomach taking orders from him. Connell chuckled. And that's why you've changed sides, Marok pressed, still frowning. I'm not on any side, the woodsman said, except my own. But that's why I did what I did. That and her. He pointed at Cohen. Moorcant was going to kill her, he said, holding Marok's gaze. I don't take with killing women and bairns. And you got a mouth on you, girl. Might be an idea to think before you speak in future. As if she's never heard that before, Corbin said to Gar. Alana moaned. We must get her back to Arden, as soon as possible, Hallion said. Why not Thandon? Connell asked. It's nearer, and now we know it's not Owain that's betrayed us. We don't know what happened when Pendathrin went back there, Marok said. My uncle is not diplomatic. Owain may have new cause to bear us a grudge. Uthandon would be unwise, Camlin muttered. Why? Growled Marok. Just something Braith said. Rin had more than one trick up her sleeve, I think. So, we must head for Arden then, Gar said. That's a long walk, Camlin said grimly. I'll take you, though, if you'll trust me. How long will it take us? Marok asked. Depends. We could cut to the Giant's Way, then we make good time, but Owain may be watching it, or Rin. If we march as the crow flies to Baden, carrying her all the way, maybe 5-6 nights. That's too long, Marok said. Camlin shrugged. Risk the road. Cut it down to 3 nights. Just then, Storm looked up and whined. Corbin saw movement in the branches above. Then, flapping heralded the arrival of an old, ragged crow. It landed on a branch just above Corbin's head and began squawking. Craff, Corbin whispered. Corbin, the crow squawked. Corbin. Asroth's teeth, hissed Camlin, going pale. Did that mangy crow just speak? Aye, said Corbin, suddenly grinning. It is Craff, Brenna's crow. Brenna? 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 Craff stuttered and began hopping from one foot to the other. She must have sent him to find us. Follow, 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 the crow squawked, then flapped its wings and flew off, landing on another branch about 30 paces ahead of them. Follow, Craff screeched. He has Brenna's patience, Corbin said. Quickly, the small band organised themselves and set off after Craff. The rest of the day followed this pattern, following the crow as he flapped in front of them, stopping regularly on branches to let them catch up. Corbin lost all track of time, direction and distance, but as dusk was beginning to settle about them, Camlin announced that they had covered a lot of ground and that they were nearing the Giant's Way. That old crow's not stopping, Marok said, watching Craft disappear into the gloom. They carried on walking, Camlin taking the lead, and soon they stepped onto the road. There were glimpses of the sky above, dotted with the first stars of evening. Picking up their pace, they carried on in the darkness, but soon heard the sound of riders ahead. Quickly, they moved off the road. Then Idana was running, calling out to Brennan at the front of the column, with Pendathrin tall and wide beside him. Corbin and the rest stepped out of the trees, Marok and Hallion carrying Alana. A score of mounted warriors swept past them, forming a line in the road. Others circled them, jumping from horses and calling out. Corbin suddenly felt weary to the bone and dizzy. Then Thanon was there, pulling him and Cohen into a tight embrace. There were tears on the blacksmith's cheeks when Corbin looked up, tears in his own eyes and streaks on Cohen's face. Thanon pulled them close again, almost cracking bones, kissing them and ruffling their hair. When they parted again, Thanon grabbed Gar's arm in the warrior grip, pulled the stablemaster into an embrace and pounded his back. Looking round, Corbin saw Brinna crouching beside Alona, Craff on the pommel of her saddle. Then warriors quickly lashed a stronger litter together, and soon they were mounting up. Their rescue party had brought horses, and soon they were heading down the Giant's Way to refuge. Brinna dropped back and rode alongside Corbin and Cohen, smiling when she saw Storm loping along beside Shield. "Will Alana be all right?" Corbin asked. Brinna's smile vanished. "It is bad," the healer said. Then she shrugged. "Maybe. If we were back at my cottage, I would have more hope. We shall see. But I am glad to see you still on your feet. You seem to be developing a distinct talent for being in the wrong place at the wrong time." Corbin pulled a face and filled her in on events. "Rin, eh?" Brinna mused when he'd finished. "Well, there is more than one dice being rolled here, I think." "What do you mean?" "When we left, in a rush, I can tell you, there was something afoot within Uthandon. Lots of horn blowing. And then we were chased. Pendathrin led a band that fought them off, of course, but I suspect they will come again when King Owain has been able to gather more warriors." "Craft helped us," Corbin said suddenly. Brinna smiled and scratched the crow's neck. "He can be useful, occasionally." With that, they settled into silence and rode into the night. Later, much later, Corbin saw pinpricks up ahead, torches. They had caught up with the rest of Brennan's entourage. Gwyneth wept when she saw Corbin and Cohen, and hugged them almost as tight as Thanon had. Then a savage cry pierced the night. Corbin looked down the column and saw Brinna crouched by Alona's litter, King Brennan cradling his wife. Idana was holding her mother's hand again, lost in grief and sobbing. Alona was dead. The journey back to Arden was very different from the one to Uthandon, a sense of dread and tension hovering over them all. No more attacks from Owain came on the road, and in just over a day's hard riding, they left the Darkwood and saw the giant circle of standing stones, with Badon's walls in the distance. Brennan took counsel here. Gethin pressed for reconciliation with King Owain, still hoping Kyla and his son Uthan's hand-binding could be salvaged. Brennan and Pendathrin were more intent upon Queen Rin, but agreed that Owain would be better as an ally than an enemy, so Brennan inked a scroll to Narvan's king, detailing Alona's death and Rin's part in it. Then a messenger was sent back down the Giant's Way, into the Darkwood. "Begin mustering for war," Brennan commanded Gethin in parting. "Whether there is war or peace with Owain, I will be marching on Rin. Soon." Then they left for Duncarrig. Spring had arrived with the birth moon. A new life was evident everywhere, a stark contrast to the procession's black mood. Corbin was weary and sad when Duncarrig came into view, high on its hill, with Havern nestled at its foot. The welcome cheers of the villagers quickly turned to mourning as news of Alona's death spread. Corbin saw Dath in the crowd, nodded a grim greeting to him, and noticed eyes following Storm. Nothing had been said of the Wolfen's return. There were more important matters filling everyone's thoughts, but Corbin expected some kind of reckoning now that they were back at Duncarrig. Rafe and Helfach at least would not let the matter rest. Corbin hoped Storm's part in the finding of the captives would be enough to allow her back to the fortress, though with Brennan's black mood, nothing was certain. "I'll not give her up again," he thought. With a heavy heart, he rode back inside the walls of Duncarrig. Corbin ducked under the sweep of Gar's practice sword, pivoted on his heel, and spun away, swinging a backslash at the same time. Gar effortlessly deflected it, pressing his attack. Corbin parried 1, 2, 3, 4 strikes, each one shivering up his arm. Then he slipped on some hay, and the tip of Gar's weapon was at his throat. He wanted to say something, ask why Gar was pressing him so hard, but did not have the breath to form words. He wiped sweat from his eyes, walked to the water barrel and stuck his whole head in, spraying water as he pulled away. He leaned against the barrel, watching Gar a moment. The stable master was putting their practice blades away in an old box beneath a pile of harness and tack. He'd been different since their return from the Darkwood, less reserved, more driven, as if something had woken in him. Corbin blinked, thinking of the Darkwood. It was only 10 nights ago that he'd been crawling along the stream's bank. He looked at his hand, remembered the sensation of hot blood pouring over it, and shivered. "Are you well?" Gar asked, coming over to the barrel and sipping from a ladle. "Aye," Corbin muttered. "Just remembering. The Darkwood." Gar nodded slowly. "That's something a man never forgets. The first time he takes another's life in battle." "I still see his face," Corbin said. "I can even smell him, sometimes." "Aye," said Gar. "The memory will fade but never leave you. And it shouldn't. Not completely. It is no small thing to take a life." He sighed. "You did well, Ban. I was proud of you." Corbin blinked and flushed. He had never heard Gar talk like this. The stable master gave Corbin a long, measuring look. "You are not the same lad that lost his practice sword at the spring fair." Corbin could not meet Gar's gaze. "I feel the same. In here," he said, tapping his chest. "I was scared at the Darkwood. Terrified. It all happened so fast. I was not brave. He was trying to kill me. What else could I do?" "What else could you do? Plenty. Let me tell you, every man in that camp felt the same fear you did. I certainly did. Both the brave man and the coward feel the same. The only difference between them is that the brave man faces his fear, does not run." He stared at Corbin with an intensity he had never shown before. "You could have run, yet you did not. You could have stayed hidden by the stream, yet you did not. You stood, did what you had to do. That is all bravery is. I would ask no more of any man, or expect any more." He almost smiled. "You did well, Ban. Very well, and most importantly, you lived to tell the tale." "I'm glad about that part," Corbin said wryly. "Tell me, when we were by the stream, I went to draw my sword, but you stopped me. Why?" "Ah. A sword being drawn is the most familiar sound in all the world to any warrior. If any sound would have betrayed us, that would have been it." That made sense. Corbin bid the stable master farewell, leaving to break his fast before going on to the rowing field. "Your legs seemed much improved," he called over his shoulder, "when you were running leagues through the Darkwood, battling red cloaks at the end of it." Gar stared at him a moment. "It comes and goes," the stable master said, face as still as stone, then winked at him. The rowan field was fuller than Corbin had ever seen it before, warriors arriving from all over Arden. Word had gone out as soon as they had returned to Duncarrig of what had happened in Narvon, and it had not been long before warriors began to arrive, from ones and twos to bands of 30 or 40. Everyone knew that King Brenin was mustering for war, though much else was unclear. Once Dalgar arrived from Dunmain, bringing with him the largest warband from beyond Duncarrig and Baden, then the greater part of Arden's strength would be gathered. Then, it was thought, they would ride to Cambran, avenge Elona's death on Rin. There had been no news from Narvon yet, the messenger Brenin had sent still not returned. Rumours flew that Owain was dead, murdered by Rin, that Uthan was dead, that Rin had invaded Narvon's borders. Corbin shook his head. Leave all of that for Brenin, he thought, heading for a weapons rack. Storm was padding beside him, many heads turning to watch her as they made their way through the field. Nothing had been said of her return yet, but Brenin had other things on his mind. It would come, though. Corbin had already heard whispers from Rafe and Helfach. He reached the weapons rack, selected a battered practice sword and shield, and looked about for Halion. He hefted the wooden sword. Not long now, he thought to himself. His name day was just over a 10-night away. He felt nerves flutter in his stomach. His warrior trial. His long night. Thannon had had him working in the forge on his sword, first discussing the details, length, weight, hilt. Then the harder work had begun, of smelting and forging, of hammering and cooling. It was almost finished now. Thannon had forbidden him from approaching the forge for the last 2 days, wanting to put the finishing touches to it himself. Thannon had set Corbin at another project as well. His dad wanted a new weapon, and was fashioning a warhammer like the giant's one that hung in their kitchen, but smaller. That, too, was almost finished. "Over here, lad," Hallion called, raising an arm so that Corbin could see him. They walked through the crowds out into a part of the field with space enough for them. Out of the corner of his eye, Corbin saw Dath, practicing his bow, Tarban behind him, Marek and Camlin to one side, watching. The woodsman had just stayed, seeming even to have fashioned a friendship of sorts with Marek. Storm flopped onto the ground with a sigh, her tail twitching, copper eyes watching Hallion as he pointed his practice sword at Corbin. "Come then," Hallion said, glancing at Storm. "I'm glad she's learned the difference between practice and the real thing," he said, then began taking Corbin through his forms, duelling, like Gar, with a strength and intensity that had been absent before the Darkwood. It was halfway to high sun when they switched to spearwork, Hallion grunting approvingly at Corbin's solid thrusts and blocks. "Not long now," Corbin said to him as they stopped to rest. "Until what?" "My warrior trial. Long night." "Aye," Hallion nodded. "Do you feel ready?" "I don't know," Corbin said. "I think so. I hope so." He pulled a sour face. "What do you think?" "I think you are ready. That is why I have requested your long night be brought forward." "What?" Corbin was stunned. "Why?" Hallion looked away, about the field, at the countless warriors training. "Because we will ride from here soon. I saw you in the Darkwood, Corbin. You made a difference." He scratched his stubbly beard. "And I thought you would find it hard if you were left here, left behind. I don't know when we will ride out, but I feel it will be soon. Maybe before your name day." He looked at Corbin searchingly. "The choice is yours, Corbin, but Brennan has granted my request. You may take your warrior trial, sit your long night early, if you would choose to." "When?" "On the morrow." "What?" Hallion grinned. "Less time to fret, then." His smile faded. "Riding to war is no jest, Corbin. But I have trained you, seen you grow. It was the Darkwood that sealed it for me. The way I see it, you took your warrior trial then. You faced a man, a warrior, bested him in fair combat." His smile flashed again. "I have spoken to Gar, heard what you did. You are more ready than most who sit their long night, Corbin. More than that, you deserve it and have earned it." He shrugged. "What difference is in a few days?" Corbin looked around the field, warriors everywhere. How long he had dreamed of being one of them. And now the time had finally come. "Well?" Hallion said. "What say you?" "Aye," Corbin said firmly. "Aye. And you have my thanks, Hallion. You honour me." "Good," Hallion said, pleased. "And let us make sure you're ready, eh?" Suddenly horns blew, echoing around the field. Corbin saw a line of men file into the field from the Ark of Rowans, Brennan at their head. Beside him marched Pendathrin and Idana, with Evnis and Heb behind, and half a score of Brennan's guard following. Corbin watched Idana. He had not seen her since their escape from the Darkwood, except at Alana's burial. The Queen's cairn had been raised on the hill beyond the fortress's walls, Brennan listing aloud the dead that had been left behind. Cohen had wept silently at Ronan's name. Idana looked much the same as she had then, dark shadows under her eyes, face pale apart from red streaks where she had scratched her face in her grief, looking like tears of blood running down her cheeks. Brennan made his way to the stone court, warriors parting before him. "Welcome, warriors of Arden," Brennan called. "I have come here with news to tell. But first, an overdue task." Men were squashed shoulder to shoulder, listening to the king. Apart from Corbin, who alone had a small ring about him where men made room for Storm, all had heard the tale of what she had done to Rafe. Corbin nodded to Dath and Farrell as they squeezed into the space and stood either side of him. "Tull, my first sword, fell in service of me. defending my beloved wife. Less than a moon ago. There was a tremor in his voice. A better man, more loyal, more fierce, there has never been, and I fear we shall not see his like again. He bowed his head, as silence filled the field. Nevertheless, Brenin said, looking about him again, it is not fitting for a king of Arden to be without his first sword, more so in times such as these. Murmurs rippled around the field as men realized where Brenin was leading. One of you has risen high in my eyes, served me bravely, risked his life for my honor, proven himself in battle. Now silence fell again. Seemed like a living thing, Corbin feeling he could almost reach out and touch the tension that filled the field. Halion, come forward. A pathway parted for the warrior. Halion stepping out before the king, looking awkward, amazed. Will you accept this charge? Brenin asked. Become my champion, the defender of my flesh, my blood, my honor. Halion fell to one knee. He cried, I would, my king, in a loud, clear voice. Then give me your sword. Halion stood, drew his blade, and slammed it into the earth between two flagstones where it stood quivering. Brenin pulled a knife from his belt. With a quick stroke, cut his palm and held his fist over the sword, blood dripping onto the hilt, the crossguard, running down the blade. He beckoned to Adana, who stepped forward, took the knife and did the same, her blood mingling on the sword hilt with her father's. Then Brenin gave the knife to Halion. The warrior held it, looked from Brenin to Adana, then cut his own hand and let his blood mix with theirs. Good. It is done, Brenin said, as a roar went up through the field. Corbin punched the air with a fist, shouting as loud as any. He could not quite believe how Brenin had just honoured Halion, still thought of as an outlander by many. As Corbin watched, he saw Evnis move a few paces and bend to whisper in Connell's ear. There is more, Brenin called, holding his blood-stained hand up. Slowly the crowd quieted. Brenin turned to Heb, who passed him a small basket woven of willow branches. I sent a messenger to Owain, telling him of Rin's treachery, of my wife's death. This is his response. He dipped his hand into the basket and pulled out a severed head, holding it high for all to see. This is how Owain treats my messenger. Prepare yourselves for war, Brenin shouted. Within the 10 night, we will ride to battle, first with Narvon, then Cambran. There was more shouting, warriors yelling Brenin's name and battle cries. Over it all, the sound of horns blowing, growing louder. At first, Corbin thought it was part of Brenin's call to war, but slowly those in the field quietened. The horns still blew from the northern wall, not from Brenin's guards. Slowly, at first, then more quickly, men began making for the northern wall, Corbin, Dath, and Farrell amongst them. They climbed the wide steps and looked down into the bay. A strange-looking ship was pulling into it, long and sleek, oars dipping in and out of the water like the legs of a many-limbed bug. From one of its masts, a banner snapped in the wind, a white eagle on a black field. Chapter 74. Castell. Castell grunted as he pulled himself up the half-buried trunk of a fallen elm, clambered down the other side, and looked back at Makin as the old warrior followed him. 8 nights they had been trudging through this cursed forest, living in different shades of gloom. He should be used to it, having served with the Gadre for so long now, but they had spent their lives around the river Renos, where the trees were thinner, the sky something that was at least seen most days. Here, the chance of sunlight penetrating the thick canopy above them was less than slight. The trees were dense, the branches above interwoven like some ancient untouched loom. Makin slipped on the trunk, steadied himself with his spear, and swore quietly. Steady, Greybeard, Castell said, and received a black look in return. Usually Makin would have smiled, but 8 nights in the embrace of Fawn were taking their toll. Men were becoming edgier, especially as word had spread that they were finally nearing Haldis, burial site of the Hunan giants. Behind Makin, The bald head of Orgel appeared, shining with sweat.
"Move on," the captain growled.
They were spread out in a loose line before the main body of their host, the Gadre acting as both van and scouts in one. Castell stepped into the thick foliage, glanced ahead, and saw the broad back of the giant that had been leading them, Alcyon. Vandil was beside him, unmistakable with the outline of his two swords crossed upon his back. As unnatural as it felt, the giant's presence had been of great benefit to them. Not only was he leading them unerringly to their destination, but he had proved most valuable in beating off the Hunan attacks they had encountered so far. All had been quiet until the third night into the forest, the only deaths being warriors on lone sentry duty, sucked dry as husks by the great bats of fawn. None of those casualties had come from amongst the Gadre. They had lived in the forest too long and knew better than to close their eyes while standing guard. Death's only warning could be a whisper of wings. Then the Gadre had walked into a thick mist, dense and high. Alcyon had called a halt, waiting for his companion Calidus, and together they had begun to sing. Nothing had happened at first, but then a breeze had rippled through the forest, growing quickly in strength until it raged through the trees. The mist melted before it, revealing a score of Hunan in the forest. The giants had flung their spears and retreated, realizing they were undone. Since then, there had been constant skirmishes up and down the long line of warbands, Alcyon and Calidus blunting the elemental edges to the attacks and giving warnings of giant ambushes. Nevertheless, many had died, and their pace had been slowed by the Hunan. Today, all evidence of the Hunan had disappeared. No ambushes, concealed pits, traps, or mists, and by high sun, Alcyon had announced that they were within a day's march of Haldis.
"They will not attack this day,"
the giant had assured Vandil.
"They will spend their time readying the defences at Haldis."
When a break was called, Castell was happy to rest with others of the Gadre until he noticed Roma, presumably heading for council with Calidus, Alcyon, and Vandil, and spotted Jael among the party. His uncle glanced back at him, but Castell scowled and looked away. Roma had sent for him when the Gadre had first arrived at Hallstatt. He had felt both excited and anxious stepping into Roma's tent, his uncle embracing him awkwardly. "You've done well, I hear," the big man had said, smiling. "Me? Aye," Castell shrugged. "I still live. In the Gadre, that is well enough." A thought occurred. "You have me watched." "Nothing like that. But I would be a poor uncle if I did not take interest in you." Roma had ushered Castell into a seat and poured him a cup of wine. "I have heard from Vandil, that is all. You have survived giant raids, slain Hunan. You are growing into the man your father always said you would become." Castell swelled his wine, feeling uncomfortable. "And how are you, uncle?" he said, to change the subject. "How go your plans?" Roma now looked perturbed. "Things have become complicated since you left. You have heard Tenebral's news?" "Something, though I did not pay much attention." "Aquilus is dead," Roma said. "His son, Nathair, is now king." Castell had suddenly thought of Veridis, the prince's man who had stepped into the fight with Jael's cronies and stood up for him. "How did Aquilus die?" "Murdered in his own chamber. Mandros of Canutan did the deed, 'tis said, though he shall never be judged for the truth of it now. He fled, but has since been slain by a force from Tenebral." Roma took a long draught from his cup and poured some more. "He was killed by your friend, Veridis." "Oh," said Castell, feeling suddenly more interested in this tale. "Aye, he has risen far, your friend. He is now the first sword of Tenebral. You will see him soon. He is to lead Tenebral's offering in this campaign." Castell grinned. Veridis had been a friend to him when friends had been in short supply. Then he'd noticed Romar's face. "Why so troubled?" he asked. "Veridis is a good man." "Aye," Romar shrugged. "I thought so too." But I feel uncomfortable. This shift in power sits badly with me. This has been ill-handled, with Mandros not being judged. I am reconsidering the alliance with Tenebral.
Castell shrugged. Once the alliance had been of interest to him, when Romar had first spoken of it, but no more. He had a new family now. The Gadre was all that mattered to him, and Tenebral seemed a long way away. Romar then spoke his mind.
"Come back to me, Castell," he had said.
"What?"
"I do not think that will be wise. Times are turbulent," Romar had said. "I need people about me that I can trust. You are my kin, my brother's son."
"You have Jael," Castell replied, trying to keep the bitterness from his voice.
"Aye,"
Romar said.
"Jael. He is eager for this campaign, for the alliance with Tenebral. Sometimes I think too eager."
"What do you mean?"
Romar had waved a hand impatiently. "Nothing," he said. "Jael aside, it would be good if you were with me. You are close to this Verdis, eh? That could be a benefit to me. I need someone close to Nathair's inner circle. Things are not as they were with Aquilus. This slaying of Mandros. I shall call for a trial into Mandros' death. Nathair must account for his actions, and something about this feels ill-omened." "So, you want me to spy for you?" Castell had said.
Romar shrugged.
"In a way. We all have interest to protect Castell. For one, I want my axe back, and would reward handsomely any that help me."
He had then reached out and gripped Castell's wrist.
"You have proved yourself with the Gadre, but they are not your kin. We are blood. Come back to me."
Castell remembered Romar's look, almost pleading. It seemed so out of place. His uncle had always been so decisive, a leader of men. He wanted to say yes, but memories of Jael flooded his mind.
"Jael said things about my da," he said instead.
Romar had frowned, but said nothing.
"He spoke of my da's transgressions."
Romar was angry now, but still he said nothing.
"But what did he mean?" Castell pressed. "I will not speak of it," Romar said.
"Then I will not come back," Castell had snapped, suddenly furious. He had stood and stalked from the tent, his uncle glowering at him. An argument up ahead distracted him from these thoughts, and he could just see Alcyon's bulk. Beside the giant, someone was waving their arms, almost shouting, his gesticulations aimed at Calidus. Castell frowned and craned to see better. The angry figure suddenly broke away, others following. It was Romar, his face flushed and his posture stiff with rage. Calidus was watching Romar's departure, then turned to another figure to murmur an aside. Castell squinted and saw that the man was Jael. Sunset had come and gone, and there were small campfires flickering between trees as far as Castell could see. He was sitting, staring at the flames as great moths flapped around them, sending shadows dancing across his fellow warriors gathered about the fire. A twig snapped in the darkness, and a figure stepped into the firelight. Vandil nodded to them all and crouched down, Orgel offering him the wineskin.
"We're all set," he said, wiping his mouth. "Tomorrow's the last dawn the Hoonan will ever see."
"A big day for the Gadre," Makeen said.
"Aye," said Vandil, looking into the flames. "One I never thought to see."
He grinned, teeth flashing red in the firelight.
"A good time to be alive."
"What is next?" Castell asked, pausing the rhythm of his whetstone.
"Next, after the Hoonan. Let's see if we live through the morrow first," Vandil shrugged. "Have this conversation then, eh?"
"What about Drasil?"
Suddenly, all eyes were on Castell. "It probably doesn't exist. Men have tried to find it, search for the treasure rumoured to be there. None ever came back. Shouldn't be filling your head with thoughts of that fool's gold," Vandil warned. "Especially when you'll need all your wits to keep your head from parting with your shoulders on the morrow."
He stood, took another draught of the wine and handed it to Orgel. Sharp swords and clear heads, lads.
Aye, the men around the fire assented, as Vandal walked away, disappearing quickly into the gloom. Soon after, Veridis found his way to their circle.
Come, sit,
Makin said.
Share some wine with us.
No, I cannot, said Veridis. I would speak with you both, though. Castell sheathed his sword and pocketed the whetstone he'd been using to sharpen it. Veridis turned and led them into the darkness. They followed into the shadows, where Veridis's features were silver-edged with moonglow.
Are you well?
Makin asked. Me, aye, Veridis muttered, not meeting their gaze. He seemed uneasy, then finally looked at them. We are friends, you and I, are we not?
Aye,
Makin said slowly. Castell just nodded. That is rare, Veridis murmured, almost to himself. Something of value.
What is troubling you?
Makin said, softly but firmly. Your oath, first, that my words stay between us.
Aye,
they both said, Makin frowning. Be careful who or what you trust over the coming days, Veridis said. Be on your guard, and not just from giants, he added, almost a whisper. What do you mean? Castell asked. Veridis looked at them both. Roma. He is making an enemy of Nathair. You would be wise to find a new lord. Roma is my kin, Castell said. He took me in. Is there more that you are not saying, Veridis? Just watch your backs, Veridis said. That is all I can say, more than I should have. Then he turned and slipped into the night before Castell or Makin managed to speak. What do you make of that? Castell said. I don't know, Makin murmured, but it sounds like trouble to me. Chapter 75. Cohen. The grass tickled Cohen's neck as she lay near the cliff's edge, looking down into the bay, watching the newly arrived ship. She was supposed to be helping Gar in the stables and knew she would get a tongue-lashing for her absence, but she didn't care. Ever since the Darkwood, since she had held Ronan as he died, nothing felt important. The only thought that sparked a reaction was that of using her knives on Rin's champion. She hated him, spent her time dreaming of revenge, then wept bitter, frustrated tears as the unlikelihood of that revenge consumed her. Warriors were now disembarking from the ship, still flying its eagle banner. She was suddenly restless to be gone, running back to the fortress to join the growing crowd of those eager to greet the newcomers. Then Storm was padding towards her, followed by Corbin, with Dath and Farrell only just managing to keep up. Cohen, you won't believe what's happened to me, he said, as he reached her, his words almost falling over themselves. What? He seemed very excited about something, so she had tried to appear interested. I am to take my warrior trial on the morrow. Said my long night. What? That did get her attention. Are you ready? She said, and saw his face drop, excitement melting into doubt. I don't know, he said honestly. What I meant to say, she interrupted, is, do you feel prepared? Of course you're ready. We've the bruises to prove it, haven't we, Dath? She nudged her friend. Oh, aye. He nodded enthusiastically. Amongst the crowd now surrounding them, Cohen saw Gar. She tried to duck behind the bulk of Farrell, but too late, and a frown formed on Gar's brow as he limped over to them. Where have you been? You've been needed at the stables. She just looked at him and tried to think of something to say, but couldn't. Gar's frown deepened. He opened his mouth, to say something unpleasant, no doubt, when the crowd about them suddenly grew louder. The new arrivals were entering the courtyard now, their horses' hooves clattering on stone. Cohen just stared and promptly forgot about Gar. A dozen or so warriors rode into the courtyard, looking fine in chainmail and black polished leather, silver-edged eagles carved on their breastplates. But Cohen's eyes were drawn to the two who rode at their head. They both sat tall in their saddles, one dressed similarly to the other warriors, riding a spirited white stallion, two swords hanging from his belt. He was a young man with dark curly hair framing a weathered, handsome face, bright blue eyes scanning the crowd. He smiled, at no one and everyone. Cohen felt suddenly as if he was looking at her alone. She pulled her gaze away with an effort to look at the man riding beside him. She gasped as she saw his horse, a palomino of such quality as she had never seen before. It was lighter boned than the other horses, longer in the leg, almost dancing as it crossed the courtyard, a picture of grace and power. The man on its back was older, also dressed as a warrior, but this man was clearly not like the others. He had long, jet-black hair, bound with a strip of leather at the nape, and a long, curved sword strapped across his back. There was something about him that reminded Cohen of Storm. He sat gracefully in his saddle, exuding a sense of strength and barely contained violence, a wildness about him. She went to say something to Corbin and noticed Gar disappearing into the crowd. Cord himself was pale-faced, staring intensely at the curly-haired warrior. "Corbin," she said, and squeezed his arm. "Corbin, are you well?" Her brother started but nodded, his colour returning a little. "Aye, it's nothing," he said. Then King Brenin stepped out of the crowd with Pendathrin, Halion behind them, looking uneasy in his new role. "Well met, Nathair," Brenin said, gripping the curly-haired man's arm as he leaned in the saddle. The noise of the crowd obscured the rest of what was said, and soon after, the party headed for the keep. Much later, Cohen was on her own in the hall after the feasting. Corbin had been swept out by Thannon, eager to talk through the final details of the morrow. Idana slumped down in an adjacent chair, the outline of a warrior beyond her. Cohen expected to see Ronan for a moment, but it was Connell. "Hello," Idana said, still gaunt from their recent experiences. Cohen nodded. "Haven't seen you for a while," she said. "No," Idana shook her head. "Since my mam." She looked away. "Father worries for me, more so since the death of Uthan. He fears reprisals," she sighed. Word had reached Duncarrig about 10 nights ago of Owain's son's death, rumour following the news like crows following blood. All that could be agreed upon was that Uthan was dead and that Owain held Brenin responsible. "So, Connell is your guard now," Cohen said, wanting to break the growing silence. "Yes." "How's your dad? Grieving? Angry?" "Very angry. The thought of revenge consumes him." "And you?" "Me?" Idana said. "I cannot believe my mam is gone." She squeezed her eyes shut. "I miss her. I want her back, wish that I had said things to her. And I want to be strong, for Da. But he doesn't seem to notice." "Have you spoken to your dad? Told him how you feel?" "No. He has been so inconstant, sometimes so sad, others so angry. He scares me. But he loves you, and if he knew how you felt, he'd be sorry." Idana looked weary, then nodded. "You're right. I will talk to him, but it would help if I had you near." Cohen sat there, wanted to say no, but Idana looked so pleading that she rose and followed the princess through the keep. Idana knocked at a familiar door and swept in, not waiting for a reply. King Brenin was sitting in his high-backed chair, discussing something with Evnis and Heb. Halion stood behind the king, a hand on his sword hilt. Cohen's eyes flickered across the empty chair beside Brenin, where Alona had sat. "Father, Idana began, then halted, the stern faces of those in the room daunting her. "What is it?" Brenin asked, looking annoyed at the interruption. "I wanted to talk to you, Father, about—" "Well, Idana," Brenin said with a wave of his hand. "Quickly now, I am busy." Then there was a knock at the door and 3 visitors from Tenebral were presented. 2 had led the column, Nathair, Tenebral's king, and Sumur, a lord, Cohen had since discovered. The 3rd was one of their honour guard, A young warrior with an easy smile, his raptor-like helm under one arm.
"Nathair, welcome," said Brennan. "Heb, you know, and this is my counsellor, Evnis."
"Well met," the King of Tenebral said warmly, smiling at Evnis. "My thanks for your hospitality. We are well fed and rested now, so I thought to speak with you of why I have come." Cohen and Idana sidled to the back of the room, lest they be banished. "As you have most likely heard, my father was murdered."
"Aye, you have my sympathies," Brennan said, inclining his head. "Aquilus was a good man, a great man."
"My thanks. His killer has since been brought to justice."
"I have heard," Brennan said, frowning. "I would talk to you more about that, but now is not the time."
Nathair continued. "I have much to live up to, wearing my father's crown, and I am aware of his ambitions and his commitments. That is my first reason for coming here. I know that my father was committed to help you with your troubles, with lawless men on your borders. I have a small warband with me, still upon the ship. I would aid you in your endeavour and help you rid your borders of these outlaws. It would honour my father's wishes and the alliance between us, which I hope you still hold to."
"Ah," Brennan said, humorlessly. "I am afraid you are a little late to aid us in the struggle against the brigands of the Darkwood. We have dealt with them."
"Oh." Nathair looked downcast. "That brings me shame," he said. "My father's other commitments, to Rahim, to Brasta, and Roma, have all been honoured."
"No matter," Brennan said. "You have travelled far, and that speaks loudly of your commitment, and I did not tell Aquilus when my campaign would begin. You have undertaken much to come here. That I will not forget."
"Is the matter resolved?" Nathair asked. "Or can we provide other assistance as recompense?"
"The brigands of the Darkwood are no more, though at great cost," Brennan said. "New and darker troubles have fallen upon my land of late. I find myself at war with my neighbour, Rin. Even as we speak, I am mustering to ride against her."
"What? How is this so?"
"You remember Queen Rin?"
"Aye. A sharp tongue, a sharper mind," Nathair said.
"It would appear Cambren is not enough for her appetites. She covets both Arden and Narvon."
"How could she hope to defeat you both? That does not strike me as wisdom."
"Ah, she is cleverer than that, the old spider. There have been complications with Owain. Rin has brought about the death of my wife."
Brennan stopped and glanced at the talk on the empty chair beside him.
"And also the death of Uthan, Owain's boy. Somehow she made it appear that Owain and I were the culprits, to set us at each other's throats. Thank Elyon I have unmasked her plan, though Owain has not yet recognized it. He still holds me responsible for the death of his son. This is a conflict I will not ask you to join in, Nathair, though, in truth, I am certainly outnumbered."
His face reflected little, but his pain was clear. "I am sorry for your loss," Nathair said.
"She is sorely missed. And not only her."
Just then the warrior with Nathair and Sumur took a half-step forward. "My pardon," he said, "but I expected to see someone. A warrior I befriended during Aquilus's council. Tull? Your first sword?"
"He was," Brennan said, "but he fell, defending my wife. Not that his sacrifice helped her in the end."
"That is a grievous loss," the warrior said. "I crossed blades with him on the weapons court. He taught me a few things." Hallion chuckled.
"That was Tull," Brennan said, the briefest of smiles crossing his face. "My thanks for your words, Rauka," the warrior said. "My name is Rauka." "I will think on what part I may play in this," Nathair said. "There were few enough that stood by my father and his alliance. You honoured him, and I was yet hoping for Owain and Rin's support."
There will be no peace between Rin and I, Brennan warned. Do not try and walk that path, Nathair. Things have gone too far. As for Owain, I would hope for peace with him, though, if he stands between Rin and me, he shall come to regret it. Nathair nodded thoughtfully. Cohen thought his companion, Sumur, stiffened at Brennan's words. Here were people not used to instruction. As I said, I will think on the part I might play. I feel indebted to you until my father's commitment is fulfilled. As you will, Brennan said, with a wave of his hand. There was another reason for my journey, Nathair said. Speak on. I seek knowledge, information, on 2 accounts. Aye. Well, I will help you, if I can, said Brennan. The first is regarding giant law, specifically the Benothi clan. This was a stronghold of theirs once, I believe. I am trying to unravel parts of the prophecies spoken of at my father's council. Of course. Heb here is my law master, and Evnis too has no small store of knowledge regarding the previous residents of Duncarrig. Good, Nathair said. My thanks. And the second count? Said Brennan. Ah, yes. There were unusual circumstances around my father's death. One is that his longest, most trusted adviser just disappeared. He was seen leaving Geraldine just after my father died. Brennan's face registered some emotion, too fast for Cohen to read, then it was gone. That is unusual, he murmured. My thoughts exactly. You know of whom I speak? Michael, who read from the prophecy at the council. Aye, I know of whom you speak. Have you any news of him, of his whereabouts? A silence grew, and Brennan was the first to look away. He came here, briefly, Brennan admitted, though I can tell you little more than that. He did not stay even a night. I know not why he came, nor where he went. The king lifted his eyes, and this time did not look away. Nathair was silent, expressionless, until eventually he sighed. If you could inquire of whom he spoke to while he was here, I would be most grateful. Aye, of course, Brennan said. Cohen's mind was racing. In her head, she could see the man they were speaking of, sitting in her kitchen, like it was yesterday. And now a king had come searching for him. Was this linked to Ban as well? This Michael's visit certainly seemed to have been. Nathair thanked Brennan, then took his leave, claiming tiredness from their journey. A silence hung in the air long after the door had closed. What do you make of that? Heb eventually said, his voice loud after the silence. Brennan looked weary. Change, he said, almost to himself. This alliance, Evnis said. We would do well to court it. Brennan frowned. Once, maybe, he said quietly, then louder. I shall do as I deem right, Evnis. Be careful, my king, Evnis said. He was young, but there was a fire in him. And there is an alliance, realms joining together with or without you. They could become a formidable strength. Something to keep close or at least watch, I would say, else one day they may be uniting to deal with troublesome Arden. Nathair is certainly ambitious, Brennan said, but I do not trust him. Aquilus he is not. This Somur, what do we know of him? Evnis pressed. The talkative one, Heb said wryly. Brennan shrugged. Only Nathair's introduction, that he is lord of some distant fortress, and now Nathair's personal guardian. He knows how to use that sword on his back, Hallion interrupted. How do you know? Evnis said. I didn't think he'd visited the weapons court. He hasn't. There's just something about him. He's dangerous. Evnis looked sceptical. Brenin was becoming impatient. "Come, we have other priorities, but keep a watch on them. And both of you," he added, pointing a finger at Evnis and Heb, "be careful what you tell him. What is it that he seeks about the Benuthi? Report back to me, every word." Suddenly, Brenin noticed his daughter. "Idana, I thought I told you I was busy. This is not the place for you now." "Yes, father," Idana said, eyes downcast. Cohen and Connell followed her to the door, Connell closing it fast behind them. Chapter 76. Corbin. Corbin gulped back the last of a cup of his mam's mead and smiled at Thannon, who winked at him as he stood to leave. "Where are you going?" Thannon asked him. "To see Dath." "Wait a moment," his da said, shifting in his chair. "It is a big day, tomorrow, for you." "I know," Corbin said, "which you've told me more than once today already." Thannon shifted in his chair again. "Please, sit with me a little longer." Corbin sat back down. "I remember the day you were born," he smiled. "I held you in one of my hands, you were so small. And now, look at you." He sniffed. "I hope you know this already, but now's a good time for saying it. You are my greatest hope, my joy." He reached out and gripped Corbin's hand. "No one could have made me prouder, Ban." He tapped his chest. "You make my heart swell." Corbin swallowed, wanted to say something, but there was a lump in his throat that swallowing didn't move. Thannon stood suddenly. "Go see your friends, but not too late, mind. You'll need your strength for the morrow." He grinned. "Listen to me. I'm starting to sound like your mam." He chuckled. Corbin smiled at him. Then his da left the room and Corbin set off. The wide stone streets were mostly empty, dusk settling like a blanket upon the fortress. His da had never spoken to him like that before. He smiled and felt a surge of love for the big man. But there was another face amongst those childhood memories, in fact, in almost every single one, always there, and a whole host of others besides. Gar. In his own bluff way, the stable master had been like a second father to him, helping him, teaching him, rescuing him in the Baglan, following him into the Darkwood, protecting him with his own life, if need be. Without realizing it, his course changed, and he found himself making for the stables. He hadn't seen Gar since the arrival of the Tenebral party. One moment he was with them in the courtyard, then he had vanished. Corbin remembered again how he'd felt when he saw the newcomer's leader, Nathair, Tenebral's king. Somehow this Nathair had seemed familiar, a memory tugging at the edges of his awareness. He had felt sick suddenly, and thought he'd seen a dark shadow marring Nathair's face. Just the memory of it chilled him. He looked up and saw the stables before him, a light flickering high up in an unshuttered window, Gar's stable loft chamber. He'd lived there as long as Corbin could remember, saying that if there was any trouble with the horses, he needed to be nearby. The stables were empty now, and Corbin stepped through, the familiar smells of horse and hay greeting him. He climbed the hayloft stairway that also led to Gar's chamber. Storm followed him, silently as a wraith, as he made his way past stacks of tied hay. He paused before reaching Gar's half-open door. Gar was sitting on his cot in the flickering torchlight, giving all his attention to a long, gently curved blade. The stable master worked oil into the blade with a cloth, then skillfully rasped a whetstone down its edge. Corbin stared. He didn't even know Gar possessed a sword, let alone one such as this. Then he heard footsteps coming up the stairwell, and without thinking, he slipped into the hayloft shadows with Storm. A figure appeared, and Corbin's eyes widened to see his mam. She rapped on Gar's door and strode through without waiting for a response. "I got your message," he heard his mam's voice, clear through the thin partition walls. "What's wrong?" Gar did not answer at first, and Corbin heard only the rasp of his whetstone along the length of his blade. Suddenly, even that stopped, the cot creaking as Gar stood. "We must go. Leave Doncarrig," the stablemaster said. "What?" his mam stuttered. "That's not possible. Why?" "You saw who arrived this day." "Yes, but it need change nothing." "You do not understand, Gwyneth. The man with Nathair, I know him. The man with... But how? Who is he?" "His name is Somor, and he is Jihar." "Gar, I do not understand. How can that be?" "I do not know," Gar said. "Could you not speak to him, if you know him? Find out what this means. Maybe—" "No," Gar snapped. "You remember what Michael said. Speak to no one, not even if Aquilus' kin ride through Stonegate. I have not spent 16 years obeying to stop now when we are so close. Besides, something is wrong. Very wrong." Gar paused, the silence suddenly heavy. "Somor did not see me. Of that I am sure. But for how long? We cannot stay here. Corbin cannot stay here. We must leave, I am certain." "But where? This is too soon. We are not ready. Ban is not ready." Corbin could hear Gar pacing. "Plans rarely run to course, Gwyneth. As to where? Drasil, of course. Where else?" Moments dragged by. "Very well. But not the morrow. He takes his warrior trial. Sits his long night. Michael said he must do that before—" Her voice trailed off. "Aye, all right then," Gar agreed reluctantly. "The morrow we prepare. The day after we leave." Footsteps sounded as his mam left, Corbin hugging Storm tight until they had long since faded from hearing. Not until he heard the rasp of Gar's whetstone again did he dare move. He crept out from behind the hay pile, holding his breath, then down the stairwell. Storm shadowed him into the darkness. Chapter 77. Veridis. Veridis shifted his coat of mail on his shoulders and looked up, seeing a pale blue sky through leafless branches. It was early, a thin film of mist clinging to the ground, the forest litter slick with dew. He made his way through groups of quiet warriors towards Alcyon, ringed by the leaders of this small alliance. They had met the previous evening to discuss their battle plan, but Braster had insisted they also gathered at dawn to go over matters. The red-bearded king nodded to Veridis. "We all know what we are about this day, and we have only made it this far with the help of those with no obligation to be here." He looked from Veridis to Alcyon and nodded curtly to them. "Thanks are due." Roma looked away. "That's it," Braster growled. "I'll see you all this night, drink to our victory with you. Until then, truth and courage, and may Elyon's hand be upon you." "Truth and courage," Veridis repeated as the group split, heading for their various warbands, Veridis walking with Calidus and Alcyon. They were to form up behind the larger forces of Braster and Roma, the two kings commanding close to 3,000 men between them. Veridis and his companions had a twofold task. First, to protect Alcyon and Calidus from any specific attacks. The giant and the Vinthalan were the only means of counteracting the Hunan's elementals. Secondly, and only if the first task was deemed no longer necessary, Veridis was to lead his warband to the flank and do what damage he could, leaving the Jihar to protect Calidus and Alcyon. Calidus had pointed out that the Jihar were more than adequate protection, but Roma had been adamant that Veridis was to remain a rearguard force.
"Half a league, and you will see Haldis, king's man,"
Alcyon said, his teeth flashing fiercely. "These giants," Veridis said, "there will be many of them? Many elementals?"
"Aye, but we will look after you, little warrior," the giant said, a smile twitching at his moustache.
"That is not what I mean. How can only you and Calidus stand against so many elementals?
You have seen him, Alcyon said. You know what he is. We giants have lived long, yes, had a long time to learn our craft. But he is older, much older.
He shrugged.
He is powerful.
Then the giant was gone, striding towards the black mass of the Jihar, his great broadsword slung over his back. Veridus's warband was loosely gathered before him, a line of 50 men, 10 rows deep. Boss grinned at him and moved so that he could take his place in the front rank. Somewhere ahead, a horn blew once, and the host moved forwards, swarming around the thinning trees. They reached the crest of a ridge and looked down on tilled and cultivated land, the signs of organised crop growing looking strangely out of place in the forest. Then Veridus sucked in his breath as he saw Haldis for the first time. A crumbling, vine-covered wall lay ahead, many sections fallen to ruins, leaving gaping holes in the wall like an old hag's teeth. Within there were huge cairns, hundreds of them, their stones thick with moss and yellow lichen. Then beyond this, a sheer cliff face of dark granite rose up from the ground with a line of trees fringing its upper edge. Its entire face was covered in carvings, huge, snarling faces, warriors in combat, and all manner of creatures. Wolves, eagles, bears, drakes, and snakes were represented, surrounded by swirling runes. At the escarpment's base was a great arched gateway, taller and wider than a dozen giants and black as night. Veridus shivered. But there was no sign of the Hunan. No movement anywhere. There was a strident horn blast from behind him. Alcyon, head, shoulders, and chest above the tallest men about him, waved an arm, signalling to stop here, and the warband slowly came to a halt on the upper level of the slope. The lower slope before them was a seething mass of movement of those ahead in the column, reminding Veridus of the ants he had seen in the forest near Geraldine. How long ago that seemed. The first ranks were splashing across a stream. Veridus made out the bulky shape of Brasta, and before him, the Gadre. Then the first of the Gadre approached the ruined wall, beginning to scramble across fallen stone. A noise broke the tension, he felt, as a high, pealing horn sounded from somewhere beyond them, an ethereal, haunting sound. Then something resembling smoke or mist poured from the black gateway in the rock face. Quickly this spread around the cairns, hugging the ground and flowing towards the crumbling wall and the warriors. Many were within the wall now, and those in the front ranks stopped as they saw the mist approaching them. Silently, the mist rolled across the still warriors, engulfing them and obscuring them from view, filling the entire area between the escarpment and the wall. For long moments, the whole dell was draped in an eerie silence. Then, the screaming began. Veridus took a step forward and had to stop himself. Behind, he heard the deep voice of Alcyon rise up, blending with Calidus's, growing louder, singing words he did not understand. A breeze touched his face where there had been none, quickly growing in strength, gusts tugging at hair that poked from under his iron helm. The wind swirled about him now. It seemed to gather before his warband, snatching at leaves and ferns on the ground, then suddenly set off down the slope, howling, whipping up white-tipped foam on the stream before the wall as it rushed past and slammed like a physical thing into the wall and mist within. The mist immediately skirting the wall just evaporated, but very soon the wind's effect lessened as if it had run into a barrier. Alcyon and Calidus's voices rose in volume until the wind they had sent rushing into the dell made headway against the mist again, though slowly. The mist frayed, slowly dissolved, revealing their fellow warriors within the wall. They seemed somehow stopped in their tracks. Veridus strained to see and made out men's arms flailing, heard terror in the screaming, then realized what was happening. Men were sinking into the ground, whole companies already swallowed, marked only by iron helms or a patch of hair, a shield, a grasping hand. The ground had turned to bog, a suffocating, sinking pit. "Elion, help us," Boss whispered. Veridis forced his way towards Alcyone and Calidus, men making way for him. Alcyone and Calidus were standing with arms raised and voices intertwined, drenched in sweat, their muscles trembling. "There is more than the mist!" Veridis yelled over the singing and the screaming from below. "Look! The warriors are sinking into the very ground!" Calidus's voice stuttered, faltered, and he staggered forwards a step, Veridis steadying him. "Closer," the Vinthalan croaked. "We must get closer." Veridis nodded and returned to his warband, leading them forwards down the slope. A score of paces before the ground levelled, he stopped, and heard Calidus's voice change in pitch, the alien words coming in a new rhythm. Veridis's view of Haldis was restricted now, but he could still see a way beyond the wall where the screaming was loudest. Men were still sinking, some flailing wildly and buried to their knees, hips, and chests. Many were dead, mouths full of black earth, whereas others pushed against the sucking ground with shields or were trying to dig themselves out with sword or spear. Alcyone and Calidus's song rose in volume, the mist almost defeated now, lingering only as thin tendrils. Something caught Veridis's eye, a movement near the stream, in it the water swirling. Whatever it was coming closer, the wake of its passing flooding the banks behind it, thick sedge and reeds parting before it. "You see that?" he said to Boss, pointing. Before the warrior could answer him, something was emerging from the water, a silvery grey head rising on a thick reptilian torso. "Worm!" Veridis yelled. It slithered onto the bank, great loops coiling out of the stream, and moved with alarming speed up the slope. Towards them. "It's coming for Calidus and Alcyone," Veridis realised. He shouted a command, his warband pulling in tight, forming a wall on the slope. Behind him, he heard the Jihad unsheath their swords as one, a metallic clap of thunder. "Don't like the look of that," Boss muttered next to him. "Me neither," thought Veridis, though he kept silent. The worm paused before their shield wall, body coiling beneath it before it reared up, arching above the wall. It was huge, its head alone larger than a man, with great curved fangs longer than a sword. Shields shattered as it crashed into the wall, those before it crushed in an explosion of blood and bone. The shield wall broke apart, men running in all directions. Veridis chased the beast, with Boss following, and Veridis slashed at the creature's body. His blade bit, though not deep, and something viscous and jelly-like oozed out from the cut. But his blow did nothing to slow the worm. It broke onto the slope beyond the shield wall now, a space of grass and fern before the loosely clustered Jihad. Behind them, Calidus and Alcyone continued their song, as yet oblivious to the worm. This time, the creature did not pause, just ploughed into the dark-clothed warriors. Instead of bracing to meet it, they parted, allowed it into their midst, then swirled about it like black waters with their swords rising and falling. The worm was at last wounded, black blood seeping from 1,000 cuts. It roared in defiance and lashed out, catching a warrior in its jaws, blood spraying. But the swords continued to slash at it, and with a great shudder, the beast crashed to the ground, spasmed, and then was still. As things grew quieter about him, screams from Haldis below drifted back up to Veridis. The burial ground was still a bog, warriors suffocating in the dark earth, but as he looked back to Calidus and Alcyone, he sensed a change in their song. As Veridis watched, he felt a tremor pass under his feet, then saw a shift in the ground within the wall. It began to solidify, and men were able to resist their descent into the earth, while others were able to drag or dig themselves out with the last of their strength. Many were dead, caught in a permanent embrace under the crushing earth. Calidus and Alcyone were both slumped on their knees as Veridis approached, gasping in huge, racking gulps of air. "You've done it," Veridis panted. "For now," Calidus wheezed, rolling onto his side. Suddenly a roar erupted from behind the wall. Veridis turned to see the mounds coming to life. He blinked and saw giants leaping into focus. Whatever glamour had hidden them was stripped away, and now they were rampaging amongst men who were not yet recovered from their encounter with the sinking ground. Their newest threat took the form of huge warriors wrapped in black leather and iron, wielding great double-bladed axes or crushing warhammers. Chaos erupted anew. Hundreds had died in the suffocating earth, but there were still many of Brasta and Romar's men left alive, though Viridis had never seen this number of giants gathered together. It was hard to make sense of the battlefield. Men were still confused by the mist and shifting earth, and the giants took full advantage, dealing out death with breathtaking ferocity. Everywhere Viridis looked, he saw the pale-faced Hunan laying about them with their axes and warhammers, the warriors of the Alliance struggling to reorganize themselves. Alcyon was still on his knees, though his breathing was less laboured now. "What shall we do?" Viridis asked the giant.
"Take your men down there," Alcyon commanded, "before the day is lost."
"But will you be safe?"
"Aye,"
the giant grunted. He glanced at Calidus, still lying on his side.
"Their elementals will not attack again, not with their own warriors in the thick of it."
"Will they attack you? The worm?"
Alcyon shrugged. "If they do, the Jihar are their match."
A smile flickered across the giant's face, more a grimace.
"We will be safe, Kingsman. Do not fear for us."
Viridis considered a moment, then walked away.
"Make for the gateway in the cliff face," Alcyon called after him. "We shall meet you there."
Then Viridis was taking his place next to Boss, jogging down the slope, splashing through the stream and skirting the wall to an entry point where it had crumbled to nothing. He led the men across a scattered pile of moss and lichen-covered rubble. Then they were within the walls of Haldis. Things were very different down here. The noise of battle ebbing and flowing from every direction, sometimes deafening, then eerily silent. The great mounds that filled the field obscured much of the view. Viridis lifted his shield and felt Boss's thud into his, the shield wall going up about him. He drew his short sword, and as one, the war band of 500 warriors began to make its way into the burial ground of the Hunan. At first, there was little resistance. Then they came upon 20 or so giants, savagely hacking at warriors still half buried in the earth, frantically trying to free themselves. The first giants fell almost silently as the shield walls smashed into them, dozens of short stabbing swords snaking out. But a bellow from a dying Hunan alerted others. Suddenly, blows were slamming into Viridis' shield, and he almost buckled at the knees. Further off, more giants were gathering. Seeing the threat to their flank, they were pulling out of the main conflict and grouping to meet Viridis' shield wall. Even as he watched, they let out a great howl and began loping towards Viridis' warband, scores of them, axes and warhammers held high. Then giants crashed into the shield wall, hammering and beating against the wood and iron of their shields. The man to Viridis' right went down, a hammer blow breaking his arm and then his skull. Boss staggered beside him, but held. Others in the front row were dragged forwards by axes embedded in their shields, then hacked to pieces by the frenzied giants. The line trembled, on the verge of breaking. "Hold!" Viridis yelled, not knowing if anyone heard him, the din of battle almost deafening. He stabbed forwards, grunted as his shield arm, numbed from the blows, rained upon it, losing all sense of time, only the next moment, the next burning breath or lunge having any kind of meaning. Then suddenly, the pressure on his shield was gone. He looked over its rim, saw that none of their attackers were still standing, though, by the sound of it, battle still raged further away, amongst the mounds. Boss was still there, blood sheeting one side of his face from a cut to his ear. The big man grinned at him, and Viridis felt himself smile in return as a measure of strength returned to his limbs. Steadily, the shield wall moved deeper and deeper into Haldis. Slowly and inexorably, the Hunan were either cut down or pushed back, and the ground grew thick with the fallen. They came to a dense ring of warriors, bristling with sword and spear, being assaulted by a score of giants. The Hunan were dispatched quickly as the shield wall closed on them from behind. Braster was at the centre of the ring, pale-faced and semi-conscious, wounded by a hammer blow that had crushed his shoulder. His battle chief Lothar stood over him. A litter was organised to take the wounded king back to the slope beyond the wall. Then Verides continued his journey through the mounds. The sounds of battle grew again as they approached the cliff face and saw what seemed to be hundreds of the Hoonan battling ferociously before the Black Gateway. Romar was amongst the Gadre and Castell was standing back to back with Makin. "Wall!" Verides yelled, lifting his shield, locking it with those either side of him, and slowly, pace by pace, they forged their way into the battle. They kept pushing, shoving, grunting, stabbing, until they were almost at the Black Gateway where the last giants had been herded. Suddenly, those left alive disengaged, turned, and fled into the darkness behind them. There was a moment's silence, then ragged cheers broke from the surviving warriors. "Well met," Verides grinned, gripping Makin's arm. "I like your timing," the old warrior said, grinning in return. Then Castell was there, smiling as well, though he grimaced at Verides' face, splinters of wood still sticking from it where an axe had almost split his shield. "With me," called Romar, striding towards the arched doorway. He stepped through, took a burning torch from an iron sconce on the wall, and walked into the darkness. Vandal followed, warriors flocking to him. Makin sighed, nodded to Verides, and then followed his king. "You coming?" Castell asked Verides as he followed the old warrior, a huge bald-headed man that could have been Boss's father falling in beside him. "Not yet," Verides said. "I must wait here." "Scared of the dark?" Castell grinned. He drew his sword and passed through the archway, what was left of the Gadre about him. Within moments they were all swallowed by the darkness. Verides turned and scanned his warband. Many had fallen, and only about half of his original strength remained. He felt a sudden, fierce pride in them, knowing beyond any doubt that this battle would have been lost without them. They set up a defensive circle around the arch, but didn't wait long before Alcyon strode out from the cairns, his great broadsword red with blood, Calidus and the Jihar behind him. "How goes it?" said the giant. "Well, I think," Verides said. "Most of this area is cleared, though it was hard fought. This place is a maze." "Romar?" Calidus asked, scanning the clearing. "In there," Verides said, looking at the gaping doorway into the cliffside. Calidus arched an eyebrow. "Who with?" "The remaining Gadre, the 100 or so swords, maybe another 100 of Isiltir's warriors," Verides shrugged. "The rest must be scattered amongst the mounds, if they still live." "All the rats gathered in the same trap," Calidus muttered to himself. "What?" Verides asked. "We must go. Quickly," Calidus said to Alcyon and Akkar as he headed for the entrance. "Roma will need our aid." "Do you need me?" Verides called after the councillor. "You? No, Verides. There is work to be done that you are not suited for. Guard this gateway. Rest if you can. You have earned it." With that, the Vinthalan disappeared into the darkness, Alcyon and the Jihar close behind. Verides thought of Makin and Castell, and his stomach lurched. He took a few paces towards the gateway, then stopped. "Leave the politicking to Calidus," he remembered Nathair commanding. "You warned them," said an internal voice. "I did," he muttered to himself and turned away from the cliff face. "Calidus is Ben Elim," he thought. "He will do what is right." They were alive and had helped win the day. Yet somehow, despite his orders and his firm words to himself, he suddenly felt ashamed to be standing there waiting. Chapter 78. Corbin. Corbin stepped out into the rowan field. The sun was still low in a cloudless sky as he gathered himself for what lay ahead. "A good day for it," Thanon rumbled beside him. I squeezed his shoulder. "Aye," Corbin said, and felt a queasiness in his stomach. Hallion was leaning against the weapons rack and smiled, raising a hand when he saw Corbin.
"I'll wait here," Thannon said. "Watch storm for you."
Halion gripped Corbin's forearm in the traditional manner. "The Rowan Field welcomes you, Corbin ben Thannon," the warrior said formally. "The field honours me." Corbin gave the expected reply and tried not to glance away from Halion as warriors began to feel the field. "I have something for you." Halion pulled a spear from the weapons rack. "I think its weight should suit you." Corbin took the spear in two hands and held it horizontally. Its haft was carved from pale ash, with dark veins swirling through it, and an iron butt capping its end as a balancing weight. The blade end was leaf-shaped, one long, sinuous curve from tip to hilt, unlike the wedge-shaped blades he was used to. Testing its weight, he lifted the spear to shoulder height and found the balancing point almost immediately. It suddenly felt weightless. Halion grunted approvingly. "My thanks," Corbin said. "It flies true. I thought it would serve you better than these battered things," Halion said, glancing at the spears in the rack. "It has served me well." "Is this a custom, where you're from?" Corbin asked, frowning, suddenly realising he had no gift in return. "A custom? No, lad. I just have enjoyed teaching you. And this will be our last day. It is good to mark times such as this with a gift." Corbin smiled. "Again, my thanks. Come, find a target, get used to it a little before we begin." Corbin approved, as missing the target before countless warriors was not how he hoped to begin his warrior trial. They strode towards the straw target and found an open space. Connell marched across the field towards them before they could make further progress. He was scowling when he reached them, his usually handsome face flushed with anger. "I had your message," he said, "or summons." "I just needed to see you, Con," Halion said. "What for? More orders?" Halion frowned now. "Aye, that's right." Connell folded his arms and waited. "You'll be guarding Idana, as usual, but she's been given leave from the keep, so be vigilant." "I'm a warrior, Hal, not a nursemaid," Halion sighed. "It is a position of honour," he said slowly. Corbin thought, perhaps not for the first time. "And you need to rebuild Brennan's favour." "Favour? Honour?" Connell spluttered. "To nursemaid a child? Why do you treat me so?" "I am trying to help you, Con," Halion said sharply. "This is my last day of it," Connell retorted as he turned away. "Evnis has offered me a place in his hold. I shall stand under your shadow no longer." Halion made to speak, but Connell was gone before he could get the words out. "Ah!" Halion spat, the anger on his face shifting into sadness. He looked at Corbin. "All my life, it seems, I've been trying to help him." "He's ungrateful," Corbin said impulsively. "No, Ban. He just does not see it as help. Pride blinds him. Maybe it is I that have been wrong." He shook his head. "Anyway, you have other things more pressing than my brother's temper. Cast that spear, lad." So Corbin did. His first throw was a little high, but he soon had the measure of Halion's gift and marvelled at the difference it made. The field was busy now, and he spotted many familiar faces, bar one. Then Gar, too, entered the field, riding Shield, the stallion's brown and white coat glistening with sweat. "Good then," Halion said. "We can begin." The warrior measured out 40 paces from a straw target and marked the spot with his boot heel. "Begin your spear trial, Corbin ben Thannon," he said loudly. Then more quietly, "Don't rush it because you have an audience. Wait till you find the place." Corbin nodded, his mouth suddenly dry. Setting his feet, he hefted the spear, lifted it to his shoulder, and sighted the target. He concentrated on the sounds around him, focusing on the target as he'd been taught, the sounds fading until all that was left was his heartbeat, the weight of the spear, and the target before him. Then he threw. The spear arced through the air, landing with a thunk about a handspan above the target's centre. "One," Halion called out. 6 more times Corbin went through this process, allowing himself a smile towards Thanon and his other watchers only after his last throw. Next, Hallion approached to present him with a practice sword. "I'll test your forms first, Corbin," Hallion said. "No different from what we usually do." "Aye," Corbin said, feeling better now, more at ease. He rolled his shoulders and swung the practice blade in some sweeping arcs to loosen the muscles in his back and arm. Hallion set his feet, raised his sword, and Corbin attacked. He came at Hallion with a high, double-handed grip, methodically moving through the forms Hallion had taught him, using footwork and sword angles to strike first at the quick-kill areas, throat, heart, groin, then the slow-kill points, then the places that would maim or disable, but were not of themselves fatal. He tried to keep all Gar had taught him separate, but parts of the sword darts would creep into his attacks, usually making his movements more fluid. One strike would flow into another, reducing the response time of his foe. This was not at all like the Darkwood, where death had hovered close, but where instinct had overcome his fear. Here, he was enjoying himself. He felt himself smiling, a kind of fierce joy taking hold of him as he struck at Hallion faster and faster, making the new first sword of Arden work hard. Hallion moved with a grace all of his own, though, and although he was hard-pressed, the warrior's guard was not broken. There was a momentary lull as Corbin realised he had passed through all of the forms. Hallion stepped back a pace, raised his hand, and grinned at Corbin. "That was well done," he said, then marched over to a weapons rack, returning with a battered shield for Corbin. Corbin saw that quite a crowd had gathered around him, faces recognisable as he glanced around. Evnis and Von, Helfach and Rafe. They were all staring, most with surprise on their faces, even Thanon and Dath. Corbin frowned, not sure what had just happened. He caught Dath's eye then and saw something in his friend's face. Awe. Then he was slipping his left arm into the shield straps and preparing for the second half of the sword trial. This time, Hallion did the attacking, testing Corbin's defensive skills, and Corbin found himself more hard-pressed. Gar had never used a shield, so Hallion had taught him all he knew here. Still, he did well, blocking the attacks, though many of them only just, and soon his left arm was numb as blow after blow shivered through it into flesh and bone. A few times he almost stepped into an attack of his own, the urge instinctive and close to overwhelming, wanting to use both sword and shield as a weapon, but he resisted, remembering this was a defensive test. In time, Hallion stepped back. "We are done here," the warrior declared. Now Corbin retrieved his spear, and he saw Gar leading shield out towards him. This is it, he thought. The running mount, and then his warrior trial was finished, only the long night left before he passed fully into manhood. He felt his breath catch. He had become lost in the trial, in the moments of spear, sword, shield, strike and block, but now the enormity of it settled upon him again. Focus, he told himself. Get this wrong, and he could not say what would be worse, broken bones or the humiliation of it happening before the gathered strength of Arden. He rubbed the sweat from his palms and gripped the spear more tightly. Gar was watching him keenly, waiting for his signal. At his nod, the stablemaster clicked his tongue and set shield into a gentle trot. Gar kept pace for a few strides, and the stallion broke into a canter and headed for Corbin. Corbin hefted shield and spear and set his feet as the stallion approached, hooves sending tremors beneath Corbin's feet. He began to move. Then shield drew level, and Corbin increased his pace, feeling the timing of the canter as his own blood and muscle pumped to match the horse's stride. Suddenly, the rhythm was right, and he angled in, reaching out with his shield hand, grabbed a fistful of the stallion's mane, and used the horse's momentum to launch himself into the air. There was a heartbeat that felt like an eternity as his feet left the ground. He was completely weightless, airborne, his body arcing up, legs scissoring. Then, with a satisfying thump, he landed in the saddle. Shield didn't even break stride. He sat there a moment, Feeling Shield's muscles bunch and expand beneath him, could hear only his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Then he was punching the air with shield and spear, the cold air whipping tears from his eyes. Distantly, he heard noise, looked around to see people calling out to him, cheering, banging spears on shields. His eyes searched the crowd and found his da. He was grinning till it looked like his face would split. Corbin raised a clenched fist to the blacksmith and whooped with joy, then called to Storm. The wolfen bounded away from Thannon to run alongside Shield, matching the stallion's speed as Corbin urged it into a gallop, turf spraying from its hooves. He held the reins easily, relaxing into Shield's rhythm. His eyes searched the crowd for Gar. The stablemaster inclined his head. Brennan marched onto the field, accompanied by his retinue and the Tenebral guests. They stared as he galloped past, Storm loping beside him. Briefly, he saw Nathair's eyes fix in surprise on the wolven, before their eyes met. The world seemed to contract, suddenly. The shadow was there again, a darkness that hovered about the King of Tenebral. Corbin felt scared suddenly. Then he was past them and pulling on the reins to head back to Hallion. He looked for Gar again, but couldn't see him. He refused to dwell on the words he had heard yestereve, which came unbidden to his mind. He slipped from the saddle before Hallion, glowing before his approving nod. Then Thannon was beckoned forward, his bulk looming over both of them. He unwound a sword from a cloth wrapping and offered it to his son. Corbin sank to one knee to complete the ceremony. "Corbin, Ben, Thannon," Hallion called. "You came to the field a bairn. You leave it as a warrior, as a man. Rise," he said, his hand touching Corbin's elbow, "and take your sword." Corbin stood, took his gift, and gasped as he looked closer. The pommel was dark iron, carved into the head of a snarling wolfen. His eyes flickered to his da's face, saw joy in the blacksmith's eyes as well as tears. "Thank you," he whispered, the blade hissing as he drew it from the leather scabbard. He held up the sword, sunlight turning it momentarily into a white flame, just like in the tales. "Hold tight to your blade," Hallion said, "and hold as tight to truth and courage. Now make your oath." "I pledge my arm, my mind, my soul, my strength in service of the two, king and kin." He drew his sword across his palm, dripping blood from a clenched fist onto the ground. "I swear this by my heart. Seal it with my blood," Corbin said. Thannon grinned at him. Cheers rang out from the crowd, a huge crowd now, all staring at him as if something special was happening. And then Thannon swept Corbin into a bear-like embrace. Cool shadow replaced bright sunshine as Corbin rode under the arch of Stonegate, Storm an almost silent presence behind him. The sun was dipping into the west, sending long shadows stretching out before him as Corbin rode across Duncarrick's bridge. When he reached the Giant's Way, he set his back to the Baglan. He was riding to find a spot to sit his long night, and all the land between him and the Baglan felt too familiar. He wanted it to feel new, as everything else on this day of days had been. He rode until the world about him was grey, shrinking before the red glow of the setting sun behind him. He finally reined Shield in before a dell, a boulder of dark granite offering some shelter from the sharp wind that rolled in from the coast. He dismounted, feeling the slap of the still unfamiliar blade on his hip as he did so, and spent a long time admiring his weapons. After tending to Shield, it was a good while later before he was settled next to a small fire, looking up at the moon, which cast a pale glow across the land. He felt exhausted, the excitement of the day finally waning and allowing him to consider Gar's ominous words. This talk of leaving Duncarrick scared him. It was only at the thought of leaving it that he realised how much he loved this place and the people. His friends were here, and so was his heart. No, he was not leaving. No matter what his mam or Gar said, no matter what history Gar shared with Somur. He was a warrior now, a man. He could do as he chose. His hand crept up to the braid that was now in his hair, his warrior braid, put there by his mam and Cohen that afternoon, bound with a thin strip of leather. Hallion had honoured him, requesting his warrior trial and long night be brought forward, but there was practicality in the decision too. They were as good as at war with Rin, and soon the warriors of Arden would ride against Cambrin. Every arm that could wield a sword would be needed. He felt a fluttering of fear at that thought. Riding to war, but pushed it down. It would be better by far than leaving. Instinctively, he reached for the hilt of his sword and curled his fingertips around the hilt. It was a big sword, longer than was usual, with a hand-and-a-half grip. After much deliberation with his da, he had decided upon this. Because of his training with Gar, he favoured a two-handed blade, but that would rule out a shield, which he did not want to do. This way, he almost had the reach of a two-handed sword, but, largely due to his uncounted toiling in his da's forge, as well as his training with Gar over the last 2 years, he had the strength to wield it like a shorter, lighter blade, and so could use it with a shield. Soon, his eyes began to droop. But the long night was to be spent in unsleeping vigil. He stirred himself with another memory of the day, an unwelcome one. Nathair. All over the fortress people were gossiping about the King of Tenebral. He was both handsome and pleasant, so was becoming increasingly popular. But there was something about him that nagged at Corbin. And every time he saw him, there was that shadow, a presence. Seeing things that are not there is the first sign of madness, he chided himself. At least that's what Brynner has told me. Still, that shadow. He shivered. Strange, unnerving sounds drifted on the night breeze, but Storm slept undisturbed. He blew into his cupped hands. It was cold, the sea breeze adding a bite to the already chilly air. He reached for a blanket from his pack. I'll just sit for a while, he thought, until the blanket chases the chill from my bones. With a start, he woke, stiff all over. It was still dark, though there was a touch of grey in the sky, the stars fainter. His small fire had long since burned out, but he could see Storm and Shield, so dawn must be close. Deciding movement was better than staying still, he quickly collected his things together and began saddling Shield up. He felt guilty at dozing off on his long night and wondered if he should tell Hallion. Everything was done, Corbin just slipping his spear into its leather couch on his saddle, when Storm suddenly lifted her head, looked down the slope, and growled. Corbin froze and followed the wolven's gaze. A rider burst from the trees, splashed across the stream, and galloped for the Giant's Way. He reined in when he saw Corbin, turning his frothing mount into a tight circle. "Have any others got through?" he said, his voice hoarse, almost a whisper. "What do you mean?" Corbin asked, hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "Messengers from Baden," the man grunted. No one." The man swore, spat on the ground, and glanced over his shoulder. "You must ride. They cannot be far behind," the man urged. "Baden has fallen." "What?" "But," Corbin said. "Ride. There is no time," the man snapped, then dug his heels into his horse, spurring it on. Corbin watched the rider disappear over the ridge, then noise from the valley bottom drew his attention. Mounted figures emerged from the woodland, a dozen or so, warriors by their couched spears. Corbin frowned. There was something wrong about their movements, something furtive. Then there was movement on the ridge of the far slope, perhaps a league away, maybe less. A dark line appeared on the Giant's Way, riders, a wide column, framed by a pale strip of light that preceded the coming sun. They were moving quickly towards him. Either side of the road, more figures spilt over the ridge, moving like a dark stain across the land, spears and rippling banners silhouetted briefly against the lightening sky. Corbin just stared, watching. Then the rim of the sun appeared on the horizon, and a host of spear tips caught the first rays, sparking into light like 1,000 candles. A war host crawled across the slope towards him, a sea of red-cloaked warriors, the bull of Narvan snapping on countless banners. Owain had come. Chapter 79. Corbin. Corbin mounted shield and guided the horse up the embankment to the Giant's Way. He looked once more at the host creeping towards him, his gaze flickering to the scouts picking their ways down the slope towards the stream. As he watched, one of them signalled to the others and pointed at him. His heart lurched as he kicked shield into a gallop, voices rising behind him and the sound of hooves splashing through water. He rode shield hard, his heart pounding and panic building. Eventually, Brynner's cottage came into view, Duncarrig a tall blur on the horizon in the still hazy light of dawn. He reined shield in, the horse blowing great gouts of breath in the cold morning air. Further ahead, he saw a dust cloud marking the rider he had spoken to entering the village. He urged shield towards Brynner's cottage. The healer was bent over her herb patch, tugging at a clump of hawkweed as Corbin pounded up to her. "Quick!" he cried. "We must go!" "What?" Brynner snapped, scowling at the hawkweed that clearly did not want to leave the ground. "Has one night alone in the dark unhinged your mind completely?" "Owain's war host. Thousands coming," Corbin uttered breathlessly. "A league or so back, but his scouts are not far behind me." Brynner stared at him a moment, then shoved herself to her feet and bustled inside her cottage, calling to Craft. "Hurry!" Corbin yelled. And in moments Brynner appeared in her doorway, a sack over her back, the crow flapping behind her, squawking a protest. Surprising Corbin with her agility, Brynner pulled herself up behind him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and then shield was moving through the alderglade. Corbin looked to the east and saw a line of riders strung across the road, moving quickly, more than the dozen scouts he had seen earlier. He dug his heels into Shield's ribs, Craff a black smudge in the sky above him, and Storm running at his side. He cut across meadow to join the Giant's Way and set his face to Haven, bent low in the saddle, urging Shield on. When he reached the village, he shouted a warning as he rode through the streets to the roundhouse. But the rider had already spread the word, and there were people everywhere, most of them making for the road that led up to the fortress. Corbin made his way to Dath's home, jumped from his saddle and pounded on the door. Bethan pulled it open, a scowl on her face, but her words failed when she saw Corbin's expression. "What's wrong?" she said. "Owain is attacking. You don't have long. Where's Dath?" "Here, Ban," his friend said, appearing behind his sister. "We have to go." Corbin grabbed Bethan's shoulder, but she pulled back. "Da," she said. "Where is he?" "Back there," Dath said, nodding into his home. "Show me." Mordwyr was snoring in his cot, a jug of usque in his arms. It proved impossible to rouse him until Brynner pushed her way in and emptied a jug of cold water over his head. That and her scolding served to wake Mordwyr enough that he could stagger from their home, Corbin leading him and Dath balancing him from behind. Corbin told Brynner and Bethan to take shield and ride on ahead. He and Dath led the staggering fishermen through the village and joined a growing line of people making their way up the steep path to Duncarrig. They paused a little way up to look back over the village. Smoke was rising from Brynner's cottage, black, billowing clouds of it. Further away, at the edge of sight, Owain's host was a creeping smudge on the horizon. Closer, between the village and Brynner's cottage, riders milled about on the Giant's Way, Owain's advanced scouts. "Come on," Corbin said, and turned towards Duncarrig. When they were halfway up the steep slope, Mordwyr protesting all the way, there was a rumble of hooves ahead. Pendathran rode past them, with scores of warriors at his back. They continued down to the village and fanned out, protecting the villagers from Owain's advanced scouts. Then Gar was there, riding his great piebald stallion towards them. "Is it true?" Gar said when he reached them. Corbin just pointed at the land behind him, at the dark tide of warriors swarming across the meadows. Gar stared a while as Corbin eyed the packs tied to Hammer's side, the full waterskins, a long object wrapped in leather strapped to the saddle. "Going somewhere?" he asked. "I was," he said. "Not now, though. Come, let's get you inside the fortress walls." With great difficulty, they hoisted Mordwyr into Gar's saddle and made much quicker time up the slope. Corbin's mam and Cohen met them in the courtyard, both dressed for a journey, he noted, in thick leathers and cloaks. Thanon stood beside them, scowling, his newly made warhammer in his hands. Shield is at the stables. I've tended him, Bethan said to Corbin, as she took Hammer's reins, guiding her dart into the fortress. The rest of them made their way up the stone stairs to stand on the battlements. The village was overrun now, the land about the base of the hill teeming with marauders, the dark mass beginning to swarm up the slope towards the fortress. The last of the villagers were crossing the bridge, Torin with them, driving a wain piled high with sacks and barrels, Pendathrin and his few score warriors riding behind. When they were all across the bridge, the iron-bound doors of Stonegate slammed shut, bars ramming home. Everywhere was the shocked murmur of voices. King Brennan emerged into the courtyard with Hallion and a clutch of other warriors about him, Heb and Evnis trailing. Behind them came the Tenebral visitors. Brennan conferred with Pendathrin a few moments, then climbed the stairwell. He positioned himself on the walkway above Stonegate, staring down at the bridge that spanned the chasm between Duncarrig and the mainland. In time, the host's vanguard drew near, stopping 20 paces before the bridge and spreading out in front of the fortress. Then Owain emerged from the mass of red-cloaked warriors. "Cousin!" Owain called out, his voice ringing off the stone walls, his eyes scanning the battlements. "Aye," Brennan called back. "I am here." "My son was more welcoming when you visited my realm," Owain said, gesturing to the barred gates. "That is true," Brennan called. "But I was invited. You are not." Owain snorted. "Let us dispense with this. You are trapped. No means of escape. Give yourself up along with your daughter and Pendathrin. Then you will save much needless bloodshed." "You are a fool, Owain. You are Rin's tool in this, nothing more. Her puppet. Stop with your lies," Owain roared, and thumped his saddle. "Marok was seen, witnessed by many, leaving Uthen's chambers. You ordered my son's death. You killed him." His rage looked set to dominate him for a moment, before he mastered himself and glared up at Brennan. "And in recompense, I shall see you and your line wiped out." Brennan shook his head. "You are blind. But even so, what can you hope to achieve? Look at these walls. Your threats are empty. You can bang on my gates until Midwinter's Day, and we shall hardly notice your presence." "Maybe," Owain shouted up, "if you had food enough. I am in no hurry to be leaving. Let us see how much your people love you when they are starving, when they are dying about you. Consider my terms," he said. "I shall return at the same time on the morrow." He began to turn his horse, then paused. "Ah, I have something for you, to aid you in your deliberations." One of his men untied a small sack from his saddle and emptied its contents. A head rolled across the flagstones. The face was distorted by a rictus of pain or fear, but it was still recognizable to all close by. Gethin, Lord of Baden. Chapter 80. Cohen. Cohen muttered angrily to herself as she scraped Hammer's hooves clean, running her knife deftly around the rim, clumps of hard-packed straw and earth coming loose. The stables were empty of people. Almost everyone was out on the walls, just watching Owain's host or training in the rowan field. That thought produced a fresh flow of expletives, and she scraped more vigorously. 2 nights had passed since Owain had arrived, and Brennan had announced that anyone due to sit their long night before Midwinter's Day could take their warrior trial early to join the fight against Owain. That meant just about everyone that she knew, including Dath. Dath, whom she had sparred with almost every day, and bested every day. And that lump Farrell, who was as slow as an auroch. She grimaced, imagining them all together, playing at being warriors, at being men. Ronan's face came to mind, bright blood bubbling on his lips. But it's no game, she thought. None of them understood. except Ban. He had been there too, had seen Ronan, and had even fought. She felt a sudden rush of pride, of love for her brother, as she remembered watching him take his warrior trial. She remembered the shock she felt as she'd seen his sword trial, seen how he'd set at Hallion, with a growing sense of witnessing something special filling her. And she hadn't been the only one, going by the expressions of those about her. The stable door opened and she blinked at the sudden burst of light flooding the darkness. And the figure silhouetted against the bright day was no less than Brennan. Evenis and his son were with him, along with Idana and Hallion. "I am looking for Gar," Brennan said. "Is he here?" "No, my lord," Cohen said. "I thought he was out in the paddocks." "No, he is not," Brennan said sharply. "Then, I'm sorry, I do not know where he is," Cohen said with a shrug. In truth, Gar had been almost impossible to find for days, appearing only to issue a string of more commands, then disappearing again. He had been strange ever since the day of Corbin's warrior trial, as had her mam, both of them insisting she dressed for a journey but not telling her where or why. Of course, that had all changed with Owain's siege, but still no explanation had been given, and Gar had become increasingly absent. "Is there something that I may help you with?" Cohen asked. "Perhaps," Brennan said, preoccupied, clearly troubled to see Alana's favourite mare nearby. "I need to know how many horses we have here. Warrior mounts, not ponies." Cohen nodded. "No more than 200, lord. Maybe fewer. I do not know the exact number, but thereabouts. I can find out for sure." "Only 200? Brennan said quietly. "That is not enough." He shook his head. Yes, find out." Only once since the siege had begun had there been any kind of prolonged battle. The day after Owain's arrival, an assault had been made on the gates, warriors hauling felled trees capped with iron up the hill, attempting to batter the gates down. But they had been too thick, and the defenders above had let loose a constant barrage of rocks upon those wielding the battering ram. Scores had been crushed to death before Owain called his men back, with little more than scratches on the gates of the fortress to show for their efforts. Duncarrig seemed impregnable, but nevertheless there was a mounting tension spreading amongst those within the walls. With Gethin dead, and his warriors no doubt scattered, all hope rested on Dalgar and his warband from Dunmain to break the siege. Others entered the stables to join the royal group. It was Nathair with his usual companions, the black-clothed Samur with his long, curved sword on his back, and the eagle guard, Rauka. Cohen sidled over to Idana, who smiled at her, though her face looked strained. "Got a new guard?" Cohen whispered, nodding towards Hallion. "Connell didn't like the job," Idana said. Cohen pulled a face. "Why the horse count? Father would have a force ready for when Dalgar arrives. He will be outnumbered by Owain and will need help." "Oh, I see." "I have been looking for you," Nathair said amiably, a broad smile on his face. "Have you?" Brennan murmured, his attention elsewhere, still rubbing the mare's muzzle. "Yes," Nathair said, the smile fading from his eyes. "For some time now." Brennan looked at him finally. "Well, you appear to have found me. Forgive me if I have not been as available as you would have liked. These are unfortunate circumstances." Nathair made a dismissive gesture. "I'm in no danger, I'm sure. Owain is bound by the old law, as are we all." The old law was a set of customs that the exiles had brought with them to the Banished Lands, and included guest rights, that a guest was safe at another's hearth and was due the right of protection by the hold's lord. "Indeed," said Brennan. "I hope to speak with Owain, make him aware of my presence here, and perhaps reason with him over this useless war." "Of course," Brennan said. "He returns to the walls each day. Speak with him then, though I do not think you will change his mind." "Yes. Thank you," Nathair said. "I regret this situation you find yourself in, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. I must return to my ship, soon." "As you wish," Brennan shrugged. "I am sure that Owain would grant you safe passage. Is that what you wish to speak of with me?" "In part," Nathair said, "and of Michael. I have spoken with your counsellors on the other matter regarding the Benothi. They were most helpful. Nathair glanced at Evnis, who inclined his head. But I am still most keen to discover why Michael came here, where he may have been going. Anything. Yes, Brennan said. Unfortunately, my time has been in much demand of late. I am sorry, but I have discovered nothing new. As I said before, I know not why Michael came here or where he went. Nathair frowned, not so easily put off. There must be something, Nathair said. He must have ridden here. An impressive stallion, a huge grey. Was he stabled here? He was, Cohen thought, remembering the horse clearly. I don't work in the stables, Brennan snapped. Nathair frowned. But there must be someone, a stable boy. He looked around and suddenly saw Cohen. You there! Do you remember the horse I speak of, a dapple grey? All eyes suddenly focused on her. I remember him, the grey, I mean. He was beautiful. Nathair took a step towards her. Did you stable the stallion? Or speak with Michael, its rider? No, I did not. That was Gar. Gar? The stable master. I must speak with him. Where is he? Cohen shrugged. I don't know, she said. I am sure he knows nothing, Brennan interrupted. But I will see that he is questioned. Inform you if there is any news of interest. Nathair turned back to Brennan. I would rather speak to him myself, particularly as your time is so stretched. No, said Brennan. Nathair stood silent a moment. His eyes narrowed. I am accustomed to speaking to someone, if that is my inclination, my wish, he said coldly. That may well be, Brennan said, when you are in your own hall, your own kingdom. But I would remind you that you are a guest here, not king, and in my hall, my kingdom, I will do things as I please, and it does not please me to have others question my people. That is a task I reserve for myself or those I deem appropriate. Somor shifted, the barest movement of his feet, but suddenly there was a tension in his frame, the threat of violence in the air. That is discourteous, he said softly in his guttural accent. Nathair held a hand up to Somor, as if to calm him. I have travelled 1,000 leagues for this information, he eventually said, something dangerous in his voice. I will not be hindered in this. Brennan returned his gaze impassively. Maybe you do not fully understand, Nathair said. These are momentous times, times of change, times where choices must be made. A new order is coming. I shall remember those that help me and those that hinder me when my alliance is no longer in its infancy. Your alliance? I thought it was Aquilus that birthed it, Brennan said, raising an eyebrow. You are of a different caste, I think, from your father. And yes, I understand very well the times we live in. I was at your father's council. I stood with him. Remember that. Allow me to give you some advice, as you are yet new to your throne. In future, try and have more care in how you choose to speak to a king, especially when he is in his own hall. Mandros said something similar, Nathair murmured. Brennan scowled at Nathair. Mandros, know this, Nathair. When my current troubles are resolved, I will be calling for an inquiry into Mandros's death. King slaying is not lightly done, and I am unhappy with all that I have heard. He at last left the stables, his party following. Evnis lingered a moment, a long glance passing between him and Nathair. Then he too was gone. Nathair turned back to Cohen. Tell this Gar that I would speak with him, he said. Cohen said nothing and looked at her feet. Suddenly, horns sounded, an urgency in their tone. Nathair and his own companions left, the Eagle Guard flashing a smile at Cohen as he went. Crowds were making their way to Stonegate, where the horns were blowing loudest. Cohen darted ahead, ran up the stairwell and squeezed between warriors to peer over the battlements. A warband was camped beyond the bridge, 500 or 600 swords at least, which Owain deemed enough to contain any strike from within the fortress. The rest of the war host was camped around the base of the hill, a black mass from this distance that spread throughout Havan and into the meadows round about. In the distance, to the south, beyond Owain's host, there was movement on the horizon, a dark smudge moving slowly closer. Dalgar. She felt the tension, the hope rippling through those on the wall. Then she remembered Edana's words. Brenin wanted mounted warriors ready to give aid to Pendathrin's son. She turned and bolted back to the stables to find Gar organising the chaos there as countless warriors prepared for battle. Pendathrin was shouting a continuous barrage of insults at anyone he considered not moving at their fastest. She dived in and helped saddle horses, tighten girths, strapped spears to harness and a host of other things, until suddenly riders were thundering away towards Stonegate, a cloud of dust rising from their passing. She did not pause for breath, but made her way straight back to the walls, squeezing through the crush until she had a view of the land below again. Dalgar's warband was much closer now, close enough to make out tiny individual riders, a wave of countless spear points. Nevertheless, as they drew nearer, Cohen was struck by how few they were compared to Owain's host. The king of Narvan must have emptied his realm to field such a gathering. Dalgar had maybe a quarter of what was arrayed against him. There were thousands within the fortress, evening the numbers, but they had to get across the bridge, which was only wide enough for 10 or 12 mounted warriors abreast. And then there was the problem of the horses. Most mounts had been put out to pasture around Havan, as there wasn't enough room within Duncarig's walls. Below, Dalgar and his warriors were now charging Owain's hastily drawn-up lines. It was impossible to tell what was happening from such a distance, but Cohen could see the flanks of Owain's massed warriors curling around the smaller warband like a huge fist closing. Corbin joined her, staring anxiously down at the battle far below. "You're not joining those in the courtyard, then?" she said to Corbin. "What? No," he said, shaking his head. "Only proven warriors on Pendathrin's order." "You are proven," she said defensively, but then felt relief overwhelm her annoyance. She would not like to see Corbin in that. Pendathrin's voice sounded in the courtyard behind, shouting orders, and the gates creaked open, a flood of horsemen surging through them onto the bridge. Owain's warriors were ready for them, a thicket of spears awaiting the horsemen. There was a great crash as the riders ploughed into this wall of spears, wood splintering, horses screaming, flesh tearing, and bodies flung into the air. The end of the bridge became a seething mass of horseflesh, blood, and iron. More of Owain's warriors were piling up behind the first rows of his spearmen. The bridge itself was crowded with Pendathrin's men, and a bottleneck of the dead and dying formed between the two camps where the bridge met the land. Cohen saw Pendathrin on his great war-horse, plunging and rearing in the mass, the battle-chief striking about him with his longsword. He hacked spear shafts in two, severed heads from necks, and chopped grasping hands from arms as they reached out to pull him down. Slowly but surely, the enemy line gave before him. He ploughed on, becoming the tip of an arrow shape as Arden's warriors rallied behind him. Then a spear sank into the chest of Pendathrin's mount, its scream rising momentarily above the din of battle. It crashed into the ranks about it, red-cloaked warriors surging forwards, and Pendathrin disappeared beneath like a man drowning. A great roar went up from the warriors of Arden as they tried to hack their way to their battle chief, but all was chaos, the bridge a boiling mass of limbs and leather and iron and blood. Then Corbin pointed. Pendathrin was there again, his huge bulk the centre of a maelstrom as he laid about him with his sword. He retreated and sank into the line of his own warriors, and for a while the two forces fought on, men dying on either side, but neither gaining any advantage. Eventually, slowly, step by step, the men of Arden were pushed backwards across the bridge, back into the shadow of Stonegate. Warriors from above flung rocks and spears at the men of Narvan as they came within range. A gap formed between the two sides as Pendathrin and his surviving warriors retreated, and then with a slam, the gates closed again. Cohen ran to the other side of the wall and looked down into the courtyard to see Pendathrin sitting, pale-faced, his head in his hands. The battle on the plain below still raged, the conflict seething closer to the fortress as Dalgar desperately tried to cut his way to Duncarrig. But they were almost completely encircled, or so it appeared, and as Cohen watched, a shiver went through the battle, reminiscent of an animal in the moment before death. Almost immediately afterwards, warriors began to break away from the main press of battle, moving back across the corpse-strewn meadows. At first, a trickle of ones and twos, but quickly becoming a steady stream as Dalgar's warband was finally broken down and put to rout. Those fleeing were hounded by bands of mounted warriors. If any escaped, Cohen could not tell. In time, a group of warriors rode up towards the fortress, about a score of them with Owain at their head. His eyes scanned the battlements as he reached the bridge, saw Pendathrin up aloft, and jeered. He reined in as he reached the carnage of the bridge battle, and warriors behind him pulled forward a horse with a body slumped across its back. Owain heaved it onto the ground and rode away. Pendathrin ordered the gates opened and made his way out across the bridge. Here he paused, but the massed warriors of Narvan made no move, no sound. He bent and lifted the abandoned corpse into his arms and carried the body of Dalgar, his son, back across the bridge. Chapter 81. Corbin. Corbin leaned against the battlement wall skirting the Rowan field, watching the sinking sun turning the sky to molten copper. "A storm's coming," Dath said beside him. They had both taken their evening meal in the feast hall, but the mood was dour in there after the previous day's events. Dalgar's defeat and death were still too fresh. "So," Corbin said, to distract them both, "we are both warriors now." "Aye," said Dath, touching his warrior braid. "For the most part," he added. "Doesn't feel complete until I sit my long night." Or sleep through it like I did through mine, Corbin thought. "Don't think Owain will let you ride past his war host for that." "No," Dath agreed. "It is a good feeling, eh? Passing the warrior trial." "It is that." In truth, Dath had only just got through his trial. His spear casting had been good, but his sword work was hesitant, and how he had not ended up on his backside in the mud during his running mount, Corbin could not explain. If bowcrafts were part of the trials, it would have been another matter. Marok had already marked Dath as a future huntsman, he and Camlin having taken the youth on long forays into the Baglan. Even now, Dath was leaning on an unstrung bow, gifted to him by Marok and Camlin. "What happens now, do you think?" Dath asked him. "I don't know. Cohen's been talking to Adana, and it doesn't sound good. There was much hope resting on Dalgar." Corbin trailed off. "Now that has failed." He shrugged, thinking of Pendathrin, of his pale, grief-stricken face as he had carried his son from the bridge. "Owain will just sit outside the walls, wait for us to run out of food," he continued, "which, by all accounts, won't be too long. Too many mouths and no warning of Owain's coming." "There's enough warriors here to defeat Owain," Dath growled. "If only we could get past that bridge. They have us bottled in here like rats in an oosquay jug. If only there was another way out." Corbin was silent, remembering the tunnels beneath the fortress. They could forage for food, lead surprise attacks on Owain. But what about the carcass they had found, the worm? What if there were more of them? He resolved to talk to Hallion about this, suddenly feeling some hope. "What about that king?" Dath said, jolting him from his thoughts. "What king?" "That Nathair from Tenebral. I've heard he has a warband on his ship." Corbin scoffed. "If he has, it can't be many. 300, 400 swords. What could that do?" "Huh," Dath said. "There's more than just warriors on that ship. Eh?" Dath glanced down at the ship in the bay, lights winking into existence on it even as they looked. "I was tending to Daz's boat on the beach," Dath said, "after I saw you riding out for your long night." He pulled a face. And? Corbin prompted. And I heard things. Noises. From that ship, strange noises. What do you mean? What like? Like a beast. Like nothing I've ever heard before, Dath went on. I've heard Storm growl before, and howl. He glanced at the wolven sitting on one of the giant steps on the stairwell. And that's enough to give me shivers. But this was worse. Much worse. Corbin chuckled. Dath, you're the one that told me Brinna would steal my soul, remember? And the one that turned white when Kraft squawked at you. Dath scowled. There's something on that ship, he insisted. Something that's not human. That Nathair. He could use it to help us. Even if there was a creature from the other world sitting comfortably on that ship, why would Nathair choose to fight Owain? He is safe, covered by the lore. Strong gusts of wind were sweeping in from the sea now, swirling up the cliff face and fortress walls, bringing with it the taste of salt and rain. It was almost full dark, but no stars or moon could be seen above. There were clouds scudding remorselessly towards the fortress, bloated and heavy. Best get off this wall, Dath muttered, frowning at the sky as a fat raindrop landed on Corbin's nose. It's going to be a bad one. Aye, come on then, Corbin said. Dath might have a fanciful imagination, but Corbin trusted his friend's word completely when it came to weather. He picked up his shield and spear, he carried them everywhere since Owain's attack, and together they half ran down the stairwell and across the empty Rowan field, Storm with them. The feast hall was emptier than it had been, but still busy, and tucked away in the shadows were his mam and da, sitting with Farrell and his da, Anworth. Corbin made his way over, Dath following. Hello, Ban, Dath, Farrell said. Corbin nodded to the blacksmith's apprentice and noticed the newly bound warrior braid in the big lad's hair too. Look at us, he thought, chuckling to himself, all warriors now. Corbin sat and listened idly to his friends for a while, Dath in the grip of some anecdote as his mind wandered. He leaned back in his chair and looked about the hall. His eyes fell on Evnis and Von, having a serious discussion, judging by the frown on Von's face. He had often wondered whether Von would fulfill his threat to him. So much had happened since that day in the paddocks when Shield had killed Helfax's hound. Others came in for shelter, Tarban and Camlin, wrapped in dripping cloaks. They passed by Corbin's table, both of the men nodding to him and Dath, and made their way to sit with a handful of warriors. Strange, Corbin thought, how one act can change so much. Cohen had told him of how the woodsman had defended her, back in the Darkwood, saved her. Truth and courage, he whispered to himself. His da was right. Truth and courage did matter, did make a difference. Footsteps scuffed nearby and a shadow fell over him. Storm growled, a low rumble, and he looked up to see Rafe standing over him, his da behind one shoulder. More warriors from Evnis's hold were ranged behind them. I call you out, Corbin Ben Thanen, Rafe said, loudly making the formal challenge for duel. The murmur of voices that had filled the hall wavered, a quiet spreading out from them in an ever-widening ripple. Hallian frowned and said something to Adana. She moved closer to her father and whispered in his ear. Corbin looked up at Rafe and slowly stood, stepping away from his chair. Stand down, boy, Thanen growled at Rafe. I am not a boy, Rafe said. I am a man, and this is my right. Brennan had returned Rafe's sword to him, and had done it formally in the Rowan field, the same day that Dath and Farrell had taken their warrior trials. Every arm that could wield a sword was needed now, so Brennan had said. On what grounds? Corbin said. On 2 counts, Rafe replied loudly, looking about the room. The first is personal grievance. The second, breaking the word of your king. What? Snapped Corbin. Rafe looked pointedly at Storm. That beast was banned from this fortress, forbidden from ever returning on pain of death. I know it to be true. My da was there when our king spoke it. There was many other witnesses. He smiled. Do you deny it? Things have changed since then. Do you deny it? Rafe repeated, louder. Do you deny that our king spoke those words? No, Corbin said, glaring at Rafe. Then let us proceed, Rafe said. Let the Court of Swords judge our dispute. Hold, a voice rang out, all turning to see Pendathrin standing. You cannot mean to allow this, he said to Brennan, the king looking into his cup, swirling its dregs. Slowly, Brennan looked up and focused with some difficulty on Corbin and Rafe. What does it matter? He muttered. Proceed. He gave an uninterested wave. But only to first blood, not to the death. I have need of every warrior. He chuckled to himself, a little humour in its tone. Rafe grinned and gripped his sword hilt, half drawing it. At this, Storm snarled and leapt forwards, crouching between Corbin and Rafe with teeth bared. Storm, hold! Corbin cried. You see? Rafe blurted, stumbling backwards. This beast is a danger. It should not be here. He glanced at Brennan. You see, my king, your judgment was true. Aye, perhaps, Brennan muttered. Let your swords be the judge of it. Corbin stared at the king and felt his chest constrict, the implications of Brennan's words growing clearer. This had become far more serious than a grudge between childhood enemies. If he lost this, the judgment would go against him. Storm could be put to death, and Rafe would surely insist upon it. He tried to control his breathing and his suddenly racing heart. Pendathrin looked between Brennan and Corbin. That lad and his wolven, he said, quiet but clear to all. They were of great help. In the Darkwood, in the rescue. Rescue? Snorted Brennan. Aye, maybe they were. But Alana is still dead, is she not? Aye, that is so. Pendathrin nodded slowly. But your daughter is not. She lives still, in large part due to their aid. The two men glared at each other a moment. Then Brennan lowered his gaze and took another sip from his cup. Dead. She's dead, he said. Proceed. What about the wolven? Rafe said. Look what it did to me. He pulled his linen sleeve up, revealing thick silvery scars running almost from elbow to wrist. I shall take her out, Corbin said through gritted teeth. I'll do it, Ban, his mam said. Take Storm and fetch Gar, Thanon said quietly, looking at the warriors ranged behind Rafe. We may have need of him. Gwyneth nodded and clicked her tongue at Storm. The wolven didn't move, stood twitching her tail at Rafe. Go, Corbin said, and reluctantly Storm followed Gwyneth out of the feast hall. Watch your step, Ban, his dad said to him quietly. Corbin did not hear. There was a battle raging inside him, anger, no, fury, threatening to consume him, all Rafe's taunts and insults over the years merging into one injustice. I am surprised you have the stones to step in the ring, Halifax said, as Corbin entered the makeshift circle they had prepared. Be silent, Corbin said, lest I send for my da and have him silence you. Thanon grinned and patted the head of his warhammer. Budai growled. You... Halifax spluttered and took a step towards Corbin, fists bunching, Rafe and Crane moving with him. Chairs scraped, and suddenly Farrell and Dath were either side of Corbin, Thanon towering behind them, and others converging from the hall's edges, Marek and Camlin, Evnis and Connell. Enough! Pendathrin yelled. Corbin was staring into Halifax's eyes, almost nose to nose with the huntsman, feeling his heart pounding in his ears. The moment seemed balanced on a knife edge. Then the doors to the hall creaked open to reveal Nathair with Sumur, Rauka, and others of his Eagle Guard. Corbin stared at Nathair. The shadow about him was much clearer now. Corbin shivered and almost thought he saw talons gripping the king, imagined red eyes smouldering in the shadow's depths. Something seemed to whisper in Nathair's ear. The king of Tenebrel paused, looked at Corbin, and smiled. Then Evnes called him to his table. "I shall not spoil my son's moment," Helfach hissed at Corbin. He stepped out of the circle, Crane following him. "Get this over with," Pendathrin growled. And Corbin and Rafe moved properly into the circle. Rafe stood half a head taller than Corbin, with long, quick limbs, though Corbin was broader and most likely stronger, he hoped. Corbin looked quickly towards the king's table, and his eyes met Hallian's. His old swordsmaster put a finger to his temple and tapped it gently. "Think," Hallian was telling him. "Anger is the enemy," he repeated to himself, feeling his heartbeat begin to slow. "Remember, storm is at stake here." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, only opening them when he heard the rasp of Rafe drawing his sword, then gripped his own hilt and drew it slowly. He set his feet, raised his sword over his head high in a two-handed grip, waited. "Begin," Pendathrin said. Corbin burst into motion, striking at Rafe's head once, twice, 3 times in the blink of an eye. Rafe stumbled backwards, blocking Corbin desperately. Corbin spun on his heel, was suddenly inside Rafe's guard, and cracked his elbow into Rafe's cheek, sending him reeling back into a table. The huntsman's son lifted his blade as Corbin ploughed forwards again, but he was off balance, one hand trying to push himself off the tabletop, and Corbin just slammed his sword into Rafe's, smashing it from his grip. Then Corbin's blade was at Rafe's throat. There was utter silence in the hall, only the crackle of flames from the fire pit and the ragged breaths of the combatants as Corbin gazed into Rafe's eyes, saw fear, confusion, and shame there. He flicked his wrist, ever so slightly, and a thin line of red appeared on Rafe's neck. "First blood," Corbin said, and stepped back, sheathing his sword. Rafe remained frozen, breathing heavily, a trickle of blood running down his neck. Corbin glanced around, saw admiration in his friends' faces, satisfaction, and something else. Everyone was staring at him. He caught the eye of Nathair's guardian, Somor, who was frowning, a question in his eyes. Then he was looking at the high table, Hallian smiling with pride. Pendathrin dipped his head. "Is this matter at an end?" Corbin said to Brenning, only now realizing that he felt breathless, that his chest was heaving. Suddenly, looking at the king, who still seemed uninterested somehow, he felt his earlier anger stirring again. "Aye, the matter of your Wolven is now decided," Brennan slurred, his cup close at hand. "It is a shame," Corbin said, the words gushing out before he could stop them, his anger making him reckless, "that a father would think so little of his daughter's life. Storm and I deserve better than that." Brennan scowled, went to stand, but staggered and sat down again. Corbin's eyes widened, realizing how far the king was into his cups. He turned and took his place beside his da and friends, feeling the flame of his anger still simmering within. Chapter 82. Castell. Castell shivered, the sweat of battle drying in this damp, suffocating tunnel. He had caught up with Makin, the two of them almost running to keep pace with the bobbing torchlight up ahead that marked Roma. The sense of relief he had felt when Viridis arrived, turning the battle against the Hunan, was quickly evaporating. It had been replaced by a growing sense of foreboding. They had been travelling along this tunnel for a while now, ever downward, leaving the light of day far behind. There were 4 or 5 score warriors ahead of them, Romar's honour guard, the rest mostly Gadre. Orgul's bald head glistened in the torchlight, only a few strides in front of him, and at least that many warriors were behind, Jael amongst them. The tunnel they were in was wide and high, its roof hidden in darkness. Torches lined the walls, giving off flickering pools of light, small stretches of near-solid darkness between each one. Suddenly, the warriors ahead were slowing and stopping. Castell and Makin carried on, moving closer to the front. At first, Castell thought they had reached a dead end, a wall blocking their way, but it was actually a huge barred doorway. On the ground before it glistened a heaped grey-white mound. Then it moved. The body pulsed, great looping coils rippling. A reptilian head rose, displaying huge fangs set in a wide, powerful jaw. The head snapped forwards, ripping the head from a warrior close to Romar. Men yelled, some moving to circle the beast, others stumbling away. Then a great howling filled Castell's ears, issuing from the side tunnels, and suddenly giants were pouring out of them, screaming their fury. Then it was all iron striking iron, screams of pain and the rumbling bellowing of giants. Castell had a momentary view of axes swirling, tracing arcs through the air in the torchlight and of bodies slamming into each other. The worm was a writhing mass somewhere ahead, head darting and men hacking at it. But the battle obscured his view. A man flew through the air and careered into him, knocking him to the ground. An iron-shod boot crunched into the earth a handspan from his face, and he scrambled up, seeing a warrior close by smashed to the ground by the giant who had almost trampled him. He swung his blade, but he was off balance, and it glanced off the giant's leather cuirass. In return, the Hunan swung his axe, but Castell managed to turn it with his shield, sliced at the giant's exposed forearm, but hit the iron-strengthened axe haft instead, the blow shivering up his arm. Castell winced and shrugged his shield off before the giant could pull him off his feet. He chopped two-handed with his sword at the giant's arm. The giant roared, stumbled backwards into the seething mass of battle, and disappeared, blood fountaining from its wrist. Castell sucked in a few ragged breaths, looking about. The ground was littered with the dead, the battle still raging and the worm wreaking havoc further up the tunnel. Behind him, Makin was trading blows with the giant, getting steadily pushed back. Castell wiped sweat from his eyes and charged silently, swinging his sword, and together they dispatched the threat. They moved forwards, fighting their way along the tunnel until the worm lay before them, its tail twitching as it died. Giants were still all about. Orgel was fighting as he always did, his feet set wide, trading blow for blow with an axe-wielding giant. He was one of the very few that could, his size and bull-like strength making him almost a giant's equal. Vandil was virtually his opposite, the smaller, slighter man moving in a blur, his two swords in constant motion. In the few moments that Castell watched, the Gadre's leader ducked a hammer swing and spun inside the giant's guard, his swords moving faster than Castell could follow. Then Vandil was spinning away. The giant looked confused, not yet realizing he was dead, as blood spread across his gut and groin. Then Makin took a blow to the side, and the old warrior grunted in pain. Before Castell could check his friend, a Hunan with an axe was trying to take his head from his shoulders. The giant cracked the butt end of its axe into his head. Castell wobbled, staggered, his vision blurring. Then something was between him and the Hunan, and he heard the whistle of iron through air. The giant's snarl twisted into fear as a red gash opened across his throat. Castell saw Vandil leaping away from him, a flash of teeth and a grin. Then his lord was gone. He looked to Makin and saw the Hunan that he'd been fighting was now dead at his feet. There was a bemused look on his friend's face, his shield arm hanging limp at his side. "Vandil," Castell said, and Makin nodded. About them the battle seemed to lull, just for a few moments, and they leaned upon each other. Makin's face was white, a sheen of sweat over it. "Your arm. You are hurt," Castell said. Makin grinned weakly. "Not dead yet," he muttered. They were about to step back into the battle when something happened, further back in the tunnel, a ripple running through all that fought, man and giant alike. Castell looked back. Shapes appeared in the torchlight, dark figures swirling towards him, wielding long, curved swords in two-handed grips. The Jihar, Veridis had called them. They were systematically cutting through the Hunan, the giants falling before them. Castell saw Alcyone the giant, Calidus as well, fighting with surprising ferocity. In short moments, they reached him and moved on to where Roma and the remnants of his honour guard battled. And then, suddenly, it was over. The last giant falling to a dozen slashing swords. Corpses were everywhere, the tunnel's floor hardly visible. It was difficult to count numbers, but Castell figured no more than 70 of the Gadre still stood, if that. He shook his head. 300 had come to Haldis. Roma was talking to Calidus, Alcyone beside them, the black-clad Jihar standing silently, utterly calm, as if they had not just fought a great battle. Castell was discomforted to see women amongst their ranks. It jarred with all he had been taught, though, if he was honest, the memory of how they scythed through the Hunan troubled him most. Women fighting more skillfully than most here, was particularly disturbing. Roma's voice rose, the king of Isiltir pushing past Calidus to approach the wide doors. He shouted an order, and a dozen of his guards stepped forward and shouldered the bar free. "You still live, then?" a voice whispered in his ear. Jael swept past him, a handful of warriors from Mikiel with him. Roma and his guard were pushing the doors open. They banged into the tunnel walls with a dull boom. Then Vandal was calling the Gadre forward, who settled about Roma protectively. Calidus lifted a hand and led the Jihar after them. Chapter 83. Evnis. Evnis looked about the feast hall, taking stock. Things were coming to a head, tonight. And his rage stopped him thinking straight. A clear mind was what he needed, but Gethin's decapitated head refused to leave his thoughts. Owain would pay. Not for killing his brother, but for robbing Evnis of his triumph, of Gethin witnessing his victory. Somehow it felt empty now, and that made him angry. He kept his rage within. Focus, or your head will be rolling too. His eyes fell on the boy with the wolfen, Corbin. Certainly there was something about the boy, arrogant as he was. He could not deny that it had been quite the duel, especially as he knew Helfax's boy was no idiot with a sword. And Rafe had a couple of years on Corbin. A smile twitched his lips as he watched the lad, sitting with Thannon and a few others, laughing at something. They would not be laughing soon. Nathair had asked him to arrange a meeting with Corbin, said he wanted to meet the boy that had tamed a wolfen. Evnis had snorted at that. Tame it was not. His gaze rested on Nathair, reclining in his chair, observing. From the very first, when Tenebral's young king had approached him asking for information, he had known that this man was special, had a role to play. And even if his own instincts had not served him so well, still he would have known. The voice had spoken, inside his head. It was not the first time he had heard it, guiding him over the years, but certainly it was the clearest. Serve him. Its command had been unmistakable. He did not know how Rin would feel, but she was not his master, whether she thought it or not, as Roth was. So he had told Nathair about Michael seeing Brennan, that the two had definitely spoken privately and at great length. Nathair had been grateful and enraged. He did not shout. There was no outburst, but a coldness had possessed him then. This was not a man Evnis would cross lightly. "It is time," said the voice. A sibilant whisper in his head. He felt a stab of fear, knowing there was no returning from this next step. "Do it!" the voice snarled. "With me," he said, Connell and Glynn rising. He looked back once from the doors. Brennan was still drinking, his head starting to loll. Good. He had been certain the Valyrian he'd arranged to be slipped into the king's mead would slow him, but waiting to witness it had been tense. It was a shame Pendathrin had not drunk of it as well. Can't have everything. He marched into the storm, heading for his hold. His last view of the feast hall had been Von, glaring at him. He sighed. Parenting was difficult. They had argued about the Fisher girl, Bethan again. Von had told him that he loved the girl, wanted to be handbound to her. She was pretty enough, all right for Von to have some fun with, learn the ways of the world, but handbound. Von was destined for much better, or better born, at least. That had not gone down very well. There would be time to smooth things over. After. Soon they were back through the squall at the hold, Connell opening the door to his tower. He smiled humorlessly at the warrior. It had taken remarkably little to win Connell over. Pride was his weakness, or one of them. Evnis had only to plant the seed, suggest that Hallion was abandoning him for Brennan's favour, then water it with the king's very clear disrespect of Connell, a suggestion here, an observation there, and the beast had grown. When he had offered Connell a place in his hold, the warrior had been tempted, almost eager, and only a small draw on the earth power had been needed to fan Connell's jealousy and paranoia. Evnis headed straight for the basements. The tunnels had been boarded up for some time after the encounter with the worm. But Evnis had known their value and had explored. That was how he had found the exit into the cave. They waited by the tunnel entrance, and soon Evnis saw the flicker of a torch and heard the whisper of feet. Many feet. His messenger appeared, sent out alone before sundown. He was not alone now. A dark file of warriors slipped past him, filling the basement. 40, 50, more, all wrapped in black, curved swords jutting over their shoulders. One of them stood before him, waiting. See it through, he told himself. He stood and walked to the staircase. To Stonegate, he said. Chapter 84. Cohen. Cohen leaned against the wall and looked out into the darkness that surrounded the fortress. Rain lashed her, wind swirling and pulling. She didn't care. At least it meant she was alone, away from others that didn't understand. She was standing on the battlements above Stonegate, the night hiding the warband below from view. In the courtyard, warriors were huddled about a guttering fire, 80 men or so trying to keep the chill at bay. Others, little more than shadows, stood by the gates. Cohen sighed, a deep, mournful thing, and wiped moisture from her face. Chin firm, lass. It could be worse, a voice said behind her. She started at a warrior standing close by, stepping out of the shadows. It was Marok. At least you're not still in the dark wood, he continued, and you're on the right side of this wall. He looked out into the darkness. She knew the truth of his words, but could find nothing to say in response that didn't sound petulant, so she just nodded and turned away. He looked at her a moment, then walked on. Absently, she stroked the cold handle of a throwing knife, one of 7, strapped in a line along her belt. She was never without them now, not after realising their worth in the Darkwood. Camlin, the woodsman, had returned one of them to her, saying it had ended up in his shield somehow. Every day since her return, she had practiced with them, imagining Morkant was her target. Unlike Corbin or Brennan, she had no outlet for her vengeance, was not permitted to fight. It was unjust, and made her feel so useless with a battle host camped in Haven. She glared over the walls, into the darkness, and was about to turn away when she saw something. A movement, right on the very edge of her vision, where the darkness became complete. Leaning over the wall, she stared, strained, wiping rain from her eyes. Was that the drum of feet? Then there were voices behind her, in the courtyard. She turned and glimpsed Marok further along the wall, now looking in the same direction as she was. The handful of warriors had strode into the courtyard and marched towards the fire, calling a loud greeting to warriors gathered there. She saw Evnis at their head, behind him a clutch of warriors from his hold, as well as Connell, Hallion's brother. That one walked with a swagger, all confidence. Maybe he felt her eyes on him, for he looked up at the walls, almost straight at her. He did not smile this time, though, as he was wont to do. She never made more of that than it was, having seen him behave the same with most women in the fortress, and no doubt all of Arden beyond. This time he just stared at her, eyes narrowing, and began to walk up towards her. Then Cohen spotted men issuing from the street behind Evnis, spreading silently around the edges of the courtyard, clinging to the shadows beyond the firelight's reach. Cohen opened her mouth to shout a warning, and heard Marok's voice call out. Men about the fire looked to Marok, then to the shadows, becoming aware of the creeping warriors. Suddenly, Evnis had a knife in his hand and was shockingly plunging it into the chest of the nearest man. Then the shadows burst into life, warriors charging forwards with sharp iron in their hands. All became chaos. Many were cut down in that first rush, not even having time to draw their swords. Those that did manage to pull blades free of scabbards didn't do much better, the dark warriors carving through them with frightening ease. In moments, almost 200 men were dead about the fire, as the warriors before the gate milled in shock, unsure whether to rush to their comrades' aid or stay and guard the gate. Someone thought to sound a warning, but the storm snatched the sound away as soon as it was made. It couldn't have carried much further than the courtyard. Men of Arden stumbled from buildings around the open space, clutching swords and spears. Many of these fell quickly, as they were still unprepared, thinking Owain had sent a sortie against the gates, but soon the courtyard was a seething hive of battle. Marok had gathered a handful of men about him from the wall, and was leading them down a stairwell, to aid those guarding the gate. The gate guards were fighting with the desperation of the cornered, but the greater skill of the black-clad warriors was telling. If help did not come soon, the gates would be lost. Cohen remembered her knives, and hurled one at the warriors attacking the gate guards. A man fell backwards with her blade in his chest. She aimed another into the massed enemy, and another fell. The next blade was for one of those blocking Marok's way down the stairwell, and the next saw another enemy on the stairwell collapsing. Then she snatched another blade from her belt and was cursing under her breath, scanning the crowd for a clear target. She became aware of noise behind her and turned to witness the beginning of the end. Men were streaming across the bridge, weapons in hand, hundreds of them, and behind them more than she could count, their lines fading into the sheeting rain. Owain's host had somehow crept up to the fortress in the darkness and waited for this moment. She screamed, but no one paid any heed, either not hearing or too busy fighting for their lives. None except Marok, who was being forced step by step back up the stairwell by a dozen black-clad warriors. With horror, Cohen realized the gate was lost. Even as she looked, the enemy was shouldering the great iron-bound bar from its seating. She sent a knife into them, but it didn't stop the bar from tumbling to the ground and the gate swinging open with a crash. All in the courtyard seemed to pause for an eye blink, staring at the gaping gateway. Then, with a huge roar, Owain's warriors poured through the open arch. "Get to Brennan, along the wall. He must know," Marok shouted to her. Cohen stared, numbed by the shock of what she was seeing. Then Marok was looking past her, shouting a warning. She recognized Connell, striding towards her, sword in hand, his face dark with menace. Without thinking, she hurled her knife at him, but he flicked his wrist, his sword sending the iron blade spinning away into the night. Cohen tripped as she tried to run. "Get back, lass! Out of my way!" she heard someone yell behind her, Marok trying to get at Connell. She took a step, but suddenly she did not want to get away, let others fight in her stead again. She sprang at Connell, trying to avoid his sword hand. He was so surprised that his infamous speed failed him just for a moment, and then she was inside his guard, kicking, punching, scratching, biting. Connell stumbled backwards and tried to grab her, but she ducked and rammed her head into his belly. He woofed, but one hand managed to grab her hair, hold her close. Instead of pulling away, she pushed, with all of her strength and weight. Connell was already off balance, so he staggered backwards, a heel slipping out over the wall's edge. He teetered there a moment, still gripping a handful of Cohen's hair, flailed an arm, then fell, dragging Cohen with him. Together, they hurtled towards the stone courtyard, towards a sea of warriors locked in combat. Cohen heard Marok shout her name somewhere behind and above, then suddenly all was darkness, and she knew no more. Chapter 85. Camlin. Camlin gulped a last mouthful of mead from his cup and shook his head when Tarban offered him more. The feast hall was quieter now, many having left for their own hearths and beds. There were still more than a few score, though, Camlin noted as he glanced around the room, mostly warriors, others in small clumps dotted elsewhere. The flames from the fire pit were slowly sinking, sending flickering ripples of light and shade around the room. Camlin thought he could just make out that healer's crow, who led them out of the darkwood, gripping a beam in the far corner. He could almost feel its strange beady eyes staring at him. He glanced at Brenna, sitting hunched in conversation with old Heb. As much as she scolded the lawmaster at every opportunity, he could see there was an ease in their relationship. Turin and many from the village were also still here. And, further away in a dark corner, laughing, were Corbin and his friends. They had been quick to support him, those two, when Corbin had been threatened. Something about that scene had touched him. Friends that would guard your back in a fight were rare. Something still lingered in the air after that court of swords, a tension, an excitement. There was certainly something about that Corbin. He chuckled to himself, looking at his own companions. He had gone from prisoner to warrior, most of those sitting with him now having served time as his guard. And even Marok was one. He'd just left the hall to stand his watch on the wall. A good man, a good friend, a bitter enemy. Friend. He was still amazed by the turn his life had taken. Much as he preferred wood and sky to stone walls, he was glad he was here. It felt good, as if he were doing something right instead of just what was right for him. Even though a good end to this siege was beginning to look more and more unlikely, he didn't care. Suddenly, the main doors banged open, rain and cold air sweeping in. Evnis stood on the threshold, breathing heavily, his face glistening with sweat or rain. Shadowed figures hovered behind him. "We are under attack," he announced. "Stone Gate is breached." There was a moment of silence. Then noise erupted. Some were shouting, questioning, as others leapt to their feet, benches scraping and falling over. Brennan just blinked owlishly and strained to focus on Evnis. Camlin reached for his bowstring, wrapped in a leather pouch, and began calmly stringing his bow. Evnis rushed through the hall towards Brennan and shared a quick glance with Nathair, a handful of warriors and men from his hold behind him. The sound of a horn blowing drifted in through the open doors, the wind swirling it around the hall. Brennan stood, swayed, and stepped out from behind his table. "What do you mean?" he stuttered, a hush falling over the room as all waited to hear Evnis's words. "Owain, somehow the gates are open," Evnis said, drawing close to Brennan. The king rubbed a hand over his eyes and tried to stand straighter. Pendathrium moved to steady him. "Take Idana to her rooms," Brennan said to Halion. And Halion managed to steer her a dozen paces towards the hall's back before she pulled indignantly out of his grip and stopped to listen to Evnis. Camlin realised that Nathair was somehow now standing beside Evnis. About a dozen of his guards, plus the dark-clothed warrior with the curved sword, were spread in a half-circle about Nathair and Evnis, mingling with others from the fortress and village. Camlin nudged Tarban's arm, not liking something about what he was seeing. How has this happened?" Brennan said, shock starting to sober him up. A small group burst through the main doors. Camlin glanced over to see Marok, a handful of warriors at his back. His sword was in his hand and dark with blood. "Evnis is a traitor," Marok roared. "He has opened the gates to Owain." The sound of swords being drawn filled the hall. Camlin looked back to Brennan and saw one of Nathair's eagle guards standing with his sword tip levelled at the king's chest. Slowly, so as not to draw attention, he reached down beside his chair for his quiver and reached for a black feathered arrow. Chapter 86. Corbin. Corbin reached for his weapons, standing in the feast hall beside his dagger, a scene of utter madness overtaking the room before him. Brennan was standing with a sword point to his chest. A terrible silence filled the room. Then Halion drew his sword, the familiar scraping rasp drawing all eyes to him as he began to walk towards Brennan, slowly, deliberately, his eyes fixed on the eagle guard with a blade at Brennan's chest. Somor padded forwards a few paces and stood between Halion and Arden's king. His hand was on his sword hilt, but he did not draw the blade on his back. Instead, he raised a warning finger, as if scolding a wayward child. "Hold, Halion," Brennan snapped. "Idana is your charge now. Look to her." Halion paused, conflicted, as he looked between king and daughter, then nodded. Pendathrin shuffled closer to Brennan and received a warning glance from Sumur. "What is it that you think you are doing here?" Brennan levelled at Nathair, seeming suddenly more the man, the leader. He stood straighter, resolute. "You have left me little choice," Nathair said. "Firstly, you lied to me." The King of Tenebral stepped closer to Brennan, his stance threatening. "I gave you every chance, every opportunity, but it seems that you have chosen your friends poorly. I know that you spoke to Michael. Where is he now, eh? He ran when my father died and is absent now." He raised a questioning eyebrow. "Secondly, you are going to lose. Owain has beaten you, though you refuse to see it yet. If I seek strong men for my alliance, then I would not look to you. Outwitted by Rin and Owain, why would I choose to ally myself to the losing side?" "Right and wrong stay the same," Brennan maintained, unmoved. "And thirdly," Nathair continued, "you question me about Mandros, dare to call me to account, demand an inquiry. I am King of Tenebral, High King of the Banished Lands. And more, I am Elion's chosen, the bright star. You do not question me." "It appears I chose wisely," Brennan said. "Betrayal would seem to be in your nature." Sumur lunged forwards and slapped Brennan across the face. "You will not speak so to the Seren Disclair." Angry murmurs rippled through the hall, but no one moved, the eagle guard's sword point still pressed tight to Brennan's chest. "What do you mean, betrayal?" Nathair hissed. "What did Michael say to you?" With a struggle, he mastered himself. "As I told you before, my friends shall be rewarded, my enemies punished. By hindering me, refusing me your aid, you chose to become my enemy. This," he said, gesturing at the sword point at Brennan's chest, "is the consequence of your choice." "A fine logic," Brennan snorted. In the distance, Corbin could hear the sounds of battle coming closer. "Of course," Nathair continued, "I could not have achieved this without some assistance. Evnis, at least, is one that has exercised wisdom in his choice of friends." "Evnis," said Brennan, the sting of this betrayal clear to all. "Why?" "Thane," Evnis said, his voice shaking. "You sealed her death sentence when you forbade my leaving the fortress. Because of your politicking." He spat in Brennan's face. The hall was silent, stunned as Brennan wiped the insult from his cheek. "Thane, you hide your greed behind a cloak of revenge, Evnis. Power is what you seek, and will grasp it where you can. Elyon curse you both." Nathair intervened, bringing the focus back to him. "I mean you no harm, Brennan, but you have stood in my way." He shrugged. "If your people remain calm, sensible, then there need be no bloodshed. More specifically, they need not witness your blood being shed. We shall just wait for Owain to arrive." He listened to the growing sound of combat beyond the hall's open doors, "which does not seem too far away. Then I shall hand you over to him and we can all be on our way." "You use words to cast a shroud over the truth," Brennan said. "Owain means for me and my line to be extinguished. You know that. Whether by your hand or by Owain's, I shall die. But if my people fight, here, now, then at least my daughter, my line, has a chance of survival." Nathair held a hand up, but Brennan suddenly lunged forward, swiping at the sword held at his chest and slicing his arm. At the same moment, there was a whirring sound, a wet thunk, and the eagle guard holding Brennan hostage collapsed, a black-fletched arrow sprouting from his throat. A stunned pause settled on all in the room, then mayhem erupted. Evnis leapt upon Brennan, reaching inside his cloak for something, the two of them staggering back into the table and crashing to the ground. Pendathrin lunged towards Brennan, sword half drawn, and collided with Nathair. Then Sumur's sword was whipped from its scabbard. Pendathrin fell with a crash onto the table, his throat jetting dark blood. Nathair's eagle guards cut down Brennan's honour guard and formed a tighter, protective half-circle about Nathair and Brennan. With a shout from Rauka, the eagle warriors raised their shields and linked them into a kind of wall as fighters rushed to Brennan's aid. Elsewhere, warriors from Evnis's hold set upon their neighbours in the hall. There was another whir, and a thud, as an arrow found a gap between shields and another eagle guard sank to the floor. Corbin scanned the room and saw Camlin drawing another black-fletched arrow from his quiver. Men from Evnis's hold also spotted the woodsman and howled as they charged. But Corbin was unsure where to join the melee. Brennan was fighting for his life, but Edana was also under attack. Hallion was outnumbered, and his friends Dath and Farrell were also in danger. The hall was chaos, Evnis's warriors seemingly everywhere. And then Thanon was howling, charging towards Brennan, who could be glimpsed still wrestling with Evnis at Nathair's feet. The blacksmith whirled his great hammer about his head and began literally smashing a pathway to his king. Men from Evnis's hold were smashed to the ground, bones crushed by the hammer wielder, with Budai snapping and snarling by his side. Without thinking, Corbin followed him, his passage made easy as Thanon battered a path through, leaving a wake of the dead behind him. Corbin held his shield high and jabbed with his spear at any that tried to come at his da from his unprotected side. Budai guarded the other side, and slowly, like the wedge shape of a spear tip, they neared Brennan. Suddenly, a scream pierced the din of battle, high and shrill. Edana was screaming and staring through a gap in the crowd at her father, lying still on the ground. Evnis was astride him, his knife blooded. Thanon bellowed and redoubled his efforts, sending his hammer crashing into the chest of a man trying to bar his way. Budai leapt and clamped his jaws about another man's thigh, and the dog shook his head as Thanon swung his hammer. Corbin shoved his shield forward and turned a blade aimed for Thanon's neck, then jabbed his spear out and felt it sink deep. He tried to pull back, but the spear point was stuck. Corbin cursed, knew he should finish the wounded man, but could not bring himself to, instead drawing his sword and ploughing on. The three of them, father, son, and hound, suddenly stepped into an open space. Beyond it, the half-circle of Nathair's eagle guard, with Nathair and Sumur standing calmly within. A dozen or so Duncarig corpses lay strewn before them, those that had tried to reach Brennan. Everyone else was caught up in the conflict with Evnis's men. All Corbin could make out in the chaos was that Hallion still stood, with a handful of men rallied behind him now. Of Dath and Farrell, he could see nothing. Thanon strode towards the eagle guards, one of their number stepping forward. It was Rauka, Corbin realised, leader of Nathair's honour guard. "Come no further, big man," he said. "No need to die fighting for a king already slain." "Alive or dead, you have my king in there," Thanon challenged. "I mean to take him from you." Rauka assessed Thanon, noting the great blood-stained war-hammer in the blacksmith's hands. He shrugged. "We are no strangers to giants," he said, then stepped back into line with his men. "Wall!" he shouted, and the warriors' shields came together with a loud crack. Thanon swung his hammer at a shield, but it held, the force of the blow dissipated by the supporting shields either side. Scowling, Thanon swung again, and Budai leapt forward, sinking teeth into a warrior's calf. There was a scream, the shield dropping slightly, and then Thanon's hammer crashed into the warrior's helm. He collapsed instantly, and Thanon thrust into the gap in the line, but the ranks closed up too quickly, and a sword point found Budai. The brindle hound yelped and fell, and Thanon lunged forwards, battering at the shields to reach his hound. Corbin gasped as a host of short swords suddenly jabbed forwards, seemingly from out of the shields themselves. His dad grunted in shock as blades pierced him. Corbin opened his mouth, drew breath to scream, and reached out to pull his dad clear, but something slammed into his side, sending him sprawling to the floor. He managed to keep his grip on sword and shield, and looked up to see Helfach and Rafe coming at him with blades drawn. "No one to help you now, boy," the huntsman snarled. Corbin stood, looking desperately for his dad, saw the big man stagger back from the row of shields and drop to one knee. Corbin took a pace towards him. Then Rafe was there, blocking his view. Panic-driven anger drove him to swing wildly at the huntsman's son, but his blade was parried easily. In his haze, he almost forgot Helfach, remembering him as the huntsman slashed for his ribs. Corbin caught the blow on his shield, blocked another from Rafe with his sword, and tried to draw both men in front of him. If he didn't focus, he would be too dead to help his dad. Helfach and Rafe struck at him almost at the same time, one left, one right. Corbin blocked Helfach's blow with his shield, parried Rafe's blade, and took a step back. They pressed forwards. Instead of stepping back, Corbin smashed his shield into Helfach's face, punching at Rafe with his sword hilt. Helfach took an unsteady step backwards, but Rafe sidestepped Corbin's blow and hacked at Corbin's side. Hoping Helfach was incapacitated, if only for a few moments, Corbin spun around and blocked the sword swipe to his ribs. He stepped forwards with his shield lifted high, swept his sword underneath and felt it chop into flesh. Rafe screamed. Corbin saw terror in his enemy's eyes. Then there was a white pain in Corbin's shoulder, and he was suddenly spinning and falling. He looked up to see Helfach grinning wildly, blood dripping from a ruined nose and from his sword tip. "This ends now, boy!" Helfach yelled, and raised his sword. Then Corbin heard a deep-throated, snarling growl, and the huntsman was gone, tumbling away in a mass of fur and snapping teeth. Wolfen and man rolled to a halt, Storm on top, jaws clamped around the huntsman's throat, his arms and legs battering futilely at her body. With a savage wrench of her neck, blood sprayed high. Helfach's feet twitched, and then were still. Corbin staggered to his feet, pain radiating from his left shoulder where Helfach had stabbed him, and Rafe stumbled away back into the battle. But Corbin only cared for his da, somehow back on his feet, though blood-drenched from many wounds. Nathair stepped through the ranks of his guard, Rauka beside him, a deadly short-stabbing sword in his hand. As Corbin watched, Thanon swung his hammer, but the blow was slow and weak. Rauka ducked beneath it and gave Budai a sharp kick to the ribs. Then Nathair stepped in close and rammed his sword into Thanon's chest. They stood there a moment. Then Thanon toppled backwards. Corbin screamed, a high, wordless thing. He staggered forwards. Then a form swept past him. Gar! A curved sword strapped to his back. He was charging straight for Nathair and Rauka. The Eagle Guard saw him and thrust Nathair back into the safety of the shield wall, then raised his sword to meet Gar. The stable master dropped beneath Rauka's weapon, rolled, came up behind him with his sword hissing fluidly into his hands, held high in his two-handed grip. Rauka turned as Gar was bringing his blade down, slashing the guardsman from shoulder to hip, shearing through leather, chainmail, flesh and bone. For a long, timeless moment, the remaining Eagle Guards just stared at Gar, as did Sumor and Nathair. Sumor took a step forward. "It cannot be," he whispered. A hand touched Corbin's uninjured shoulder, his mam standing beside him with the spear he'd left in someone's ribs in her hand. He felt panic for a moment. She shouldn't be here. Then together, they ran to Thanon's side. Budai had draped his body alongside his master's and was pushing at Thanon's cheek with his muzzle. He whined as Corbin and Gwyneth crouched down. Thanon's face was ashen, in stark contrast to his livid wounds. Corbin squeezed his dad's hand and looked on helplessly. His mam lifted Thanon's head onto her lap. "Hold on," Corbin whispered, grimacing at the uselessness of his words. Thanon tried to speak, but only a gargled whisper came out. "Please," Corbin said, striking his dad's hand. The gap between each breath grew longer, more laboured. Thanon stared back. Then he was gone. Gwyneth let out a great, racking sob and clutched her husband's hand. Corbin felt lost, and suddenly found it hard to breathe. He looked up to see Nathair watching and felt a new depth of emotion, a rage that he'd not experienced before. Nathair returned his gaze.
"I will kill you,"
Corbin said. "Bring him to me," Nathair demanded, pointing at Corbin. His eagle guards moved, the shield wall splitting. "Get the boy out of here," Gar snapped, stepping to face the remaining eagle guards as they moved on him, circling him slowly, hesitantly.
"But where?"
Gwyneth said, still in shock. "That way." Gar nodded towards the back of the hall, where the feast hall survivors had gathered about Halion and Idana, fighting the last of Evnis's men. Gwyneth looked, but couldn't move, couldn't stop the tears. "Corbin is all that matters," Gar hissed. "Move, now!" He shuffled his feet to close off any approach to Corbin and Gwyneth. Gwyneth touched Thanan's face a moment, a goodbye. Then she was standing and pulling Corbin. He plucked his Da's warhammer from the smith's big hands, but Budai refused to move. Corbin looked to Gar, not wanting to leave his father's body or the stablemaster. "Go, Ban," said Gar. "I'll join you soon, trust me." Corbin grimaced, but ran with his mam and Storm, the hall strewn with the dead. It was empty now, save for Nathair and his eagle guards circling Gar and the continuing combat at the far end. The clash of iron on iron erupted behind them, and Corbin stopped short, realising he'd fallen for the stablemaster's ploy to make him leave. Of course he lied. He's facing 10 men. But he looked back to see Gar fighting more like a shadow than a man, swirling and slipping amongst Nathair's eagle guards. Blood sprayed as Gar's sword swung and slashed in an elaborate, deadly dance. Within moments, men were staggering away from the conflict or fallen, Gar in constant, fluid motion. Then Gwyneth demanded that he follow, and they finally reached Halion. No more than a dozen fought with him out of the 100 or so that had filled the hall. Evnis's warriors had fared little better, though, less than a score of them now fighting to reach Idana and finish the conflict. Corbin hefted his Da's hammer and charged, Storm leaping ahead of him, hamstringing a warrior with one snap of her jaws. 2 fell before he reached them, knives jutting from backs, and he remembered who had taught Cohen to throw a knife. He grunted as he swung the hammer, which was in truth too heavy for him, and connected with the man's lower back instead of his head. That was enough, though. Corbin felt bones shatter. He swung again, then his man was beside him, stabbing a spear into someone's shoulder, and Storm was snarling, ripping, tearing. Evnis's warriors tried to turn and face this new threat, but in moments, Halion and his fighters had dispatched the distracted, flanked warriors. Corbin checked to find Camlin, Marok, and Tarban. He felt a surge of relief when he saw a pale-faced Dath and Farrell. Others were there too, amongst them Brinna and Heb at the back, beside a weeping Idana. Flames still flickered in the fire pit, and death and destruction surrounded them on every side. In a shadowed corner beside a shattered table, the sounds of grief were clear in the lull. Corbin squinted through the fire pit's flames to see 2 men kneeling on the ground. One was Mordwyr, Dath's Da. His face was distraught, but the sobbing came from the man next to him, Von, cradling Bethan's limp head in his lap. The only other movement was at the high table where Gar still fought, though of the 10 eagle guards, only 2 still stood. Corbin took a few paces towards Gar, a handful following and spreading out about him. As he watched, Gar blocked an overhead strike and sent his own blade slashing across his opponent's throat. Then, before that man had fallen, he was sidestepping, turning, and somehow reversing his sword grip to punch it into the stomach of the last guard rushing in behind him. Gar stood still a moment, then slid his sword free, spun it, and changed the grip yet again as his opponent's body sank to the ground. He finally turned to face Nathair and Sumur. Sumur stepped forward, slow and graceful, still leaving his sword sheathed on his back.
"How is it that you are here, sword brother?" he said.
Gar made no reply except to shift his feet.
"You should answer when I ask something of you," Sumur continued. "I am Lord of Talasar, Lord of the Jihar, Lord of you, am I not? Tukul is my lord, said Gar.
Sumor shook his head.
He was always misguided, not equipped for this calling. Tell me, where is he? Here? In Dunkarek? Ardan? Has he just abandoned you?
He would not do that, Gar spat.
Sumor shrugged. Whatever you think, your task has failed. Come, sheathe your sword, join me. Look, the Seren Disclair stands before you.
Sumor gestured to Nathair, who stood tall, regal, and smiled warmly at Gar. Gar assessed Nathair contemptuously.
That just cannot be,
he said, and his eyes flickered briefly to Corbin. Sumor followed his gaze and stared at Corbin, his eyes taking in the wolfen beside him.
We have much to speak of, you and I, he said. Come, sheathe your sword. Join me.
You were ever the honeyed talker, Gar said.
You may have fooled my father with your false tongue, become lord in his absence, but you never fooled me. Time enough for words when my spirit has crossed the bridge of swords. Until then, I shall let my blade speak for me.
He flexed his wrist, his sword tip spinning, tracing a circle in the air.
So be it, Sumor shrugged. When I am done with you, I shall carve some answers from your boy and his wolfen cub.
Faster than Corbin could follow, Sumor suddenly had his blade in his hand. He heard, rather than saw, their first clash, iron ringing out as their swords sparked in a blurred flurry, their bodies spinning. The two men separated, neither breathing hard, and began circling, eyes measuring, assessing, probing. Sumor stopped suddenly, shifted his weight, then rushed in with his sword aloft. Gar spun from the curved blade as it slashed, was already striking at Sumor's waist, but the warrior was gliding out of range. Again, they clashed. Swords connecting this time, more strikes than Corbin could count. Then Gar was crouching low, slashing at Sumor's ankles, the warrior leaping and striking at Gar's head. The stablemaster swayed to one side, Sumor's blade missing him by a hair's breadth. He twisted towards Sumor, chopped once, twice, then stepped gracefully away. Sumor paused, glanced down. Two thin red lines had appeared upon him, one along his forearm, the other his chest. They were shallow cuts of no consequence, but they showed he was the fastest by the merest fraction. Corbin realised he was holding his breath, mesmerised by the intensity and skill of the contest he was watching. Nothing he had ever seen compared. The court of swords between Tull and Morkant appearing as clumsy children to this deadly, vicious offering. He glanced about and saw all those with him equally absorbed in the life and death dance before them. For a moment, all thoughts of the battle still raging beyond the hall's doors was forgotten. Clashing iron grabbed his attention again, the two men spinning and swirling like flames. For a moment, Corbin was unable to tell which was which. Then one was retreating, backing towards a shape on the floor. Hizdahr's corpse, Corbin realised. He uttered an involuntary groan as he recognised it, Budai still maintaining his solitary guard. The warrior's foot grazed Thanan's arm and Budai's jaws snapped out and bit into his foot. For a moment, less than a heartbeat, the flutter of an eyelid, that man was off balance. His opponent's sword snaked out and struck a deep gash on his shoulder. Then the man was spinning away out of range. He paused to feel his injured shoulder, and Corbin gasped. It was Gar. Suddenly, Corbin was terrified for Gar's life. His confidence, his certainty in Gar's ability drained away. Gar used a two-handed blade, used both hands, needed both arms to wield it properly. This was a contest where the minutest change in balance would tip the scales, and both men knew it. Gar scowled and rolled his shoulders, glancing fleetingly towards Corbin. Go, he mouthed silently, and Sumor smiled in anticipation. Slowly, Gar stepped away, in the direction of the hall's main doors, away from Corbin, but before he had moved a handful of paces, Sumor was lunging forwards. There was another burst of sword strikes and parries, this time Gar steadily retreating, blocking, not even trying to strike back. Sweat glistened on his brow as Sumo's attack became a blur, the warrior sensing the closeness of his victory. Then men were pouring through the open doors, a fighting mob of both red and grey. They crashed into Gar and Sumo, sweeping them apart. "Gar!" Gwyneth screamed. "Now! Come now!" Corbin added his voice to hers, though both Gar and Sumo had disappeared from view. Maybe Gar heard them. Maybe he had made the decision regardless. But as those about Corbin were preparing to fight again, Gar appeared before them. "We need to leave. Now," he said. The stable master was exhausted and bleeding from his shoulder still, but there was something in his expression that brooked no argument. Corbin nodded. "All of us," he added, glancing at Hallion and the others. Gar just shrugged. Battle had consumed the hall again. Sumo, Nathair, and Evnis were obscured from view by a tide of red cloaks locked in combat with grey. They were standing close to the rear of the hall, Hallion and his small band of survivors curled protectively around Idana. So far, the renewed battle had not touched them. "We must get Idana out of here," Hallion said, overhearing their words, looking at Gar curiously, as if seeing him for the first time. "Aye," Corbin said, "but how?" "There is no path through that," Hallion pointed out, nodding at the battle in the hall, and looked back at the doorway leading into the keep. "And no path beyond," Marek said. "Most of the fortress between here and Stonegate is the same, and Owain holds the gate and bridge." All realised what that meant. There was only one known route in or out of Duncarrig. "I know a way," Corbin blurted, suddenly remembering the tunnels beneath the fortress. "You are sure?" Hallion asked. "Aye, a secret way." "I say let us go and see," said Marek, "not stand here debating its likelihood." Hallion nodded and galvanised them into action. He gave orders to his remaining fighters, hurried over to the door at the back of the hall, and led the small party through. Gwyneth hesitated at the doorway, looking back at Thannon. Then her expression changed. "Cohen." Corbin tried to think of the last time he had seen his sister. Where was she? "We must find Cohen," his mum said. Gar put a hand on her arm. "We must get Ban to safety and hope that we find Cohen along the way. If we don't, I will come back and find her once Ban is safe, I promise you. But she is brave, resourceful. If any can survive through this, it is her." Gar held her gaze. "We cannot risk Ban. The sacrifice has already been so great." Gwyneth stared at him. "You will come back for her?" "On my oath, as soon as Ban is away from here." She nodded curtly. Dath suddenly broke away, running back into the hall where his dad knelt in mourning. Corbin paused a moment, then followed, with Gar and Farrell close behind. They caught up with Dath as he reached his da, still bent over the lifeless form of Bethan, cradled in Von's arms. "Come, Da, quick!" Dath gasped. "We must leave!" Mordwyr looked up at him. Gently, Dath slipped his arms around his da and tried to lift him. Corbin went to help, passing his hammer to Farrell. "Leave me here," Mordwyr muttered, as they hoisted him up. "I have nothing to live for." "Live for me, Da," Dath pleaded. "Or if not, live to avenge Bethan." Von looked up at that and grimaced. Mordwyr allowed Dath and Corbin to steer him back to the doorway, Von following wordlessly. Hallion and the others were waiting for them in the dark corridor beyond. Corbin and Gar were last to step through the door, Storm squeezing past him. He looked back into the hall. "Da," he whispered. Gar bowed his head. Corbin was about to turn away when a movement caught his eye. Nathair and Sumor were dragging Brennan's corpse to the side. The two men were staring straight at Corbin. Corbin was caught for a moment, staring back at Nathair. Gar jerked him back and slammed the door shut, dragging a long bench over to wedge against it. "Time to mourn when we're off this rock," he said. Corbin nodded, and together they ran down the hallway, Storm loping along behind. Chapter 87. Castell. Castell paced down a wide, spiralled pathway, the others near him in the dark, as it wound around a black open space. He took a few shuffling paces closer to the pathway's rim, looked over its edge, and saw, far below, the glimmer of blue-tinged light. The company walked in silence, the only sound the tramping of feet, the creak of leather. There was a heaviness in the air, a musty, old smell, which grew stronger as they walked deeper. Castell began to feel anxious. Would there be more giants down here? Somehow the battle in the tunnel had felt final. There had been an extra ferocity to the Hunan, as if it were their last stand. But the Hunan were unpredictable. His thoughts returned to the battle amongst the mounds, the creeping mist and ground that had turned to bog. He shivered, recalling warriors sinking to a cold, suffocating death. Then the ground levelled, and he took in the sight ahead. Warriors were spread before them, giants kneeling in two great lines. Castell quickly hefted his sword, then felt foolish. They were dead. Long dead, the cadaverous warriors held upright by stiff coats of leather and chainmail, gripping axes or war hammers that were planted into the ground, the butt end of shafts sunk into small holes dug into the stone. Tall posts with bowls of blue flame interspersed the twinned rows of dead warriors. Slowly, the party moved along the wide road, spreading out. Castell saw something at the far end, marked by blue flame. He looked suspiciously at the Hunan on either side, half expecting this to be some new form of glamour. Perhaps the skeletal warriors would burst into life and attack them. His skin prickled, feeling as if they were staring at him, but there were only black, sightless holes in their papery faces where once their eyes had been. Wisps of braided hair and moustaches framed gaunt, angular skulls wrapped in taut skin, preserved for Castell knew not how long. As he drew closer to the cavernous room's end, he saw Romar ahead, and Castell finally saw what was placed there. Upon a wide dais sat a stone chair, a throne, and seated in it was the body of a giant. He wore a coat of iron, made of small plates shaped like leaves, each individually stitched into the leather beneath it. Eerie blue flames flickered on the dull iron, the horsehair-plumed helmet upon its head and upon its greaved boots. Bony hands gripped the long shaft of an axe, double-bladed, with the metal looking different somehow from the iron everywhere else in the hall. It was dark, seeming to suck the torchlight into it rather than reflecting it like the other weapons in the chamber. What was more, Castell had seen this axe before, in a hall in Miquel, guarded like treasure. "My axe," Romar breathed. Alcyon and Calidus swept past Castell with a score of the Jihad. He looked behind him, and more of the black-clad warriors were spreading about the hall amongst the remnants of the Gadre and the men of Isiltir. Alcyon and Calidus approached the dais. Calidus halted, and Alcyon stepped up. He gripped the axe, then extracted it tenderly from the cadaver's skeletal grip. He lifted it before him, a look of awe and rapture upon his face. "Hold!" a voice called out, harsh in the almost reverent silence. "That is my axe!" Alcyon stared at Isiltir's king with his small, black eyes. "It is Dagdar's axe," he said, his low voice almost whispering, though his words carried throughout the hall. "Dagdar? Was he?" "One of the 7 forefathers, wielder of the Starstone axe," Alcyon breathed, as if reciting some ancient rote of law. "This axe is one of the 7 treasures." "I know it," Romar said, "and it is mine. Give it to me." "This belongs to Nathair," said Calidus. "I claim it as our only spoils in this, as our reward for aid given. You would not even have reached Haldis, let alone conquered it, without our intervention." "What?" Romar exclaimed. "I think not. You have come here, uninvited, joined yourself to our cause when you were not wanted, not needed, and now you seek to take for your own the greatest spoil of this war." Romar stepped towards the axe, his challenge clear.
I claim this axe as trophy for Nathair, King of Tenebral, our bright star, the Serendisclare, Calidus intoned.
Castell frowned, not understanding Calidus's last words, at the same time seeing their effect on the dark warriors about him as they readied themselves, somehow.
Nathair, Romar stuttered. The Seren what? He is but a pup, a kingslayer, and he shall reap no gain from this, earn no coin from our spilt blood. Now, he said, turning his gaze upon Alcyon, give that to me.
No, Alcyon growled.
Romar placed a foot upon the dais, but Calidus stepped in front of him. Get out of my way, Romar said, attempting to shoulder Calidus aside. But the thin man pulled the king round to face him. Romar tugged against Calidus's grip. Let go of me, he grunted, reaching for his sword hilt, his honor guard moving forwards. Romar looked up just in time to see Alcyon swinging the axe before he slammed it into his shoulder, cleaving the king from collarbone to ribcage. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then men were running at Calidus and Alcyon, the Jihar moving to protect them. Out of nowhere, battle was now raging all about Castell, as fierce as when they had faced the Hunan above. Castell hefted his sword and shield and moved instinctively to Makin, covering his friend's wounded side as they stared, shocked by the ferocity of the fighting about them. Even as Castell watched, he saw his Gadre sword brothers cut down, their opponents faster and more graceful than any swordsman he had ever seen, all rivaling Vandil. Orgul battled nearby, slamming one of the Jihar to the ground by sheer brute strength, but another replaced him, easily trading blows with the bald warrior, halting his forward progress towards Romar's body. Then, a warrior was coming for him, a woman, Castell realized, her sword held high. Castell blocked her blow, but the woman used her momentum to sweep around him and swing her sword in a blow that would have hamstrung him if Makin had not lunged forwards, turning her blade. She rounded on the wounded warrior, instantly seeing his weakness. Castell blocked her lunge at Makin, and then she was coming at him again, a flurry of strikes aimed at his head and throat. He fell, with a crash, onto his back, the Jihar's sword whistling where his throat had been. Instead of following instinct and rolling away, he rolled towards her, crashing into her legs. She fell and was almost on her feet when his shield smashed into her shoulder, knocking her back down, and Makin's sword suddenly chopped into her neck. She jerked once, and then was still. Castell lay there a moment, grateful and slightly surprised still to be alive. He hauled himself up to find battle still raging all about, broken down mostly into little knots of individuals now. Vandal was a blur, his two swords swirling and sparking against the Jihar's long, curved blade. He spun and struck, one of his swords burying itself in his antagonist's chest. The blade stuck for a moment. Vandal tugged hard, and suddenly Alcyon was there. The giant struck. Vandal saw the blow coming and swung his free sword to turn the axe, but the blow had too much power behind it and smashed into his chest, sending him flying backwards in a spray of blood and bone. The Gadre leader slid across the flagstoned floor, came to a halt with one arm twisted underneath him. He did not move. "Come on!" Makin shouted, and together Castell and Makin ran across the chamber to their fallen leader. There was a crash behind them, and Castell saw Makin set upon by another Jihar. Then Orgul was there, the bald man ramming his blade's tip into Makin's attacker's back. All three of them tumbled into one of the giant cadavers, disappearing in a cloud of bones. He was about to leap after them when a figure stepped in front of him. Jael, sword in hand, and his cousin was smiling. "Out of my way," Castell growled. "We need to talk," Jael said. "What?" Castell said, confused. "Talk? Here? Now?" He pushed past Jael, then saw him move. He managed to block Jael's lunge just, but fell away with a deep gash in his arm. "What are you doing?" he hissed, looking from his bleeding arm to his cousin. "Claiming my throne," Jael said, stabbing again at Castell. Their swords clashed, Jael pushing forwards. Castell blocked a blow,
lunged at Jael's chest, saw his sword turned as Jael spun inside his guard and cracked an elbow into his chin. Castell staggered back a step, tasted blood, then felt a blow to his gut as though he'd been punched. He looked down to see a sword buried deep in his stomach. Suddenly, his legs were weak and he felt unbearably tired. Cold. Jael ripped the sword free, laughing. "I owed you that," he said. Castell tried to answer, but his voice wouldn't work. He felt himself falling, vision blurred, then he felt cold earth on his cheek. The last thing he saw was Jael's boots. Chapter 88. Corbin. The corridors were dark and silent, the faint noise of battle only occasionally filtering through open doorways. Corbin and Gar soon caught up with the rest of the company, numbering around a score now. In near silence they ran, twisting and turning until Halion finally led them into a room. It was Brennan's chamber, Corbin realised, dominated by a huge carved bed. Halion marched out onto a balcony and began helping people climb over and drop the short distance to the empty street below. Marok and Camlin automatically went first, scouting out the street and then signalling for others to follow. Corbin was at the back of the party and helped his mam climb over the balcony. Gar, Farrell, and Halion were all that were left. Suddenly a thought struck him. "Storm will not jump," he said. "Not over the balcony's ledge, into something she cannot see." "Step back," Farrell grunted. He yelled, "Move away," to those below, and swung Thanon's hammer, smashing a large portion of the balcony's rail down into the street. Farrell grinned and shrugged sheepishly. Quickly, the last of them climbed down, Corbin having to urge Storm to follow. "Good," said Halion, organising the small group. "Now, as quick as we can to the pool." They were a ragged, unsteady mass as they headed off, Marok leading, Corbin and Storm bringing up the rear with Gar one side of him and Farrell the other. Camlin came last of all, constantly glancing behind. Every now and then they would hear the clash of arms, but nothing came near enough to see. They were in the rear quarter of the fortress, most of the fighting still raging between Stonegate and the keep. Corbin saw a black flicker behind and above as he glanced over his shoulder, the orange glow of flames from burning buildings illuminating the sky above the fortress. He saw it again and heard the flap of wings, then saw Craff swoop low over Brinna ahead. Somehow he felt relieved that the mangy old crow at least was still with them. So many had died. He winced as he ran, his shield rubbing on his wounded shoulder. But he could still move his arm and lift it, which was a blessing, though not without pain. Then, with no warning, warriors were pouring into their path from a side street, a score, maybe more, all in the red of Narvon. They had not seen Corbin's small band until Marok ploughed into them. Then, Halion and the warriors with him curved a path straight through the middle of the surprised enemy. Farrell roaring and swinging Thanon's hammer as if he'd been born to it. Storm leapt snarling onto a terror-stricken man, her jaws clamping around his throat and face, claws slashing at his belly. Camlin ran silently into the skirmish, swords snaking out left and right. With a flash of pain, Corbin drew his own blade, and with Gar guarding Corbin's wounded side, they joined the fray. Within moments it was over. The last man of Narvon standing pounced on by Storm, who made short work of him. Halion did a quick head count, and found only one of their number had fallen. However, others had been wounded. Dath's face was covered with blood, and Tarban was limping, but nothing seemed fatal. As they regrouped, more shouting could be heard nearby. "We must move," Halion said quietly. "We made quite a noise just now. Others may have heard." They set off again, but heard the dead from their recent skirmish being discovered, then they were being tracked in earnest. Corbin had been running for a while, just focusing on the flagstones when something made him look up. He saw Brinna and Heb drop back. At first, he thought it was because they were struggling to keep pace, but as he reached them, he realised that was not the case. They didn't even seem to be breathing hard. Then the two of them stopped and turned to face the darkness behind them. Corbin approached Brynner and Heb and opened his mouth to hurry them along, then saw that they were muttering to themselves. No, chanting or singing in hushed tones. He glanced at Gar and looked back down the street as the sound of pursuing footsteps grew louder. Again he went to hurry them, then stopped in alarm. Mist was rising from the ground, like steam, but thicker. It broiled outwards, filling the street. Brynner swayed, and Heb reached out a hand to steady her. The two looked at each other, nodded, and set off after their quickly vanishing warriors. The sound of flapping wings drifted down from above. "I don't like that," Farrell muttered, eyes fixed on the mist that was still expanding at an alarming rate before their eyes, boiling along the street towards them. "Me neither," Corbin said, and as one they turned and ran, chasing after Heb and Brynner. "What happened? Back there," Corbin whispered to Brynner, as they all paused to catch their breath. "What did you do?" "Surely not more questions now." Brynner rolled her eyes and turned away from him. "Another time." "Corbin," a voice called out. Hallion. "Come, show us this tunnel, then." Corbin led the company past the pool and down the steps to the cave that led to the well. He paused just inside as he realised he had no flint to light the torches. After a brief conversation with Hallion, Marek and Camlin lit torches for the party from the iron sconces set in the walls, fumbling hastily at flints from their belt pouches. Quietly, like a mourning procession, they filed down into the cave, hope and doubt visible on their faces. Corbin quickly knelt, lay flat, and edged out over the well's rim, his man crouching to hold his legs. His hand scrabbled around a moment. Then he found the hollow with its cold handle within and turned it. There was a hiss and click behind him. Then a collective gasp rippled through the company as the door became visible to all. Corbin rolled back to his feet and couldn't help but grin at the gawping faces. He marched over to the stone door and pulled it wide, its hinges grating. "Hold," Hallion said. "Who else knows of this?" Corbin shrugged and winced at the sharp pain in his shoulder. "None that I know of, except Cohen. My father knows of it. Maybe one or two in his hold," a voice said from amongst them, Von stepping forward. "At least, so far as I know." "How can we believe him?" another voice called out, Dath, glaring at Evnis's son. Von looked at him belligerently. "True, my father has turned traitor, but I have not. I swore an oath to Brenin, to Arden. I will not forsake it as easily as my father has." He paused, his voice almost breaking. "And I have lost someone this night. Someone dear to me." He looked about defiant. "From this night on, my allegiance does not lie with my father." Hallion stared at him a long moment, then nodded. "Come with us. But know this, you will be watched, and if you prove us false, you will die." Von nodded his agreement, and then they began filing through the stone doorway. Corbin watched his man pass, then she paused. "Cohen," she whispered, "I cannot leave her. I must go back." "I shall return for her once you and Ban are away from here," Gar said. "Think, Gwyneth. You cannot go back." His eyes flickered to Corbin, then back to Gwyneth. She stood there, shaking as the first tears came. "I must," she whispered. "You will not find her," a voice said, the last of those coming through the open doorway. It was Marek. "I saw her." "Where?" interrupted Gwyneth. "When?" "I saw her fall," Marek said, each word slow, deliberate. "From the wilds above Stonegate." "What?" said Gwyneth. "I don't understand." "She was fighting with Connell." Marek looked at Hallion, who turned at the mention of his brother. "Connell, you say?" he said roughly. "Aye. He was part of Evnis's treachery at the gates," Marek spat. "Cohen was throwing knives at those warriors, the ones like Sumer. Connell tried to stop her. They both fell." He shook his head. Gwyneth gave a racking sob and turned into the tunnel's darkness, Gar following. Marok looked at Corbin. Many of us will grieve after this night. Corbin couldn't speak. Suddenly he felt sick and bone-weary. Come, we must be away, said Halion, wrestling with his own grief, and Corbin pushed the stone door shut. The journey through the tunnels passed in a daze for Corbin, haunted by memories of Cohen, almost as if she were walking beside him. Eventually they spilt out into the wide circular room that Corbin had visited. The carcass of the snake was still there, though far more decomposed than the last time Corbin had seen it. Great strips of skin were hanging loose, vertebrae gleaming beneath, and it stank. The group paused to stare at it. How much longer? Halion asked Corbin. It is hard to measure time in here, Corbin said, but we are about halfway to the end, I think. Huh, Halion grunted. And then what? Where does this tunnel lead? To a cave that opens onto the beach. Halion looked about in wonder. How has no one ever found this before? The entrance was concealed with a glamour. I only found it by accident. Lead on. So Corbin did. For a long while they marched through the high-roofed tunnels, darkness always before and behind them. No one spoke, at first, all lost in the horror of the night's events and also in the sheer astonishment that they were walking through tunnels far beneath their homes, tunnels that had been hidden here for untold generations. But slowly the silence lifted, people beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Corbin remained at the front, Storm padding beside him, leading them deeper, ever downwards into the depths of the rocky outcrop. He suddenly realised that someone had been walking next to him for some time. It was his mam. Silently, she reached out and held his hand. They walked like that a long while, trudging ever deeper into the depths of the hill. Eventually, their path began to level out, and soon they found themselves in the cavern that Corbin remembered, wide and high, with sea rolling and swelling sluggishly through the straight-sided channel. Corbin stopped and looked down at the dark waters as Halion came to stand at his shoulder. The path to the cave is over there, Corbin said, pointing. It looks like a rock wall, but it's a glamour. Left by the giants, I suppose. Brinna and Heb hurried over to where Corbin pointed, Brinna thrusting her hand into the rock face. It disappeared, right up to her elbow, and she chuckled. Excellent, Heb said. Here all these years and we never knew. We are close to the beach, Halion said. We need to be clear on what happens next once we are out of here. We are not safe yet. While they were discussing options, Corbin heard something in the water. Did you hear that? He muttered, prodding Gar. I did, said Gar, squinting into the gloom. A shape reared from the water, a solid mass in the darkness just beyond their torchlight. Then it exploded towards them, a worm, grey-white scales dripping wet, fangs bared. It was bigger than the carcass in the cavern, much bigger, and lunged straight at Corbin. He tried to dodge, but the beast was moving too fast. Then Storm barreled into its neck, claws ripping into the creature's flesh. Her momentum knocked the worm off balance as her weight dragged it down. Storm's own prodigious fangs sank deep into the worm and it let out a hideous noise and spasmed on the ground. Its muscles rippled furiously and Storm was sent hurtling through the air. She crashed into a wall, whimpered, and sagged to the ground. No! Corbin screamed. He would not lose another this night. He drew his sword and charged for the worm. Everyone about him seemed released from a spell by his movement, most following him to attack. The worm reared above them, confused by so many attackers and blows. It dispatched one fighter with a vicious bite to his neck. Then Farrell surged forwards, swinging Thanan's hammer into the beast's head. There was a sickening crunch. The worm flopped bonelessly to the ground and lay still. Tarban stepped forwards and drove his sword into its eye. You can never be too sure, he said, to those staring at him. Corbin rushed over to Storm. She rose unsteadily and whimpered when Brinna examined her shoulder, but, apart from that, she seemed uninjured. She'll live, Brinna pronounced. and Corbin breathed a sigh of relief. They tended their wounds, then gathered before the glamoured wall. Hallion stepped through first, leading Adana by the hand. She had said nothing since the feast hall and walked forwards passively now, with eyes downcast. Corbin blinked as both of them disappeared into the rock. Then more were moving forwards, Marok, Camlin, and others, until he was one of only a few that remained. "Come along," Heb called out to him. Only Gar and his man were left with him now, and Storm. Gar motioned for him to go first. He closed his eyes instinctively as he stepped into the rock and almost staggered when he met no resistance, or almost no resistance. There was a building pressure all about him, in his ears, his skin tingling. Then he was through. The small company gathered on a narrow rock shelf before him. He heard Storm whine, looked down, saw she hadn't come with him. For a moment, he just stood there, unsure, then stepped back through. Storm was standing before the rock wall, ears flat to her head. She saw him and turned in a circle, whining. "She refused to go through," Heb said. "I tried to give her some assistance, but she gave me a look that left me in no doubt that she did not want my help." Corbin spent a while trying to coax her through, Gar and Gwyneth pushing her from behind, but with no success. "Come on," Corbin muttered, trying to pull her through. You're embarrassing me. Even Kraft didn't make this fuss." Eventually, on Gar's suggestion, Gwyneth tore a strip of cloth from her bag, and Corbin tied it around Storm's eyes, stuffing more in the wolfman's ears. "Works with horses," Gar said with a shrug. Then they tried again. This time was more successful, and when Storm's head and forequarters passed through the glamour, Corbin removed her blindfold. She saw the path in front of her and suddenly bounded across. Heb came last of all. They were in a high cave, clinging to a narrow, slippery shelf of rock that skirted the slow-churning swell of seawater. It foamed white where it battered upon jagged, crusted rocks. The sound of surf beating against the shore filled the cave, echoing about them. Hesitantly, the small company moved off, Marok and Camlin slipping ahead to scout. The path twisted and turned, the cave growing wider as they moved along it. Soon Camlin returned, hissing for them to douse their torches. When they turned another twist in the path, Corbin saw moonlight pouring through the cave's mouth and gleaming on the lapping water. Slowly, they crept out of the cave's entrance and saw Haven's beach not far away beyond a short expanse of shallow water. The storm had broken, thin rags of clouds scudding across the moon. All seemed quiet, although the dark lumps that were fisher boats beached on the shore could have hidden many watchers. Out in the bay, Corbin could just make out the dark bulk of Nathair's ship rising and falling gently on the swell of waves. Hallion called them all together, and soon they had a rough plan and were crossing the water towards the beach, trying not to splash. The tide was ebbing, the water cold enough to snatch Corbin's breath. Then they were picking their way over the beach, Dath and Mordwyr taking the lead, until they came to their own fisher boat, leaning on its keel in the shingle. With great effort, the entire party, near enough a score of them, pushed the small boat down the beach towards the water's edge. Corbin's heart thundered with every crunch of shingle beneath feet or the boat's sliding keel. He almost cheered when he felt waves lap across his feet, then felt the boat shift as it was gripped and tugged by the sea's gentle sway. Dath and Mordwyr clambered aboard, the rest of them pushing the boat out further. Then they all ran for the wooden quay a little further along the beach. Boots thudded on wood as they hurried along its length and waited for Dath and Mordwyr to bring their skiff around. Corbin saw the sails unfurl and ripple as the wind caressed them. Then, suddenly, they filled out, waves foaming white about the prow as it cut a curving line across to them. Of all the moments Corbin had experienced this night, right now, he felt the most scared, as they waited almost defenceless at the end of the wooden quay. He glanced up at Duncarrig, now a hulking shadow in the first grey of dawn, and saw an orange glow as the fortress burned still within its great stone walls. Suddenly, Mordwyr's fisher boat loomed close, and he threw a coil of rope across. Hallion caught it and others helped pull the boat in tight. Then people were clambering aboard. Soon, they were pushing away, most of them finding somewhere to slump, exhausted on the boat's deck, though it was a tight squeeze in a three-man craft. To reach the open sea, they had to pass by Nathair's black ship as it clogged the mouth of the bay. There were lanterns lit, but again, no sign of people. As they reached the closest point, when the black hull was no more than a score of paces away, Corbin heard a snuffling or growling and remembered teasing Dath about so-called noises on this ship. Had it only been last night? Storm snarled, her ears flat to her head. Then suddenly, a roar erupted from somewhere deep within the ship's belly, all on the fisher boat staring wide-eyed as they slipped past the larger vessel. Corbin gazed back the whole time they were exiting the bay, expecting something to happen, but there were no further alarms. And then, suddenly, they were out in the open water just as the first rim of the sun clawed its way over the edge of the world. Corbin felt his eyes roll, his eyelids suddenly heavy. "Here," a voice said beside him. "You should have this back." Farrell was offering him his Da's warhammer, still caked in dried blood. "Keep it," Corbin said. "It is too heavy for me. And you looked like it was made for you." Farrell looked at the hammer, clearly tempted. "No," he said, shaking his head. "It is your Da's. It would not be right for me to have it." Corbin lifted his arm, winced as pain lanced out from his shoulder blade. He pushed the hammer back towards Farrell. "I mean it. I could not wield it as it was meant to be wielded. Please, I would be glad if you kept it." "Truly? Aye." "Only use it to avenge my Da. That is all I ask." Farrell considered, then managed to smile. "I am honoured," he said. "Aye, you are," Corbin mumbled. "So," a voice called out from further up the boat, "where is this fisher boat taking us?" All were suddenly listening, heads swivelling to look at Halion and Marok, sitting together in the prow of the boat, Idana between them. Marok shrugged and looked at Halion. "In truth, my only thought has been to get away, from here," Halion said, nodding towards the fortress, "which we have done." He dipped his head to Corbin, then looked at Idana. The princess was sitting with knees drawn up to her chest, tear tracks clear on her dirty face. She gave no sign as to whether she was listening or not. "My oath, and Brennan's last charge to me, was to protect Idana," Halion said. "But how may I best do that? Duncarrig is overrun. Arden's other fortress is fallen." He looked weary. "Narvon is obviously out of the question, as is Cambrin. Where else is left?" It sounded to Corbin that Halion was voicing an internal logic that had already been minutely examined, and he remembered Gar telling him that Halion was a strategist. But Marok must have taken it as a question as he spoke up. "We could make for Don Kren, the old giant ruins," the warrior said. Others near him nodding. "I know of it," Halion said. "A ruin in the heart of a great marsh, to the far west of Arden." Marok nodded a confirmation. "A good place to lie low. If word were to spread of Idana's presence there, maybe more would rally to her and give us a chance to strike back." "Strike back, aye," Halion muttered, thinking. "That would be my first inclination also, but that would not be putting Idana's safety first. If word of her presence did get out, it wouldn't only reach friendly ears. Owain would hear of it." He shrugged. "Idana needs her kingdom back, no doubt, and I mean to help her or die in the trying. But we must decide how best to achieve that aim." He looked at the small party in the boat. "If what we discovered in the Darkwood is true, then Rin will soon strike at Owain. When her forces are in motion, when Owain has more to consider than securing Arden, that would be the time for Idana to rally a warband about her. But until then, she must be hidden. I shall take Idana to my father," he said finally. "He is her kin, though more distant than those we have been speaking of." "Who?" said Marok.
Who is your father? Hallion looked at him, his face unreadable. I am the bastard-born son of Eramon ben Parloth, the king of Doan, he said, then turned away, resuming his staring out to sea. Muttering rippled through the company, but no one objected to Hallion's decision. And Corbin felt many things suddenly made sense about his old weapons master. He shuffled to the back of the skiff, and his mam came and stood beside him. She wrapped an arm around his waist, and together they looked back at Duncarrig. The first rays of the sun were gleaming on its stone walls, and here and there, dark plumes of smoke rose up into the pale blue sky. My Dai's in there, and Cohen. He swallowed, a lump in his throat, and tears came at last. He gripped the fisher boat's rail to stop his hands from shaking. Ban, there are things we must talk about. Things I must tell you, his mam whispered beside him. He looked down at her, and she seemed older somehow, more careworn at this moment. Aye, ma'am, he said, a tremor in his voice. But not now. Soon, but not now. All right, she nodded, seeming relieved. Soon. And so they stood there, arms linked about each other, watching Duncarrig shrink into nothing. Corbin knew, beyond all measure of doubt, that from this moment things would never be the same again. His life had just changed irrevocably and forever. Thank you for listening to Malice by John Gwynne, read by Damien Lynch. Keep listening for the first chapter of the next book in the series, Valor by John Gwynne, read by Damien Lynch. Valor by John Gwynne, read by Damien Lynch. Chapter 1. Uthas. The year 1142 of the Age of Exiles, Birth Moon. The cauldron was a hulking mass of black iron, tall and wide, squatting upon a dais in the centre of a cavernous room. Torches of blue flame hung on the walls of the chamber, pockets of light punctuating the darkness. In the shadows, circling its edges, long and sinuous shapes moved. Uthas of the Benothi giants strode towards the cauldron, his shadow flickering on the walls. He climbed the steps and stopped before it. It was utterly black, appearing to suck the torchlight into it, consuming it, reflecting nothing back. Just for a moment, it seemed to shudder, a gentle throb like a diseased heart. A muffled request from the chamber's entrance reached him, but he did not move, just continued to stare. What? He said eventually. Naman sends for you, Uthas. She says the dreamer is waking. The giant sighed and turned to leave the chamber. He brushed his fingertips against the cauldron's cold belly and froze. What is it? His shieldman, Salak, called from the chamber's doorway. Uthas cocked his head to one side, closing his eyes. Voices, calling to me. Nothing, he murmured, unsure whether he heard or felt the whisperings from within the cauldron. Soon, he breathed, as he pulled his fingers from the cold iron. A shape slithered from the shadows as he walked towards the exit. It blocked his way, gliding about him. A worm, white scales glistening as it raised its flat head and regarded him with cold, soulless eyes. He stood there, still and silent, let it taste his scent, felt an instant of unease as he waited, then the snake slithered away, its huge coils bunching and expanding, back to the shadows to rejoin its brood. He let out a breath. Come then, he said, as he strode past Salak. Best not to keep Naman waiting. He glanced at the chamber's dour-faced guards,
all wrapped in fur and iron, as he marched past them. Salak's footfalls followed him. In silence, they passed through the bowels of Murias, the last stronghold of the Benothi. It was nestled deep in the highlands of Benoth, carved into and beneath the grey, mist-shrouded land. In time, they reached a wide staircase that spiraled up into darkness, and soon, Uthas was muttering under his breath, the old pain in his knee gnawing at him as he climbed higher and higher. "Betshach," he swore, thinking of Naaman waiting for him at the top of this high tower. Salak chuckled behind him. Eventually, they were at a doorway. Salak nodded to the warrior standing there, Sreng, Naaman's shield maiden. She opened the door for them. The room was sparsely decorated with little furniture apart from a large, fur-draped bed at its centre. A woman lay upon it, slender, sweat-soaked, her limbs jerking and twitching. A white-haired man sat beside her, his huge bulk crammed into a chair, holding her hand. He looked over as Uthas and Salak entered the room and stared at them, a ruined, scar-latticed hole where one of his eyes should have been. "One eye," Uthas nodded. "How is she?" Bala One Eye shrugged. "Where is Naaman?" "I am here," a voice said, drawing Uthas's gaze to the far end of the room. A figure stood in an arched doorway, framed by the pale day beyond. Naaman, Queen of the Benothi. Ravens gathered on the balcony beyond her. One fluttered onto her shoulder. "My queen," Uthas said, dipping his head. "Welcome back," she replied, hair the colour of midnight framing her milky, angular face. "What news?" "Events are stirring in the south," Uthas said. "Narvan wars with Arden, and the warriors of Cambran are marching east." He paused, breathing deep, his next words frozen on his lips. He feared the answer he expected. "Our enemies war amongst themselves. It would be a good time to strike and reclaim what was ours." "Please, Naaman, give the order. Save me from what I must do if you refuse." Naaman smiled, though there was little humour in it. "Strike south. We are a broken people, Uthas, you know this. Too few to fill this fortress, let alone the south that once was ours. Besides, we are set a different task now." She walked out onto the balcony. He sighed and followed her onto the balcony's edge where cold air stung his skin. A cliff face sloped steeply down, wreathed far below in mist, a sea of dark granite and snow and wiry heather rolling into the distance. Ravens swirled about the balcony, riding the updraft. One cawed and veered to land beside Naaman. Idly, she reached out and scratched its head. It clacked its beak. "What of the west?" she said. "What of Doan?" Uthas shrugged. "There we know little. I suspect that Eramon grows older, content to do nothing in his dotage. That Bandre, Wrath, keeps us out," he spat. "He does not rest. He hunts our scouts, raids our land, him and his giant hunters. There have been some casualties." "Ah," Naaman hissed, eyes flashing red. "I would like nothing more than to march out and take back what we have lost, remind Wrath why he hates us." "Then let us do it," Uthas urged, feeling his blood surge, hope flaring. "We cannot," Naaman said. "The cauldron must be guarded. Never again can it be used. It must not fall into the wrong hands." Uthas felt the words like a hammer blow, her words sealing his future.
But we must know of what is happening beyond our borders. Doan cannot remain close to us. You will lead a company south, learn what you can of Eramon's plans.
As you command, my queen,
Uther said. Choose who you will, but not too many. Speed will serve you better than strength in numbers. And avoid Wrath's notice.
I will do as you say.
A sharp cry rang out from the chamber behind them. The woman on the bed was sitting upright, sweat-darkened hair clinging to her face, eyes wild and bulging. Balor gripped her hand, murmuring to her. Etheline, what have you seen? Naman asked. The pale-faced woman took a shuddering breath. They are coming, she whispered. The Kadashim draw ever closer. They feel the cauldron. The black sun, he is coming to make them flesh. He is coming for the cauldron.